Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku reveals the one for all. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. There was something not right about Midoriya Izuku. Shouta has had that thought several times during first term with this particular problem child. He always kept it in his head with varying tones and cadences as well. Yet, the fact of the matter remains, there was something off about Midoriya Izuku. The kid was a bundle of contradictions and anxieties that bounced off each other in increasingly baffling and complex ways. People are complicated, Shouta knows this. Teenagers are especially complex because they're still trying to figure themselves out as a person. They're still trying to be a person with their own thoughts and opinions and beliefs, no longer tethered to their parents or their childhood friends. It was part of growing up and finding yourself, all of that coming-of-age shit. Granted, Shouta is almost 31 and he felt like most days he barely knew who he was. But he knew enough, so that was something. Either way, despite all of this, there's something about Midoriya's massive contradiction, the way he struggles figuring himself out, that just appears off to Shouta. It's something that he hasn't had a chance to dwell on too much during the course of the semester. But sometimes, usually after the kid broke a bone or did something particularly self-sacrificing, the thought will reappear. Midoriya has a powerful quirk, strong enough to rival All Might. Midoriya also flinches if someone tries to touch him from behind. Midoriya has the ideal virtues of a hero: kind, empathetic, compassionate, determined. Midoriya doesn't understand that losing his own life is not an acceptable outcome. Midoriya smiles like nothing in the world has ever harmed him. Midoriya eyes him with suspicion and shrinks when Bakugou gets too rowdy. Human beings are illogical. Shouta despairs and accepts the fact in equal measure. He watches Midoriya and comes up with more questions than answers. All of it concerns him at the end of the day though. Usually, Shouta would handle such things sooner. Given this class's penchant for surprise villain attacks, he has to put it on the back burner. Right now, he wants to make sure his kids live through the villain attacks before poking out their secrets. Of course, it all comes to head while discussing pairings for the final exams with Nedzu. Given everything the first-year Hero Corps students at UA have faced so far, but especially 1A, they have to revise the exam. Teachers will act as villains for the students to fight against, testing teamwork. The teams are chosen by him and Nedzu with approval from the panel of exam proctors. All very reasonable, very logical. Shouda's just glad that they're not breaking out the goddamn robots again. The one-on-one meeting with Nedzu is when the issue of problem child rears its complicated head. Bakugou and Midoriya? Shouta asks as he looks over the potential list that Nedzu put forth. Based on testimony of All Might and the others along with footage from training exercises with the pair, the two have some sort of rivalry. It makes sense for the pair to work together. Bakugou, especially, would benefit for teamwork from someone that he doesn't actively like. As you can attest, we do not get to choose who we work with in the field, Nedzu says with a sip of his tea. Shouta pauses at that to gather his thoughts. Bakugou and Midoriya have a history. Some of the class said that they are childhood friends. Granted, Shouta didn't really have childhood friends that he grew up with, but now that Nedzu labeled it a rivalry outright, actually said the word in reference to the pair. Shouda's not sure if the word fits them or the label of childhood friends. He thinks of what he's witnessed of their interactions, how Midoriya tracks Bakugou's movements, and something in his gut says this isn't right. Shouta believes in introducing his students to the unfairness of life. He believes in being direct with them. He believes in setting limits and boundaries. Shouta also knows that his students are children. Sometimes, just sometimes, he wants to make things a bit easier on them. He also thinks of Bakugou and Midoriya in that first exercise. Bakugou's gauntlets and Midoriya barely getting out of the way in time. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right. This is wrong. It settles in Shouda's stomach like a lead weight. Aizawa. Nedzu prods, looking at him with sharp eyes. Shouta snaps back to life, knowing that he fell into his own head. Hizashi says that it's like watching a computer reboot or seeing someone turn into a living doll. Either way, he knows he'll have to admit his thoughts to his boss. There's something about their dynamic that troubles me, Shouta admits after a moment. Something about Midoriya has been bothering me for a while. I've been meaning to address it, but given the circumstances, I've been unable. The principal looks up with sharp, beady black eyes. He places his cup of tea back on the saucer and leans forward. Oh, I'd like to investigate it before we present the pairings to the other teachers. These kids have been through the ringers. Midoriya, especially, seems determined to put himself into an early grave. I don't want him to do so in an exam setting, Shouta says carefully. The last time he and Bakugou went against each other that almost happened. I want to make sure the exam can be as safe as possible for them. Nedzu sits back at that. He looks thoughtful, but Shouta gets nothing from his boss' facial expressions or tics. Nedzu knows how to make himself unreadable. It's a skill Shouta envies and admires in equal measure. Something that he's long since folded into his own personality. Only those closest to him really and truly know how to read him. Eventually, Nedzu claps his paws together and smiles. We have a week until we present the pairings to the other members of the staff for approval, he says. You have until then to investigate what's bothering you, Aizawa. Otherwise, we'll present the Bakugou and Midoriya team up against All Might to the staff. Shouta nods at that, mentally feeling the countdown settle in the back of his head. With that topic handled, he turns back to the list. Now as to the other pairings, Shouta keeps an eye on Midoriya and Bakugou during their foundational heroics lesson that day. All Might is out due to an appointment with Recovery Girl and his doctor. Thankfully, it's a classroom lesson, so the potential for property damage and injury is at least 30%. Having one lung and barely a stomach, the man said wryly when he asked Shouta and Kan to cover their homeroom's lessons. I'm still amazed that I lived this long. The gallows humor of acceptance is something that would seem out of place with All Might. Shouta likes it just fine on Yagi Toshinori though. It makes him seem more real rather than a standard. So yes, All Might has the dubious honor of going to the doctors the most out of anyone in the school. Midoriya included. The meeting with Nedzu sits fresh in his mind. With it, the dichotomous issues that make up Midoriya remain at the forefront as he watches the kid lead his team, Kirishima, Siro, Todoroki, Hagakure, and Satu, through the strategy exercise. Rather than curl up in his sleeping bag and doze off, he stands, watching the classroom, walking around between the groups. It's good to change up their expectations, Shouta tells himself. He hovers near Midoriya's group after listening over Yaoyorozu's. Minus the bone-breaking, even that's been let up on with the invention of his full cowl technique, Midoriya excels in strategy. During these exercises, he and Yaoyorozu are the ones that people want first pick at. Given both of their issues with confidence, however, neither realize just why their classmates scramble for their plans. His group sits, listening to as Midoriya mutters to himself, working out a plan. It's clear that they're paying attention. Now and then someone will pipe up with a suggestion or a clarification on their quirk. Midoriya will jump a little bit when they speak, stutter out an apology, and usually one of his group members will tell him that it's fine. It's super manly how much you know about quirks. Kirishima says excitedly. How did you get so good? Oh, practice. I liked watching Hero FF fights as a kid. Q quirks, they're L like a P puzzle, you know. T they're all so amazing. I in my eyes, and no quirk is less than that. Hagakure coos at that. Midoriya-chan, that's really sweet. The green-haired boy turns bright red at that. It's true. Midoriya insists, smiling at his team, one of those grins that makes the world seem kinder than it is. You all are going to be really great heroes one day. He then notices Shouta watching them and jumps. He tenses and hunches in on himself a bit, like he's trying to make himself small. Like he's scared of his teacher. Another thing that makes his gut twist unpleasantly. But we need to do the exercise still. So where was I? Todoroki glances at Shouta for a moment, before moving a bit closer to Midoriya. It's a protective gesture, the underground hero realizes. Todoroki is trying to hide Midoriya away. You were saying something about me and Kirishima working together? I was wondering, Kakurishima-kun, if your skin can absorb H-heat like a S-stone when it's H-hardened. Shouta wanders away, half listening to other groups as they work out their plans and not talk about things other than the assignment at hand. He turns his attention to Bakugou's group, which is working less than coherently. Bakugou has improved since the start of the year, even if it is incrementally, but he still has difficulty working with others. Kaminari is attempting to play peacekeeper while Uraraka looks progressively more annoyed. Shuji watches stoically like it's some kind of tennis match with some of his tentacles transformed into extra eyes as they move back and forth to track the argument. Shut up, round face. Bakugou growls at Uraraka. Oh. We're handling the rescue operations here for this mission, Bakugou. We can't just explode everything. We can't go in hot here. Uraraka wants to be a rescue hero, Shouta remembers. He thinks that she'll be good at it too. She has a good balance of take no shit with a kind and friendly disposition. Even if she has been focusing on her improving her fighting technique, it's clear she still has her eyes set on her goal. Across the room, Midoriya continues his muttering as his group works out their strategy for a villain apprehension that was assigned to them. He and Bakugou are as far apart as possible. The other groups of students are all in various states of discussion. Even so, Shouta notices how Bakugou tracks Midoriya and the tick in his jaw as Midoriya continues his habit with various inputs from his own group. Shouta pinpoints the moment before Bakugou will explode, literally and figuratively, to tell Midoriya to shut up. Midoriya, judging by his tense back, seems to almost sense something is about to happen. Shouta, without thinking, finds himself stepping in front of Bakugou's line of sight of the other boy. Bakugou freezes for a split second. Shouta gives him his usual even stare. The kid works his jaw for a moment, clearly trying to figure out if he can get away with a comment against Midoriya or not. Shouta ticks his right eyebrow up, and that seems to tip the scales in Bakugou swallowing the brewing outburst and getting back to his group work. Shouta glances again over at Midoriya's group, but sees Todoroki looking at him. Todoroki gives him a single nod, though Shouta can't detect the emotion behind it. He does, however, feels like that he passed some sort of test with the red and white-haired boy. Again, the feeling of wrong settles in his instincts. He's brushed off Bakugou's outbursts before, though the first day of class remains the exception. Now, a term in, Shouta thinks he should have done something sooner. But the feeling of wrong tugs at it, whispers in his ear, as he settles back into his sleeping bag and keeps a half-opened eye on his students. Shouta doesn't have any meetings after the school day finishes. Shinso is currently sick with the stomach flu, based on the email that he got from his protégé's cousin. He has unexpected free time now that he doesn't have to stay after for Shinso's training to get him into the heroics course. Instead, Shouta fills out the paperwork to get access to Midoriya's unrestricted file from Nedzu. There are 2 tiers of filing for UA heroic students. One if their regular file full of basic information such as quirk, grades, a basic list of past injuries, and any known conditions. It's what could not be used against the students, what's accessible via public information. It's kept on the school system and can be accessed by computers. The unrestricted file is on paper, goes into much more detail, needs permission from Nedzu himself to be viewed, and cannot leave a special room on UA grounds. It's where the real dirt is, so to speak. Given the attack on the USJ and other assorted incidents that happened so far in the year, Shouta really does applaud that sort of far-thinking paranoia. Given his and Nedzu's conversation earlier in the day, he doesn't see why permission won't be granted. Looking over Midoriya's unrestricted file would probably answer more questions than not. After Shouta completes the paperwork, he decides to take advantage of a few hours of silence by heading back to his and Hizashi's apartment for a nap and getting a head start on dinner. There's this thing. It's called the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon. Basically, it boils down to your mind playing a trick on you. Because sometimes even your head likes to F with your perception of reality. In the end, you can't trust anything at times, not even yourself. Still, the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon has more to do with pattern recognition than anything else. Like when you think about a car that you've seen and suddenly you see it everywhere you go. You're not haunted by the car or anything. Nope, your mind is just poised and ready to notice any blue car now that it's in your head. As far as Shouta knew, This didn't apply to people. Granted, he also wasn't an expert in cognitive functions of the brain. So really, what did he know? The reason he thinks of the Baader-Meinhof phenomenon is because, on his way home, he stumbles across Midoriya. Not that his student notices, too busy offering some comfort to a junior high kid. Shouta, being an expert in stealth, moves closer, sticking to the shadows. You get more honest reactions when people don't know that you're there to begin with. He finds people are more genuine when he's not peering over their shoulders. While Midoriya has always had great situational awareness, worryingly great now that Shouta thinks about it. When Shouta puts his best effort in, he's one of the best in the business in terms of being unnoticed. Won't report them to the school, he catches Midoriya saying to the kid, "You want another tissue?" "I have plenty." I cry. The boy sniffs and, presumably, takes the offered tissue. He mops up blood from his nose and scrubs his uniform sleeves against his eyes, mopping up the tears. "Thanks for scaring them off, senpai." The UA uniform seems to put the fear of all might in most bullies, at least. Let me guess. They have really strong quirks. Yeah. But really any quirk is better than. I get it, Midoriya says with a voice so full of understanding and resignation that it's like a slap in the face. Shouta wants to know how the sentence would have ended. The other kid laughs, voice clogged by blood and tears and snot. "Thought so. When I saw your shoes." Shouta pauses at that. From where he's hidden, he sees that both Midoriya and the other boy are wearing the exact same red shoes. He wonders, briefly, what's so special about them that the other boy would think Midoriya would understand. "Maybe you should take tomorrow off," his student suggests to the other kid. "Sometimes when it got too bad, I'd go to the bathroom and GG a bunch to make my mom think I threw up. It usually got me off. Or a migraine. Easy to fake. Won't make your parents worry. Unless they'll get more upset if you're not in the next day." "No. It's a good idea. Thanks." "No problem. There's a support group I know. It's online, but maybe it would help." "Wouldn't hurt." Aizawa sees Midoriya get one of his ever-present notebooks from his backpack to scribble something down on a blank piece of paper for the kid. He rips it out easily and holds it out. The younger boy hesitates before taking it with bloodied, shaking fingers. "Thanks, senpai." He sees Midoriya's head nod, curls springing with the movement. "Be sure to get the blood out immediately if you don't want your parents to find out about this." "Yeah. I know the drill." Then, like ships passing in the night, Midoriya and the kid separate, the same red shoes scuff against the pavement. Shouta stays in the shadows for several minutes with a racing mind. This is wrong. Something's wrong. This isn't right. His instincts scream at him. Over the years he's learned to listen to them, especially when they're this loud and true. Something isn't right with Midoriya. Maybe it had never been right to begin with. Aizawa Shouta was going to get to the bottom of it. Cooking will never be Shouda's strongest point. There's a good reason that he would live off nutritional jelly packets if given half the chance. In terms of the household chores, he prefers cleaning to anything to do with the kitchen. Still, every once in a while, he'll try to cook a meal for Hizashi. For some reason that's a total mystery to him. He loves his loud-mouthed husband and wants to do something nice for him that's not picking up takeout on his way home. Though if Hizashi starts going on about love languages again, then he's sleeping on the couch for the next week. Either way, the fish is a little too burnt and the rice a bit undercooked. The miso soup turned out okay though, if a bit bland. Even so, Hizashi throws his arms around him when he saw that Shouta made dinner when he gets home from his shift at the radio station. "I knew I married you for more than your body," his husband teases cheerfully. "The tax benefits for one," Shouta deadpans as he accepts a kiss. He rolls his eyes when Hizashi gives his but a squeeze. "Make any sort of wifey comment and see if I ever kiss you again?" His husband laughs before heading to the bedroom to quickly change before dinner, emerging in a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie that Shouda's pretty sure belongs to him. Hizashi's hands clip his hair back, and how his husband gets his hair down for its stiff updo so quickly will be a mystery that Shouta will never try to solve. A soft smile crosses Shouda's face, which is as sappy as he'll get at home. The blonde brightens though and gives him another kiss before heading to get drinks for dinner. Usually, Hizashi takes the lead in terms of the conversation. He chats about his day, the students, the radio station, the heroes at his agency, and will show Shouta pictures of random stray cats that he saw throughout his day. Because he knows the kind of man that he married. Tonight, however, Shouta takes the conversational lead after the two just bask in the silence of each other's company for a couple of minutes. Given both of their jobs, they just need those few minutes of being together in the quiet without the threat of something burning down around them. Still, he needs Hizashi's insight. So after those few silent moments of them eating and decompressing after their various days, Shouta catches Hizashi's eye. "Does anything about Midoriya seem off to you?" he asks Hizashi, whose brow furrows. People think that Hizashi isn't perceptive given his loud personality both in and out of costume. The voice hero, however, makes sure that they think that. Usually because when he DJ punches them in the face, it's more of a surprise. Here's how Shouta fell in love with Yamada Hizashi, over strategy sessions and shared grief, over building each other up again and sharpening each other's mind. Yamada is smart. He's probably one of the smartest people that Shouta knows. People see someone loud and bouncy, dressed like a glam rocker punk and grinning all the while. They think that they have present mic figured out. It couldn't be further from the truth. Hizashi, himself, was a logical ruse of a person and Shouta loves him terribly and irrevocably. Hizashi blinks, his brow dips into concern at that. He has a soft spot for Midoriya, Shouta knows. It's not as obvious as All Might's, but Shouda's known Hizashi for half his life, he can tell these things. Why do you ask? He picks at the slightly brunt fish under the gaze of his husband, mouth tugging downward into a frown. Nedzu and I are setting up the pairings for the final exams. Something about the kid has been bothering me the whole term. He wants to pair Bakugou and Midoriya together, but something doesn't feel right. Normally, I would have looked into my suspicions a while ago, but Hizashi takes his hand. Shouta feels himself relax under the familiar weight. He makes himself meet that bright green gaze. The blonde finishes his thought for him, but villains and life and everything else. So now it's all come to a head. I have a week to figure out the problem child. If I can't find a good reason why he and Bakugou shouldn't be partnered together for the final, then Nedzu's decision stands. Pending teacher approval. I've put in the request for access to his unrestricted file. But you're better at people. You can pretty good when it counts, Shouta. A smile blossoms across his face, green eyes bright. But I understand what you mean. Hizashi untangles their hands and considers his bowl of rice for a moment. Midoriya has been nothing but a good kid in my class. Polite, eager to learn. He's also anxious and doesn't like being the center of attention. But he's fluent in spoken English, so when the others are practicing, I usually have working on more grammar-related topics. He's sharp, though I think he's been making sure that he keeps himself out of the direct spotlight. Concepts he definitely knows he'll get wrong later. He's in the top 5 academically, but he makes sure that he's not number 1 or 2. Even though I think he could definitely be in either spot. He's clever. For someone who wants to be a limelight hero, Midoriya does have issues being the center of attention. Or, at least, when the attention is consciously focused on him. Though, oddly enough, Midoriya doesn't seem to mind during fights or in the heat of the moment. It's like when he's aware of the attention does he turn into a stuttering wreck who tries to hide behind Ida, who is taller and bulkier and makes a good human shield. Shouta may have done the same thing with Oboro's clouds as well. Not that he would say it out loud. Shouta is going to have to talk with Yagi about adding, PR training into the foundational heroics class, isn't he? He can talk in front of the press, but there's a good reason he went underground. Vultures, all of them, and if he has to deal with HMZ on the regular, then he would actually start carrying around an EMP to short out their equipment. What do you think about the anxiety, he asks, pulling himself from his reverie. Family trait probably. I met his mom once, Hizashi answers succinctly, raising his hand when Shouta turns a look at him because this is the first time he's hearing about this. It was before the sports festival, so I honestly forgot about it until now. Nice lady, but definitely has the same kind of anxious vibe as Midoriya. He's the spitting image of her though. Where? That bakery near the radio station. You know, the one that makes those little cat pastries that you think are adorable but would never admit it out loud after that time Tensei made a notification tone out of you saying the word. The BSTRD still has it as his notification tone, too. Shouta thanks whatever creation force there is in the universe that Ida isn't at all like his older brother. Just another tick into the Tensei was adopted column. No, he doesn't care that the engine quirk runs in the Ida family or that Tensei looks like his mother. Maybe he'll hint the theory to Todoroki. Rumor has it that he's a little conspiracy theorist. Do you remember if she said she went there often? An eyebrow ticks up and Hizashi's mouth twitches upward, teasingly. Or you going to try to ambush Midoriya's mother? Because I know you hate formal parent-teacher conferences, but that's kind of why they were created, Sho. Parent-teacher conferences were the bane of Shouta's existence, and he tries to limit the need for them as much as possible for his own health and tenuous sanity. If I call in Midoriya-san for a conference, then she'll tell her son. And then the kid will be a nervous wreck, try to figure out why I want the conference, or some kind of bullheaded combination of the two that will probably resolve in property damage and another inevitable gray hair. So you're going to run an op on the listener's mother. Not a full-scale one, Shouta says as he sips his miso soup. Maybe he needed to add more salt. It really was bland. Just enough to manufacture running into her so I can have a one-on-one conversation about her son and make sure she won't tell him about it. Hizashi has a look that reads to Shouta as, I can't believe people think you're rational to the extreme, you ridiculous human being, before moving the conversation along. Well, heads up, she's more of a crier than Midoriya is. I told her that her son is popular and well-liked in the class, and I think she almost flooded the bakery. I'll also keep an eye on the little listener this week during my class, see if I can't add a little more to the investigation. But he seems like a nice, if a bit nervy sort of kid that tries not to stand out too much in settings that are not the sports festival or villain fights. There's nothing really more to say on that, is there? So they move on to other topics, more importantly, cat pictures. Excellent. Shouta patrols that night, which is not different from most of his nights. His schedule is rather predictable during the semester, which makes his paranoia itch at that. Being predictable is not good for anyone's health, after all. He pauses, tells himself firmly that no one is currently out to get him more than usual, and decides to change up his patrol route. One of the appealing things about being independent is that he goes wherever he wants. Right now, for once, he has no active open criminal cases. His night looks like taking down muggers, thugs, and anyone who doesn't understand the meaning of the word no. He also, after handing a groper over to police, reminds himself to make sure Mineta is attending those SXL harassment classes. Normally, Shouta would have expelled the little pervert from the first harassment claim. Despite increasingly dwindling potential, the kid's uncle is on UA's board of directors, which is all very political and makes Shouta break out into a rash while thinking about it. This makes the expulsion process trickier, and that's the next headache to handle following Midoriya. If Mineta didn't shape up soon, then Shouta was just going to file the paperwork and let Nedzu handle the fallout. It's been a while since Nedzu fought the board of directors into SBMSN. Well, not too long, but Shouta would like to see them continually punished for forcing Bakugou to be chained up after the sports festival. At the very least, Shouta would rather move Mineta down to general education and bring up Shinso, especially since Nedzu is still lobbying for the dorms. No way is he letting Mineta live in the same building as the 1A girls with his current behavior. 4 hours and about 6 apprehensions into his shift, Shouta feels, not great, but the tension has lessened. He perches on the rooftop of a nearby building for a breather and to check his phone. Hizashi sent him a good night text about an hour ago. Yagi, as a thank you for subbing for him, sent him a picture of a particularly fat cat whose fur on the top of its head looks like a toupee. Nemuri has a 3-page long chain about her latest date. Why she thinks he would care about that, Shouta has no idea. He's dismissing his group chat notifications. Why was he in so many, when he hears the door to the roof opening behind him? Shouta turns, not expecting a fight, but a civilian that he'll need to assure that yes, he's a pro-hero, not a creep that likes to hang out on rooftops. Instead, however, he freezes as he sees Midoriya, balancing 2 mugs of steaming liquid. His hair is held back by a headband and he's wearing a huge wild pussycat hoodie along with his feet jammed into those red sneakers. I thought it was you, Eraserhead, he greets, shifting on his feet. Midoriya Shouta replies, why are you up? It's a school night and frankly the kid should have been in bed a while ago. Not that Shouta has any room to judge, giving his own sleep habits when he was Midoriya's age and currently. But Shouda's always been more of a do as I say, not as I do sort of person. I was talking to a friend in America. She's in college, studying Quirkus science, he replies, face flushing red. I was going to bed and I saw you. And you brought me a drink. It's an unexpected kindness. Though, perhaps not that unexpected given Midoriya's nature. Shouta may have issues with the kid's self-sacrificial tendencies and his worrying tendency to break himself in pursuit of his goals. What he doesn't have an issue with, though, is Midoriya's heart, which is as immense as his strength, maybe even more so. Problem Child has one of the biggest capacities for empathy, for kindness, for compassion that he's ever seen. Shouta can admit that he envies it at times. I figured it would be nice. It's hot chocolate. The good kind that my mom makes when I'm sad. He says the last part, absent-mindedly before turning bright red. Red enough that Shouta feels a flash of worry that the kid may pass out from the BLD rush. Midoriya, however, appears all right as he stutters out the next response. And not that you care about that. Or are sad. Just, he shifts under Shouta's gaze. Thanks, he takes a dark green mug from his student. The other one is an all-might one so faded that the red is more of a pink. Shouta rightly assumes that's his. So this is your building? It is. Are you patrolling the area? I mean, of course why are, B but there's no case into the area. B because sometimes mom works late. And if there, no case I'm working. I just picked this area for the week. It's a sudden decision on his part, but the opportunity is too perfect for him. Midoriya nods thoughtfully. His brow furrows as the muttering starts. Shouta drinks the hot chocolate, which is good and probably the expensive kid from actual chocolate shavings versus the powdered mix. It's not too sweet. All in all, he has to commend Midoriya-san for her taste. Makes sense considering Eraserhead is an independent underground hero. Rather than signing up for an underground agency, he can set his own cases, hours, and patrol routes along with not having to worry about filling a quota like agencies imposed. Although it differs from Limelight Dash, you know your stuff, Shouta notes, pleased not that his voice shows it. Normally, most of his students don't really know the nuances of underground heroics until his lesson on the subject. Midoriya's head snaps up and the shyness returns. I always found heroics interesting. I wanted to be a hero since I was a kid. And you know how I can get? Even when I probably should have given up, I didn't. And not that you need to concern yourself such things, Eraserhead. Shouta didn't answer. Even when he probably should have given up. What, exactly, did that mean by that? He thinks back to his previous expulsions. He wishes those kids have a third of Midoriya's dedication to heroics. Maybe they would have actually be able to make it UA. Dedication is important, he replies instead, taking another drink. Midoriya blinks at him, looking a little thrown. He always looks thrown when he thinks Shouta's offering him praise in any form. Like he's not used to any adult giving him such things. Shouta finishes the hot chocolate and hangs Midoriya back the mug. Thanks? And make sure tea keep warm. It's still not too hot in the evening yet. Our recovery girl will give you that face. That face? Them not mad. I'm disappointed. I honestly prefer when she yells. Shouta knows exactly what face Midoriya is referring to and winces under his goggles. Go to bed, problem child. His student nods and heads to the door. Be safe out to there. Then he disappears inside. With the taste of chocolate lingering on his tongue, Shouta notes the building on his phone. As his investigation into his student continues, Shouta wonders if another midnight talk will be better. Midoriya is the type to come up time and again with hot chocolate and that nervous yet determined disposition to make sure that he was alright. Midoriya also goes out of his to avoid adults with any issue that he may have. He twitches and fidgets and shies away, keeping his eyes on them. Midoriya makes sure to be aware of where Bakugou is in the room, tenses himself when he feels the blonde's eyes on him. Midoriya acts like his own life is an acceptable sacrifice to be made to save others. Midoriya protects people, his fellow students to all might. Midoriya is kind and compassionate. Midoriya is smart but tries to hide it. He brings hot chocolate to a teacher that he has a fraught relationship with because it's cold and Shouta was on patrol. Shouta leaps through the air. He feels half-drawn conclusions swim around his head and he hates it. He feels like he has a half-completed puzzle that he's trying to solve without looking at the picture. So start at the corners and then work inward. He hears Oboro's voice whisper in his head, the dark of the night dredging up old ghosts. The blue-haired boy loved doing stupid challenges like solving a puzzle upside down or playing board games blindfolded. The long familiar grief stirs a little, an old ache in Shuta's heart that will never really go away. Oboro, he thinks, would have loved Midoriya. He would have loved most of this class. They probably would have loved him back just as fiercely, begging for embarrassing stories of high school years and wanting to dive bomb from his clouds to give Shouta a heart attack. The thought prods that emotional scar, making it flare up a little sharper. Shouta turns his thoughts onto other topics instead. He stops on the roof when he hears his tone for Nedzu go off. Permission granted for access to Midoriya Izuku's unrestricted file at UA. Well, that's one issue solved then. Shouta feels his shoulders relax at it. He tries to push thoughts of Midoriya's eyes on the rooftop out of his head, and the casual mentions that set the something's not right alarms ringing in Shuta's head. He sighs and rolls his shoulders. Tomorrow he'll look at Midoriya's unrestricted file. Perhaps things will look a little clearer then. Until then, Shouta still had a couple more hours left of his self-imposed patrol to handle before he could go home and crawl into bed with his husband. Pushing all thoughts of the problem child out of his head, Shouta takes a deep breath, lets loose his scarf, and continues on with his patrol. Shuta's day begins as it always does. His cat BSRD landing with pinpoint accuracy on his kidneys, yowling for food. In response to this demand, he curls tighter under his comforter, not even wanting to see what time it is. It was always 2 early o'clock. Hizashi, the a-hole, is in the shower, singing along to a song playing on his phone. BSD continues to yowl in time with Hizashi's singing. Today is already making Shouta want to crawl back in bed, even though he hasn't left its safe confines. BSD makes his displeasure known, right near his face. Defeated as ever by his fat cat, Shouta crawls out of bed and shuffles to the kitchen with the smug BT trailing after him happily. He feeds BSD, gets the coffee brewing, and squints in the morning light. The world feels peaceful, despite the usual rude call to consciousness. Shuta's body aches, but not in an overly bad way. Hizashi is safe. BSTRD is content. His students, as far as Shouta knows, haven't run amok in the night to do wanton property damage and/or vigilantism. He'll get access to Midoriya's unrestricted file today, which will hopefully clear up Shuta's questions. Shouta feels Hizashi hug him from behind and leans into the touch. Everything feels as good as it can get in Shuta's world. He should have known that it wasn't going to last. The day takes a sharp nosedive when Shouta approaches his classroom door. Someone is yelling, probably no, definitely Bakugou. He sighs and opens the door firmly, making Aoyama, who is sitting in his seat and doing needlepoint it looks like, jump. Shuta's eyes scan the room. No one looks injured, thankfully. Nothing had escalated to physical violence. He turns to the far side of the room where Bakugou looms over Midoriya. Kirishima's hardened arms hold firm around the blonde as he pulls him back. Midoriya stares down at his desk, which now has 2 perfect handprints burned into it, face blank. Ida stands in front of his friend with Todoroki flanking him. Uraraka has her hand on Midoriya's back, peering between Ida and Todoroki to glare at Baku. What? Shouta asks, voice sharp over apathetic, is going on? Sensei? Ida straightens, impossibly stiffer. His hand up to karate chop with emphasis. Uraraka-chan asked Midoriya-kun about his thoughts on the Hero Scatterstar's debut. Bakugou became annoyed with Midoriya-kun's tangent and told him to shut up, using his quirk to burn Midoriya-kun's desk. Ida glares at Bakugou, who bares his teeth from his place in Kirishima's arms. Todoroki moves in front of Midoriya more, eyes narrowing. The temperature of the room drops sharply. Shitty Deku just keeps on muttering all the demon time. Bakugou growls. It was bothering me. The effing creep always does that because it pisses me off. Midoriya's knuckles turn white, but he continues to stare down at his desk. His eyes never move from the handprints. He looks not like himself. He looks like a doll, expressionless and emotionless. This is a learned response. The sice wrong, Shouda's gut chants at him. It's how Deku-kun thinks, Bakugou. Uraraka snaps from behind Ida and Todoroki. You're literally the only one it bothers. Even Jiraiya doesn't mind it, and she has the best hearing out of all of us. Everyone turns to Jiraiya at that, who casually shrugs. Her eyes, however, look at Midoriya and seem to soften a bit in concern. She says, Midoriya doesn't mean anything by it and he tries to keep it down if he knows I'm feeling overwhelmed, hearing-wise. He actually had some good suggestions that's not really important right now. Shouta closes his eyes, breathes in for 4 and out for 7. Okay, time for damage control then. Right, he says, opening his eyes. Bakugou, detention, a week for unsanctioned quirk use in the classroom. You can help Power Loader clean up the wreckage from the support kids after school. I also want a 1,000-word essay about property damage and why heroes should avoid such acts due Saturday. Only Maijima knows the true depths of Shouda's suffering. His students give him just as many gray hairs. Bakugou reels back at that, like he wasn't expecting to be punished at all. Shouta stares at him, daring him to say a word otherwise. I warned you on the first day of school, boo. If you read the UA student handbook, then you know. The first instance of unsanctioned quirk use in a classroom is a warning. The second is automatic detention. It gets worse from there. I suggest you do a thorough reading later. The blonde grinds his teeth before shrugging off Kirishima's hands. Fine. He hisses out, dropping into the seat in front of Midoriya's, whose face is still that strange and sickening doll blankness. This is wrong. Yeah, no, that's going to fly. Actually, Shouta says before Bakugou could get settled. You're switching seats with Todoroki for the day, maybe some space from Midoriya will do some good for both of you. Ida, Yaozu, if any of the other teachers ask, tell them I did the swap. He waits for their assenting nods. With the danger past, the students head to their seats. Bakugou stomps to Todoroki's desk as the red and white-haired boy suches Bakugou's former desk out for Midoriya's ruined one with Ida's help before settling down as well. Shouta makes a note to get a new desk brought in during lunch. Quirks occasionally destroying desks are relatively common at UA. There's always a spare at the ready to be brought in. Midoriya, meanwhile, stares at Shouta like he's never seen him before. It's bomb because it shows something other than that blankness. He jumps when the desks are suched, but doesn't say anything. His green eyes are wide, knuckles no longer pale, but he looks like the world has been thrown off its axis. Shouta wonders just why Midoriya is looking at him like this. He did his job, what any teacher is supposed to do in this situation. What any teacher in UA would do in this situation. No one abides by bullying at this school. Bakugou's and Midoriya's surprise at action and punishment from him has that worry flare even more than seeing Midoriya's perfectly blank face. He notices it. What is it? Didn't Bakugou and Midoriya know each other before UA? Shouta casts the thoughts aside from now and turns to his class. Clearly, we need to do more training on negating property damage when using your quirks, Shouta intones. Go get your gym uniforms. Kaminari groans and with that whatever tension from the early outburst lifts. Training done and his students safely in the care of Hizashi, Shouta heads to the design studio to inform Maijima of Bakugou's presence that afternoon. He pulls down his goggles the closer he gets to the studio in order to protect his eyes from any explosion that could occur. You never know with the support students, who have a bracing philosophy of an explosion a day keeps the doctor away. Granted, Shouda's own students are a bunch of little weirdos. He doesn't have any room to complain. As he prepares to open the door to the design studio, he hears cursing on the other side. It's enough of a warning that Shouta tucks and rolls out of the way as he hears the bang and the small-ish explosion as the doors burst open. He sees the girl with the pink dreadlocks that drove Ida insane during their match at the sports festival sprawl out in the doorway. She's sooty and grinning in a way that makes Shouta very, very glad that she's not in heroics. He may have tried to resign. Hatsum, Mama says, sounding like he needs a good stiff drink at 10 in the morning. Shouta understands that urge, despite not being much of a drinker himself. I'm begging you. Please. Give me like 30 minutes without an explosion. Hatsum cackles, sounding like a mad scientist from those terrible pre-quirk horror movies that Hizashi like. It's the mother of invention, Power Loader Sensei. Just as he debates whether or not to leave and come back later, Hatsum notices him. She leaps up to her feet. Her goggled eyes are on Shouta, more specifically his capture weapon. He steps back before she can paw at it. Capture weapon, she whispers to herself. Elegant in its simplicity with carbon fibers and steel alloy, but could it be reinforced? Or electrified? Please don't, Shouta says tiredly. It works for me. 10 million has a theory that you have a minor secondary levitation quirk. Hatsum continues as she bounces on her feet. Is that how the weapon floats? Because I think it could be nanotechnology woven into the metal. And, the prince he is, comes to get his wayward student. Hatsum. Leave Aizawa-sensei alone. He doesn't want any updates to his gear. The girl sighs dramatically. Boring. If you want some electrified brass knuckles, then let me know, Goggles-san. Maijima buries his face in his hands as Hatsum goes back into the classroom. Aizawa promises that at the next staff gift exchange, he'll buy the man some quality alcohol. Maybe a spa day. Only they know the truth depth of the other's suffering when dealing with demonic children. Sorry about that, Aizawa. Everything okay? Todoroki didn't burn through another costume, did he? I thought we finally got it right for his flames. I need to talk with you, Shouta says before Maijima could go on a tangent. Bakugou has detention with you for the next week. Unauthorized quirk usage during class along with minor property damage to a desk. Cleaning up the design studio would help. Bakugou. The angry exploding kid that the board had tied up at the sports festival. Shouta still wants to wring the board of directors' collective necks over that brilliant decision. He nods. Yes, he was involved in an altercation before class with Midoriya. Hopefully, cleaning up after any explosions will make Bakugou think twice about using them in my classroom. You always did have a sense of poetic justice, Eraser, Mima sounds bemused. I'm surprised you didn't expel him. Bakugou has potential, but he needs to get his DMN temper in check. What happened with 10 million? Hatsum demands, poking her head around the corner. Her goggles are up, revealing her bright golden eyes. Is he okay? I offered to make his costume explosion-proof. That's right. Hatsum was on Midoriya's team in the cavalry battle. Shouta didn't know that the two of them remained friends after it. Midoriya is fine, Shouta answers, looking at the girl. Hatsum eyes him before nodding. There's an opportunity here. Are you friends with him, Hatsum? The girl beams at Shouta. 10 million and I are in a mutual beneficial partnership. He said that I can be his exclusive support designer when he becomes a full-on pro. Sometimes, he gives me an ideas for future babies as well. He knows a lot about quirks and pushing them in interesting ways, which means more interesting babies. I keep telling Power Loader Sensei to snipe him from heroics. Shouda's wearing his goggles, but he thinks the look that he gives Maijima conveys his feelings on the subject. I can't steal a heroic student, Hatsum, Maijima sighs. It sounds like they've been having this conversation on and off since the sports festival. Not with that attitude you can't, she says brightly. Anyway, 10 million's great. None of the usual ego of someone with a super powerful quirk. He also appreciates the true brilliance of my babies. Shouta nods at that, good to know. Thanks, Hatsum. The girl heads back into the design studio. Maijima turns to Shouta. Send Bakugou here after class is let out. I'll have a lot for him to clean up. A couple of crashes ring out. Maijima sighs and takes a deep breath in. He and Shoyuta share a look of deep understanding. I should go handle that. Hatsum. Hatsum, yes. Yeah, Shouda's definitely glad that he's not in charge of the support kids. There wasn't enough money in the world to pay him to deal with that daily headache. Maijima was a saint. As far as Shoyuta knows, he, Hizashi, and Nedzu are the only ones that know that he's looking into Midoriya. Frankly, Shoyuta wants to keep it that way. Sooner or later, he'll have to talk to the other teachers that have him. He's trying to figure out how to do so without involving Yagi. The thing is, and Shoyuta will only admit this on pain of death, he likes Yagi. He still hates All Might because the perpetual, frozen-in-place smile makes him want to break out in hives. Also, he thinks that having a single pillar is a stupid FING thing to do. People are fallible. Look at Endeavor. He's number 2 and a major a-hole. Given the way Yagi is going, he's going to be number 1 soon enough, and he doesn't even want to think of the societal implications of All Might leaving the heroics industry because it gives him a headache. Either way, Shoyuta likes Yagi. Because without the heirs of All Might around him, Yagi is someone that Shoyuta could see himself being friends with. He's naive, sure. But he has a dry sense of humor, and on subjects unrelated to teaching, he's pretty smart. He holds a lot of respect for everyone, and follows the golden rule of not being a major douchebag. The man is just a terrible teacher though. He also has a special relationship with Midoriya. Nothing untoward, of course. Shoyuta probably would have killed the symbol of peace himself otherwise. He's pretty sure that Todoroki is convinced that All Might is Midoriya's father. But if Yagi finds out about Shouda's little investigation into his student, he'll tell the kid. That's why he's trying to avoid it. Otherwise, he would have gone to Yagi to get a lot of his questions answered. He might even still do that once he knows the sort of questions that he should be asking here to begin with. At lunch, Shoyuta sits at his desk in the teacher's shared office and takes out a jelly pack. He watches Yagi for a couple of moments, reading what looks to be a cheap paperback romance novel and eating his dietary-approved foods for a person with barely a stomach. His eyes also look suspiciously wet as he reads. He cries at the endings, doesn't he? He seems like the type. Yagi! The blonde skeletal man jumps, slams the book shut, coughing BLD into his handkerchief. Yes, Aizawa-kun. Do you have any more doctor's appointments this week? If you need me to cover again, I will. Plus, those appointments take most of the day. Shoyuta will have ample time to handle talking with his colleagues without worrying about it getting back to All Might and thus Midoriya. Tomorrow, actually. But after then it'll have all calmed down. Thank goodness. It's a wonder I still have BLD left in my body. I'll handle the foundational heroics training then for my class. Thank you very much, Yagi says with a skeleton grin. I really do appreciate it, Aizawa-kun. I apologize that you and Ken-kun have to keep covering for me. He looks so shamefaced that Shoyuta feels a flare of guilt of using the man's situation to aid in his investigation. He stamps it down though. He's never been good at comforting people. That's always been more of his friend's area of expertise over the years. Still he tries. It's illogical to apologize for your health issues. These appointments help you. Your health is important, Yagi. Yagi blinks. His eyes look ever more wet at that. Emotion. Shoyuta has reached his yearly quota of tears by being Midoriya's teacher these past couple of months. And there's still more of the year to go. Thank you, Aizawa-kun. I think I needed to hear that. Shoyuta nods and heads to his napping corner before Yagi does something like try to hug him. The room where the unrestricted records of the UA Hero Corps students, present and past, is actually more like an underground vault. Nedzu has actually upped security around the records following USJ, so it takes them 10 minutes and Shoyuta possibly signing what's left of his soul away in order to get to the door. All the records are on paper. 2 people are needed to get into the vault, Nedzu and the teacher requesting access. There is a quirk dampener around the vault. Shoyuta will not be able to leave or take pictures of the file. It's immediate grounds for firing otherwise. If someone not allowed tries to break into the vault, it lights up hotter than possibly the sun and incinerates everything inside. You know the rules, Aizawa, Nedzu chirps beside him. I'll be back in about 3 hours. If you finish earlier, then get in contact with me so I can escort you back up. Shouta nods. Out of all the teachers at UA, the various heroics homeroom teachers have probably done this the most often. He steps inside the room and the lights flicker on. Nedzu disappears to go and get Midoriya's file. It takes a grand total of 3 minutes, leaving Shouta alone with the documents. "Alright kid," Shouta mutters under his breath as he looks at Midoriya's nervously grinning face clipped to the front. "Let's see what we've got." He barely gets past the first couple lines on the first page. Name, date of Biartich quirk, quirk activation date. That's where he stops. Midoriya got his quirk the day of the goddamn entrance exam. Of course, he FING did. Shouta feels almost incandescent in his rage. If the room itself wasn't suppressing his quirk, he's very certain that he would have activated erasure out of sheer emotion. He hasn't even looked at the other parts of Midoriya's file. Because that's the only thought he's had bouncing around in his head. Midoriya got his quirk the day of the goddamn entrance exam when he destroyed a 0-pointer and turned 3 of his 4 limbs to goddamn soup. Midoriya has only had his quirk for months, not even a year. No wonder he didn't have control over it. Why didn't the kid tell him? Why didn't his mother? Why didn't Nedzu? Someone should have said something. Otherwise, otherwise Shouta would have expelled a kid who only recently got his quirk. A kid with heroic potential gone because Shouta didn't have all the goddamn information. He would have done Midoriya's training entirely differently. He would have handled the kid differently from the word go. Scratch that, he is going to do Midoriya's training entirely differently when he finishes this whole mess. He hasn't even heard of a quirk coming in this late, and he's had late bloomers in his class before. Shouta searches his brain because there has to be someone somewhere who may have had a quirk activate as a teenager. The oldest that he heard was some kid in Portugal, who got his quirk at 10. And that's only because he never had a pineapple before. Usually, if a quirk is late coming, then it's because the activations are weird. That's just how it goes, but that's why quirk counselors exist to help figure out the quirk activations and help kids handle it. Midoriya's strength enhancement is powerful, but something should have shown up before then. There should have been some sort of indication of it. Someone should have registered something when he was a kid. It doesn't make sense. There's a doctor's note, which theorizes that Midoriya's body was attempting to protect itself from the power until he built up enough muscle. It sounds plausible, perfectly passable even. Anyone who hears that explanation and knows what kind of damage that Midoriya's quirk can do will just nod and say, yeah, that makes sense. Then they would go back living their lives with barely another thought to it. Shouta, however, is not that sort of person. People look at him and think that he's a weird mixture of lazy and exacting. When, in reality, he digs and digs and digs until he thinks that he's going to see the metaphorical molten center of the earth, and then he keeps digging more to get his answers. Aizawa Shouta is relentless in pursuit of a goal, whether it be training the next generation of heroes or patrolling for villains. In Shouta's paranoid brain, he hears the imaginary alarm bell flare to vicious and clanging life. It's a dual-purposed alarm bell when it all comes down to it. The first alarm is If Midoriya's quirk didn't emerge until the UA entrance exam, then the kid grew up, essentially quirkless. Shouta keeps up with various statistics of anything that could impact his students, even tangentially. Quirkless statistics are, well, a horror story in and of themselves, especially in Japan, which has one of the highest rates of quirked individuals in the world. So, now that's a host of possible trauma and other issues for Midoriya. Shouta definitely plans on having words with Nedzu. It certainly makes Bakugou's behavior on the first day and every day since toward Midoriya makes so much more sense. Shouta now has the sneaking suspicion that Bakugou is Midoriya's bully, not rival as previously thought. He's definitely making that seat swap between Todoroki and Bakugou permanent now. He hasn't even read the rest of the file and he feels like his entire perception of observations of Midoriya have been turned upside down. Meanwhile, that second internal alarm bell rings. Midoriya should not have a quirk. How did he get one? There's a ghost story in the world of underground heroics. Do you remember it, Shouta? Shouta takes a deep breath and flips to the next page of the file. The alarms in his head do not cease. In fact, The deeper in Shoyuta gets, the more seem to appear until his entire body feels like it's vibrating in time. A cacophony of imaginary noise that drowns out the entire world except for his own breath and the beating of his heart in his ears. Wrong. 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 The way this child was treated is wrong. And he's going to make it right because Aizawa Shouta is a hero, after all. Shouta arrives home late that night with rage still coursing underneath his skin. He breathes deeply in the warm evening air that teases of summertime. Hizashi doesn't deserve the anger that he feels at Nedzu, at Yagi, at this whole situation. Though his husband will, no doubt, figure out that something is bothering Shouta and get it out of him. They've known each other too long otherwise. No, Shouta knows that conversation is incoming. Hizashi reads him better than just about anybody. They've been through too much together. He wouldn't insult his husband by trying to hide such things from. He just doesn't want his quirk to rage activate during it. Or for himself to get even more upset about the situation than he already is. And he's already pretty DM and upset. Shouta feels like he has a whole laundry list of concerns regarding his problem child. With each new thing he learns, the list grows longer. He also feels like there's a conspiracy in the wings at UA High. Mataf, Shouta whispers to himself viciously. He feels a bit better after verbalizing his annoyance out loud in a cuss word. Why was I not informed about Midoriya's situation? Shouta hissed at Nedzu the moment they left the confines of the vault where the unrestricted files are kept. His quirk manifested mere months ago. Someone should have told me. Would it have mattered? Nedzu asked placidly. Midoriya-kun proved himself to you? Of course, it matters, he snapped back, anger bleeding through his tones slightly. Nedzu is supposed to be smarter than this. I saw a kid with a powerful quirk that had no training and that kept on breaking his limbs. Never mind the fact that a quirk manifesting that late is so rare I've never heard of it. But I would have adjusted Midoriya's training to account for it. Remedial classes at the very top of the list. Has the kid even seen a quirk counselor? Nedzu stared at Shouta, head tilted to the side. It's animal-like in a way that Nedzu rarely lets himself be, except with those that he trusts, like Shouta. Are you certain of that, Aizawa? Or would have you seen a liability in the field and expelled him on the spot? Shouta bristled. His expulsion rate was high, of course. Not even factoring the students that he allowed back into the hero course after expelling them, those who proved themselves worthy to be let back in. The small size of the third and second year classes more than proved that many of those expulsions stuck. Nedzu never had a problem with them before. He knows Shouta is a taskmaster. More importantly, he understands why. Nedzu knew Shirakumo along with other students and heroes gone too soon. Heroics is a dangerous industry. And UA and other heroic school walk the fine line between making heroes and making child soldiers. Not that the Heroic Public Safety Commission understands that much. He knows why Shouta does what he does. Knows it, so why is Midoriya different? You never argue with my expulsions before. You know that I also don't give them out of hand either. Midoriya proved to me during that assessment that he had an ability to think to along with that power. At the very least, the remedial training could have given him his full cowl technique quicker. At the very least, he wouldn't have harmed his arms so badly. Or do I need to call Recovery Girl so she can list how badly he injured himself at the sports festival? Again. Midoriya's right hand will never be the same again. His fingers will remain ever so slightly crooked. He still wears the compression sleeve on his arm. Shoyuta's stomach twisted. It could have been prevented, maybe. If he had known. They stood at an impasse. Shouda's anger simmered under his skin and Nedzu stared up at him, thoughtfully. There were other considerations as well, the principal said finally. Ones that made sense to me at the time. Though, perhaps, I was looking at the wrong picture. Something flared in Shouta at that. The only picture you should have been looking was the welfare of a student with a reckless streak a mile wide and a quirk that destroyed his body the first time he used it. I don't know what kind of games are being played here, he said, voice quiet and still in an attempt to keep his emotions in check. But his safety, their safety, it always must be first. Nedzu hummed. Perhaps you are right. But you don't know the full picture either. And you're not going to tell me, Shouta stated, frustrated and a little hurt. Nedzu looked up at him. There was a glitter of something in those beady black eyes. No, but I won't stop you from figuring it out. Just make sure that this is a path you want to go down, Aizawa. Think of it rather like the story of Pandora and her box. The conversation was clearly over with that cryptic statement from the principal, who left Shouta with his frustrations, anger, and, curiosity in equal measure. Hizashi takes one look at Shouta when he returns home and pulls him into a hug. Like a cat, Shouta lets himself go to a near boneless state in his husband's arms. He buries his face into Hizashi's shoulder, which always feels like the safest place in the world to him. After standing there for minutes maybe, Hizashi lets Shouta go to the bathroom to wash his face, and then there's dinner. It's ramen from their favorite little stand 3 streets over. Hizashi clearly is psychic to Shouta's moods. Midoriya's file that bad? Hizashi asks after they eat in silence. The nice, gentle morning they had feels so long ago. He didn't get his quirk until the entrance exam, Hizashi, he replies, exhausting bleeding in. Nedzu and I had a discussion. And there are bigger forces at play than a kid getting their quirk at 15. He likened it to Pandora's box. Well, Hizashi swears in English. I didn't even know they could come in that late. The latest I heard was that pineapple kid from like Spain or something. It was Portugal, actually. Shouta viciously swirls the broth in his bowl after sharing that little fact. Now, he could get the other things off his chest that he couldn't discuss with Nedzu. But, yeah, my thoughts exactly. And that's not. The kid's file is all over the place. Grade-wise, some scores are bottom of the barrel, others are totally average. It's completely inconsistent with the grades he's getting at UA, which are consistently high across the board. Let alone what the teachers wrote about him. Do I want to know what they wrote? Hizashi asks, wincing a bit at the look on his husband's face. Shouta takes a deep breath in for 7 seconds, out for 4. He's not here to get mad at Hizashi when his husband hasn't done anything. Disruptive, combative, a distraction to the other students, antisocial, a liar, amongst other things, Shouta repeats. There is a trend, but I notice that it gets worse around his 3rd year of junior high, around the time of entrance exams. None of his teachers wrote recommendation letters. Instead, he went the hero route. All Might wrote Midoriya's recommendation letter to UA. Which is allowed, of course. It can be either 2 recommendation letters from past teachers or 1 from a pro hero or someone in the heroics industry. He knows that Tensei penned 1 for his brother, if only because the other man told Shouta. And All Might's letter was a glowing reference, indicative that the pair knew each other before Midoriya set foot in the school. It explains All Might's behavior on the first day of classes, watching Midoriya during the quirk apprehension test. Unlike the teacher complaints, All Might talked about Midoriya's determination, drive, valor, kindness, compassion, and mind. He showers praise on the boy's strength of character. Why didn't All Might send Midoriya in on the recommendation exam then? No one argues with All Might. Between that, Midoriya's high score on the written exam and the rescue points. Yeah, Shouta's not surprised that Midoriya got into UA, despite the less than stellar praise from past teachers. Hizashi leans back, a frown on his face. Shouta. It sounds like teachers hated the little listener. And there it is. The crux of the matter, what Shouta has been thinking but didn't say out loud to Nedzu, to himself. Instead, he slumps forward, feeling very tired. Yeah. It definitely sounds like that. He and Hizashi know quite well what it's like to be hated by teachers. To be seen as your quirk and only your quirk rather than a person with thoughts and feelings and hopes and dreams. Kiss, but it's something neither of them ever forgotten. It's what they carry with them as heroes and as teachers. A promise to make sure no kid ever felt as they once did. Shouta thinks of Midoriya. His skittishness around adults, how he shrinks in on himself when he thinks he will get negative attention, the surprise on his face when Shouta intervened earlier today with Bakugou. Then there's the word in the back of his head because if Midoriya's quirk truly didn't manifest until age 15, then that means that people probably thought he was quirkless. It rings throughout his skull, again and again. Quirkless. 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 He and Hizashi finish dinner in silence. In all honesty, and Shouta does try to be honest with himself, he probably shouldn't be out on patrol. He's still out of sorts from reading Midoriya's file, still angry and wary. He thinks of what Nedzu said about Pandora's box and caution of digging too deep into Midoriya. What sort of secrets does his students have to be like and so? But Shouta, if nothing, excels in compartmentalizing. According to his therapist, it's fine in small doses, so long as he confronts his sheet sooner or later. He also really wants to hit something. He promised Hizashi before he left that he would only handle muggers and the like tonight. But his husband understands the urge of getting out and doing something when all you feel is powerless. He just asks that Shouta tries to be safe. Shouta also hoped that he would catch Midoriya again while out on this half-butted patrol that he's doing. It's definitely the main draw of the night for him. He seemed more open to speaking with Eraserhead the pro-hero rather than Aizawa-sensei the teacher last night. There's some sort of distinction in Midoriya's mind. Shouta is definitely pragmatic enough to cultivate that to get some answers from the kid. But he has several days to get things in order. If Shouda's going to open a Pandora's box in his life, one that is centered around Midoriya Izuku, then he has to work quick to get the kid to be open the idea of trusting him. He does not want Bakugou and Midoriya paired together for the exams now more than ever. He patrols the area he did last night, takes out a couple low-level criminals, but nothing too major. Not with the residual rage simmering under Shouda's skin. Still, he feels a bit more settled when he lands on the rooftop for Problem Child's apartment complex. He takes out his phone again, flicks through the messages and waits. Sure enough, 15 minutes after he arrives, Shouta hears the door to the roof open. "I'm guessing that you really like that hot chocolate," Midoriya says as he shuffles forward. He's wearing a different sweatshirt, this time for Hawks. No trace of his stutter, which Shouta takes as a good sign. There's even a slight smile on the kid's face. Shouta has to hide his own in his capture weapon. Midoriya's headband has little cat ears on it. "It's pretty good," Shouta agrees as he accepts the offered mug. "It really is." Shouta should find out the brand. It would be nice to have a sweet thing he and Hizashi could agree on. Midoriya flashes a nervous smile before joining him. Shouta sips his drink as he watches the kid sip and fiddle with his mug. Clearly, he wants to broach something, but in typical problem child fashion, seems to caught in his own head about it. Shouda's more than willing to wait until the kid's ready to talk though. Sometimes, you have to let a kid come to you in their own time. "Thank you," he whispers. Stopping Kakanef from yelling at me. "You don't need to thank me. It's my job." Midoriya fidgets at that. He turns his face away from Shouta. Is Kaken really going to have detention? Shouta remembers being 15 and angry at the world, telling off some hero course kid who was picking on a management student when Nedzu, the heroics teacher, found them and gave the hero course kid detention. "Is it really going to stick?" he demanded. He played this game before with teachers. It never stuck. So is UA going to be different or more of the same? And there was something like understand in Nedzu's eyes. "I'll make sure of it." Shouta knows how Nedzu felt now, hearing that question coming from Midoriya's mouth. He has several more days of it with Power Loader. No one should be using their quirk like that in the classroom. At least not purposefully. Accidents happen, of course. But it's clear he was doing it on purpose. Schools have policies to discourage it in classrooms, but, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that they are followed. Shouta thinks of his own youth, being chased through back alleys and bloodied knuckles. He thinks of taunts and jeers and an aching loneliness that never went away until you. He looks at Midoriya, whose shoulders are around his ears, fingers fidgety and nervous. He looks at this kid, thinks of warnings of Pandora's box, and makes a choice. Do you amend the consequences? Many of my teachers didn't do so, though. Especially when a student has great quirk for being a hero. Then, suddenly, they would turn a blind eye or conveniently go deaf, especially if they were bullying kids with a less great quirk. Or me. Midoriya freezes at that. Slowly, he turns to face Shouta with wide green eyes. But, Shouta shares from where he's perched, fingers wrapped around the warm mug. I still put myself between the bullies and the other kids. I could erase their quirks. And I didn't care if they called me names or if I got in trouble with the teachers. And I got in trouble with teachers for existing. With a quirk like erasure, no one liked me or wanted me around them. Between that and my personality, life before UA wasn't kind. When I became a teacher, I promised myself that I would be better than what I had growing up to my students. It's an admission of vulnerability and honesty that Shouta doesn't often share with his kids. They need stability. They need him strong and unbending, not like All Might. But they need him to be someone that they can look to and believe that things can work out. But he thinks of Midoriya's unrestricted file and thinks of the kid himself and hears the whispers of his suspicions in the back of his head. He knows that Midoriya didn't have teachers to trust or rely on. Shouta knows that feeling well, intimately. He never had much reason to trust most adults growing up either. When had he forgotten how that felt? Midoriya reminds him of Oboro. He reminds him of All Might. He also reminds Shouta of himself before he had Hizashi or Nemuri or Oboro as well. Maybe that's why, most of all, this particular problem child is a problem child. Shouta was a problem child once as well. For the second time in 24 hours, Midoriya looks a bit poleaxed. Like there's been a seismic shift in his understanding of the world and he doesn't quite know how to handle it. So, he barrels forward in that tried and true patented problem child way of his. The words bursting forth swayed by the need to do action more than sharing his pain with his teacher. It's frustrating to me. When people think like that. I like their AR good and B bad Q quirks. Any quirk I think could be great for being a H hero. But Midoriya pauses as if trying to figure out the words he wants to say. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. And get it. I got between the bullies too. Because everyone is I'm important. In all my L life, I haven't met as someone who wasn't. And it makes me mad I think. That people can be so cruel so casually. There are people who make ch choices and decisions and they're not always great. But people are messy and complicated and amazing. And I want to be a hero because I want to make the world a place that could be a little kinder. A world where a hero named Deku can bring hope to who they call worthless. His voice cracks a little on the word. Midoriya's eyes overflow with tears that he scrubs on the sleeve of his hoodie. And I'm so sorry that you went through that. Because it are really FNGS. They sit in silence for a few minutes. Shouta waiting until Midoriya composes himself before he speaks. And you went through it a lot, didn't you, kid? There's a long pause. Green curls bob in a nod as he sniffles. Yeah? Shouta decides not to push tonight. Tomorrow maybe he'll ask about Bakugou. Right now, he'll take the win. Instead, he rests a hand on Midoriya's shoulder and lets out a breath of relief that the kid didn't flinch away from his touch. I want you to know that I'm going to make the swap between Bakugou and Todoroki permanent. Are you okay with this? Midoriya's head snaps up, eyes searching for something on Shouta's face. He doesn't know if the kid finds it, but he nods. Kaken may get mad. Controlling his temper is something Bakugou needs to learn anyway, Shouta says. And if your muttering bothers him so much, then it's logical to make the move. Todoroki doesn't seem to mind it. Nor does the rest of the class, but Shouta won't bring that up either. Midoriya flushes a little, color blooming across his cheeks. He has to swallow a chuckle. He's not quite as invested in the romances of his students as his fellow teachers are. Do Hizashi and Nemuri sometimes set partner projects to pair the kids who have crushes on each other together like some bad rom-com, maybe? Shouta doesn't know why he married one and has been friends for 15 years with the other. But he can't return them. Or as Hizashi put it on their wedding day, no take-backs. He's really nice about it. He says he feels like he learns something new. Everyone is. Most people think it's creepy. But I've been doing it as long as I could remember. I had trouble speaking as a kid, so dad said tongue twisters under my breath could help. And then it just helped me with thinking, hearing my thoughts out loud. It's the first time Shouta has ever heard Midoriya mention his father. What does your dad do? He asks because he's curious. Hopefully, the change of topic doesn't dredge up bad memories. Midoriya brightens a little at that. Shouta breathes out in relief because parent issues to varying degrees are a dime a dozen in the heroics industry. And while he can handle them, it's always good to see someone having a halfway decent relationship with a father. He works in hero merchandise in America. He and my mom divorced when I was 7B because she didn't want to move. But they're still really good friends. He video calls me once a week and comes to visit when our schedules line up. We email all the time. And he sends me a bunch of cool merch too. Especially really limited e-edition stuff that he helps design. He bites his lip and leans forward, smile bright and sweet. He even made a little figurine of me. In my latest costume. It's pretty cool. Was so pleased she has it on display on the mantle. It's a two-of-a-kind. D-Dad keeps the other O on his desk at work. And not that being a hero is about that sort of stuff. Shouda's an underground hero. He knows that there are people that know of him, vaguely. He thinks there are even a couple of stores on Etsy that make merch solely based on underground heroes. He knows this because Hizashi bought an Eraserhead keychain which left Shouta blushing and stuttering for a week after. But it's also nice seeing Midoriya act 15, almost 16 years old. It's nice to see him turn into a stuttering mess with him over about how cool it is to have his own figurine. It eases something in him to see the kid be a kid. Shouta knows his student's heart. You can think it's cool, kid. I remember when Present Mike got his first figurine. He was pretty excited too. Hizashi bawled and sent them to his parents and siblings, who also bawled. The Yamadas are very loud and very emotional. Shouta loves them, but he's also way too allergic to that many feelings. It improves, of course, the allergy to feelings. The Yamada family are just that sort of people. Midoriya blinks at that and smiles shyly. He looks at his empty mug of hot chocolate. The silence is more comfortable as Shouta finishes his own mug, even if it's mostly cold. Thanks, kid. Stay safe tonight, Eraserhead, the kid says with a smile. This is how Shouta would like him to look. He thinks of that purposefully blank face from homeroom. That's the antithesis of Midoriya. He'll do his best to make sure he never has to make that face again. Shouta may not be able to protect his kids from villains, not always, but he can well be sure to protect them from each other. He watches as Midoriya gathers the mugs and heads inside before leaping into the night. On another rooftop, Shouta sits down and considers his next course of action. Well, more to the point, he thinks of the comparison Nedzu made earlier about digging into Midoriya's secrets more being akin to Pandora's box. He's decided to open the box, and he's not going back on that. Shouta doesn't think, now that his ire has cooled enough, that Nedzu meant it would be a world-ending sort of thing. He thinks that it's a warning from what he's pieced together of his mysterious student so far. There will be things and actions and consequences that people probably won't like. Shouta will probably have to face some of the uglier truths of the worlds, not that surprising considering his line of work and how it affects his kids. But the thing about Pandora's box is that hope remains. People don't think that Shouta is a hopeful guy. They think him cynical and pessimistic and callous and apathetic. But Shouta considers himself hopeful. Cynicism and hope aren't mutually exclusive, he feels. They're complementary. Well, at least, how he views hope and cynicism are complementary at any rate. You see all the shit in the world. All the terror and anger and fear and all the ugly parts of it, even if it's impossible, you do your best to make it better, even if it doesn't work. You still try. Just a little bit. And isn't that what hope is at the end of the day? Trying just a little bit. He thinks of Midoriya's smile and breathes. All Shouta can do now is dive in and let himself hope. It also prevails, after all. Shouta wrapped up his patrol after talking with Midoriya, heading home where he immediately face-planted into bed next to Hizashi. This means that he got an unprecedented 6 full hours of sleep for a change. He feels almost drunk with how well-rested he feels. He's ready to fight the entire top 10 chart and win. He feels so well-rested as he and Hizashi head to school the next morning. It also significantly improved his mood. Hizashi asked him to rate his anger, saying that it went down from an 8 to a 5 from yesterday. He still plans on avoiding Nedzu until they talk again at the end of the week. Usually after one of their disagreements, a couple days apart is good. If only to regroup mentally. Hopefully by then he'll be at a 2 on the angry scale, which is more annoyance than outright anger. Pretty much, it's his normal state of being. On the way to work, Shouta sends an email to both Bakugou and Todoroki, letting them know that he's decided to make their desks swap permanent from here on out. It solves one problem of having Midoriya not near Bakugou anymore. After that, he plans the next part of his investigation, so to speak, talking with the other teachers while Yagi was out for the day. He decides to talk with Hizashi later that night, knowing his husband has been probably paying extra attention. 2 full days of observing Midoriya will give him something to work with. The other teachers that Shouta will probably need to talk with are Nemuri, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. He debates on approaching Recovery Girl before deciding otherwise for the time being. He just hopes the morning will be a bit calmer than yesterday. For once, the universe decides to listen to Shouta and grace him with his wish. He arrives in homeroom to both Bakugou and Todoroki in their new seats. Good they got the email. Midoriya looks a bit more relaxed as well, even flashing Shouta a small smile as he steps inside. Bakugou is slumped in the very back row, a scowl on his face, alternating between glaring at the ceiling, the desk, Shouta, and Midoriya. He'll have to keep an eye on the kid during foundational heroics. Shouta really hopes that he doesn't have to move the kid again. Otherwise, he'll make Bakugou SWH with Shuji, putting the blonde front and center where every teacher can keep an eye on him. Jairu, also, won't take any sheet as well from him either. Shouta raises an eyebrow when the blonde glares at him, projecting an air of, "Do you really want to fight me on this?" and gets a scowl in return. Todoroki, for his part, looks pleased when Shouta walks in. He receives another nod, leaving Shouta feeling like he just passed another sort of test from his red and white-haired student. It would be a lie to say that he hasn't noticed the inclusion of Todoroki into Midoriya's friend group after the sports festival. Following Hosu, the other boy stuck even closer to Midoriya, who seemed uniquely qualified at bringing Todoroki out of his reserved shell. The other boy follows like a sunflower follows the path of the sun, helpless to turn away from it. Really, the SWH is logical. Hopefully, Todoroki near Midoriya will bring him out of his shell more as well. And Shouta has suspicions about how reserved and socially awkward Todoroki is. The way he refused to use his fire part of his quirk. He knows Endeavor by reputation and through a few unfortunate meetings over the years. But here his hands are tied. No one will investigate the number 2 hero, and Shouta needs Todoroki to say something to him. Once he handles Midoriya, he plans on tackling Todoroki next. Him and Mineta. Thankfully, the rest of the meddling kids seem to not want to push the fact that the desk swap seems to be permanent. If only to not make Bakugou explode out of embarrassment. It makes segueing into class all that easier. And the morning lesson for ethics of heroism is a pleasant one, in that he gives them a pop quiz and relishes the groans. Shouta has to get his amusement from somewhere after all. By virtue of being his friend longer than the rest of the teachers except Hizashi, along with having a break in her schedule the same time as Shouta, he talks with Nemuri about Midoriya first. Despite her entire thing, she's one of the sharpest minds he knows and keeps an eye over her students like a hawk. And because Shouta is a generous soul, he makes her a cup of tea in offering an apology for the conversation they're about to have. Nemuri has a soft spot for Midoriya as well, who she has described as an adorable little bunny with a dragon hiding inside him after one too many drinks at karaoke night. No, Shouta is not going to think about karaoke night. It's a once every 3 months affair for good reason. "I'm not helping you hide a body," Nemuri says as she grasps the mug of tea that Shouta made for her. "Not with such a partly bribe anyway. At least get me some cake to go with it." Shouta snorts and falls into the chair next to her desk in a graceless heap. "I don't need you to hide a body." Well, not yet at any rate, but he knows Nemuri would. She's ride or die like that. "But I do need your observational skills." "Oh," she purrs. "Do you and Hizashi need help to spice things up in the bedroom? Because I have some ideas about," and there's the part of her that makes Shouta want to crawl into a hole and perhaps never emerge. "It's about Midoriya," he says, pinching the bridge of his nose. He already regrets this entire conversation. He can only hope Cementos and ectoplasm won't test his patience. He can only be glad that Snipe isn't one of Midoriya's teachers. That BSTRD loves to throw in extra yeehaws to make Shouta twitch. One of these days, Shouta will snap and shove that stupid hat where the sun never shines and feel completely vindicated for it. Nemuri narrows her eyes and tilts her head to the side. He sees that protective flash in her eyes, which promises a villain or a pervert will feel the end of her WHP in some uncomfortable places. Shouta understands the urge very much. "What about Midoriya?" she asks, leaning back with her tea in hand. "I'm working to set the final exams for my class with Nedzu," he says. "I cannot go into details yet, of course. But the pairing that Nedzu wishes to move forward with Midoriya doesn't sit well with me. Nothing, actually, has about the kid since the term started. I've looked at his unrestricted file yesterday, and I would like your unbiased thoughts on him as your student before I go any further." The thing that Shouta appreciates about Nemuri is that for all her flirtatious and SXL double talk, when it's time to get serious, she gets serious. She taps the side of her mug thoughtfully for a moment, gathering her thoughts. "He's a sweet kid, very excitable. He does well in my class, knows his stuff about art history of heroes. He did a paper for me. It was like 10 pages over on how pre-Quirk era stories about heroes influenced the aesthetics of the first generation of quirked vigilantes and how those effects are still felt in the industry today. I couldn't even fault him on the brick of the report because, frankly, it was that good. I'm going to use it as an example for how my third years should write their term papers." Shouta nods. Midoriya does the same for him. He's trying to get him to be more concise, if only for the sake of people who'll have to read his incident reports. But the dedication and passion shine through in his factually impeccable work. Yaoyorozu has a similar issue as well, though to a lesser extent. It makes it hard to dock him for it, especially with some others' lackluster effort in such things. Nemuri continues, "But I think that Midoriya has also been hurt a lot. By people in power. He's skittish in a way that reads bad to me. I don't think the kid trusts any adult outside of maybe All Might and, based on conversations I've overheard, his mother. His relationship with Bakugou, I think, has been misconstrued. I know that All Might believes that those two are rivals, maybe even the other teachers do as well, but there's a friendly rivalry and then there's those two. He tracks the Bakugou, have you noticed? He reads his moods and tries to make himself small when it's a bad day. I was thrilled that you decided to separate them yesterday. Frankly, I think that it should have been done a long time ago." "That's what I've been noticing as well," Shouta agrees, burying his face further into his capture weapon. "His unrestricted file was very eye-opening to me." "How so?" "He didn't get his quirk until the entrance exam," he shares. "Nedzu knew and didn't tell me. I told Hizashi, and I'm telling you because I know you can keep it quiet. I also think All Might is in the know about whatever's going on as well. He wrote the recommendation letter for Midoriya to get into UA, did you know? The comments from his other teachers are scathing and his grades don't match the sort of performance that you, or Hizashi have noted in class either." Nemuri leans back at that, taking a long sip of her tea and looking like she wished she had something stronger in it. "So, essentially he grew up quirkless?" "Yes, he knows Nemuri's track record on advocacy. She supports a lot of charities centered on abuse and SXL harassment in the heroics industry. She speaks out about protecting those that society turns their back on. The quirkless are chief amongst those, usually the first. That poor kid," she mutters, looking so sad and small in that moment. "I think I'm a little in awe, actually. He probably has the best reason out of us all to go full villain and still wants to do good." Shouta doesn't answer because, well, there's really nothing that has to be said about that, is there? The talks with Cementos and Ectoplasm go similarly, even though Shouta leaves out information on when Problem Child's quirk emerged. Both agree that Midoriya is a bright and gifted student, dedicated to his work, but does not receive praise well. When he has an issue with an assignment, he tends to handle it himself rather than go to either of them for help. He seems surprised when either his teachers or his fellow students have a kind word for him in class. It's like Midoriya is expecting to. Punished, Ectoplasm admits with a sigh. I'm glad you're looking into this, Aizawa. I just thought it was because people find me intimidating. It reinforces what Shouta feels like he knows already, but he's always operated on the motto trust but verify. In his larger cases, it's definitely helped him out a couple of times. Midoriya has no faith in his teachers. Midoriya handles any issue himself before going to an adult, whether it be facing down a serial killer or trying to figure out how to do geometric proofs. And then there is Bakugou. Nomuri is right. There's rivalry and there's those two. Should have seen a few over his years of teaching. Some are friendly, others were not. Midoriya and Bakugou, however, do not appear to even have a rivalry to begin with. From listening to his class speak to each other during the times he pretends to sleep in homeroom, Shouta knows the two have known each other since childhood. A childhood that Midoriya was, essentially, quirkless for. At the end of this, Shouta has a feeling that he's either going to be asking for Bakugou's placement in therapy, removal from Class 1A, from the Heroics Department, or from UA in general. Either way, it doubles down on what Shouta wants and what Problem Child wants as well. Which is why he doesn't want Bakugou and Midoriya fighting against All Might together. Right now though, he has conjecture. He has observations based on the teachers. But he doesn't think he has whatever Nedzu needs from him. There are things that are not connecting for him quite yet. Covering for foundational heroics is easy enough. Unlike last time, Shouta has the kids in costumes for one-on-one matches. The sparring exercise is a round-robin style. The winner gets to pick the next challenger and so on and so on. For the first two fighters, Shouta decides to do it the simplest way, drawing straws. The short straws are the first two competitors, he says, because that seems to be the fairest way to handle the situation to him. Of course, the universe may have decided to give Shouta any easy homeroom, but apparently this doesn't extend to the rest of the day. The universe is cold and uncaring and just is. Still, it's also like the universe has a metaphysical hit out on Midoriya Izuku. But Midoriya and Bakugou draw the short straws. Of course they do. Of FNG course, they do. Shouta vaguely believes in reincarnation in the cover all your bases sort of way. Sometimes, however, he wonders who the F he set off or like murdered or whatever for the universe to test him like this. Or maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was Midoriya. Of course, Problem Child would carry over that sort of karma from a previous life or something. Either way, someone F'd up bad enough for this to carry over to the current life that they're now living. He looks between the two of them. Midoriya fidgets, mouth in a tight and determined line, back tense. Bakugou grins, wild and untamed, like he's thrilled for a school-sanctioned excuse to beat on Midoriya. Shouda's more than ready to stop it there and have them redraw. Let's go, Deku. Shouta looks at Midoriya's eyes, narrowed, but the kid shakes his head. As if he knows Shouta already wants to have lots redrawn. Shouta doesn't like it. He should go with his gut here, but he nods. If he wants Midoriya to trust him, then he's going to trust the kid. He will, however, try to mitigate damage. One moment. Bakugou, take off your gauntlets. Ha. You heard me. The last time you and Midoriya went one-on-one. You disobeyed a direct order against using them. We'll not be making that mistake again, especially for something like a one-on-one sparring match. Bakugou growls, but he gets the grenade gauntlets off. Shouta would rather them not fight against each other. Some of the tension leaves Midoriya's shoulders, who gives an encouraging smile to his worried friends, before turning to follow Bakugou to the ring. First person knocked out of the ring loses, Shouta says as he starts the match. And if I see anything I don't like, then I will be ending it and you will listen to me. Why yes, Aizawa-sensei. Bakugou rolls his eyes and nods, which is probably the best Shouta will get in this shitstorm of a situation. Go. Bakugou blasts toward Midoriya, who activates full cowl and jumps into the air in a crackle of green lightning. Midoriya's strategy against Bakugou, Shouta admits, is pretty clever. Rather than go head-to-head, the smaller student uses avoidance. He jumps around, up and over from one end of the ring to the other. The blonde's blasts get more powerful the more he sweats, this is true. It's also harder on Bakugou's wrists and arms. Yes, he could get one or two real powerful blasts against Midoriya along with the minor ones. But explosion is a quirk. Every quirk has a drawback. Midoriya understands this and his opponent. Even if he can't wait out the drawbacks to explosions overuse, it had the dual purpose of frustrating Bakugou, who let his anger get to him. Bakugou was in the top 5 of the class for a good reason as well. He had great control over his quirk, though Shouta had some suspicions on how that was achieved, was smart in fighting his battles, and was quick on his feet. He also knew Midoriya as well. Stop jumping, shitty Deku. Spar with me. Or are you a coward? Midoriya lands with his expression fierce. He's unbending. That sort of battle calm zen has settled over his student. It really is night and day from his normal personality. I'm not a coward, Kaken. Then fight me. Bakugou roars as he blasts across the ring. Midoriya again jumps into the air, but this one is tighter, more controlled. He lands behind Bakugou before the other boy can turn around and he pushes Bakugou out of the ring. Shouta tamps down on his grin. He has to give it to the problem child. He knows how to clinch victory in unconventional ways. For once, it didn't break his body as well. Midoriya wins, he says. Pick your. Bakugou roars, turning around with his hands up as if he wants to blow off Midoriya's face. Shouta activates his quirk before the full impact can be unleashed and wraps his capture weapon around Bakugou, who wrestles in its confines. Uraraka and Ida rush over to Midoriya, who is trying very hard not to tremble. Todoroki, Shouta notices, moves to stand near close to him rather than head to Midoriya to glare at Bakugou. We're turning those few days left of detention into 2 additional weeks, Bakugou, Shouta informs him. Do something like that again and you'll be expelled. In fact, you're done for the day. Go run laps around the outer perimeter of the building to cool off. No quirk. It was an FNG spar. Bakugou shouts back. Deku, Shouta feels exhausted because this feels like the sports festival all over again. And he still wants to wring the collective necks of the board of directors for making them chain the kid up to accept his DMN medal. The only objective was to get the opponent out of the ring. Midoriya did so. Not every fight you will be in as a hero will be fists or support items. He outthought you, Bakugou. Now go. Shouta releases Bakugou, who growls, before jogging off. Midoriya watches him go before meeting Shuta's eyes. There's that indefinable emotion in them. Disbelief. Maybe it's all 3 of them. Either way, he stares at Shouta with those big green eyes. He meets them. You okay, problem child? Midoriya jumps before nodding, twice. I'm alright, Aizawa-sensei. Then pick your next opponent. Of the spars go well after that. Midoriya is eventually beaten by Uraraka, through a clever application of her quirk via some martial arts learned from Gunhead. When class ends, he sees Kirishima approach Bakugou with a frown on his face. He's the only one in the class who seems to be able to get the explosive teen into some semblance of calm. But it shouldn't be on him to do so. Kirishima has his own stuff to worry about. Bakugou's anger is definitely becoming an issue in the classroom setting. Shouta makes a report to Hound Dog, asking if he can set aside some time to feel the kid out. It's something he should have done months ago. At the very least, it's the first step of getting Bakugou into anger management classes. He emails it over the counselor and makes sure to CC Nedzu on it as well. He leans back in his chair and stares at the computer. Shouta thinks of Midoriya, who looks at him with wide and surprised eyes whenever he does the bare minimum of care for a teacher. He thinks of Nemuri's observations and Bakugou's sense of entitlement. He thinks of being a child himself with a power that people wrote off as a bad or weak, the lack of care given to him as a result by the adults in his own life. He thinks of teachers who told him to stop making things up when the other kids bullied him. He thinks of being a kid with more smarts than sense, with determination fueling him to get between the bullies and their victims, with a deep burning longing to prove himself. Midoriya Izuku and Aizawa Shouta are more alike than either of them would ever think at first glance. He opens up Midoriya's basic file, which has the names of his junior high and elementary school, and drafts emails to the principals of them as well about meeting with them the next day. It's time to get some real answers. Even though Shouta feels like he's going to hate what he finds. But, for far too long, there's been a line in sand. Midoriya or Bakugou. Quirkless and quirked. And it's more than time that someone picks one over the other. Shouta picks his side and hits send. Slow cookers, Shouta believes, are one of the greatest inventions known to mankind. Yes, he is willing to fight someone on this. You just throw a bunch of ingredients into the pot, let it simmer for like 8 hours, and come home to a delicious meal. It was, aside from the rice cooker and coffee maker, the most invaluable tool in the Yamada Aizawa household. Shouta starts the rice cooker and tastes the curry that Hizashi threw together to cook in the morning from the slow cooker. Warm enough for Shouta's love of spice, but not too hot that Hizashi will have to chug his coffee creamer in search of sweet relief. Shouta stretches out on the couch with BSD joining him, settling on top of his stomach to nap. Shouta tilts his head back, eyes half closed, ready for his own catnap before the rice cooker goes off. Of course, even with the long day, he still got a decent amount of sleep the previous night. Well, a decent amount of sleep for him. Either way, the whole affair becomes an exercise in pointlessness. He reaches for his phone instead, fingers tracing the plain black case as he opens his apps. There's an email from Maijima, who is fine with Bakugou's extended after-school stay in cleaning up the design studio. Hatsum's, apparently, been in fine form, making lots of work for him. There are 2 other emails from Midoriya's elementary and middle schools respectively with the principals agreeing to meet with Shouta tomorrow. Finally, an email from Shinso, who appears to have gotten over his stomach flu and will be back in school. Shouta replies to his protege first saying that they will not have physical training until next week. Mainly because he knows that the kid will insist that he's fine when he's really not. Rather than being an empathetic crier, Shouta has, of all things, an empathetic GG reflex, which is objectively worse than the crying. He also doesn't want to deal with Shinso throwing up and the ensuing lecture from Recovery Girl. No thanks. Instead, Shouta sends Shinso some of the analytical exercises that the Hero Course kids have been working on to make up for their missed physical training. While the kid may no longer be sick, the reply email sounds almost relieved at not having physical training. Shouta thinks that one of his students may actually learn something like common sense after all. Did he think that person would be Ida? He did. Then Ida went off on a revenge mission against Stain in Hosu. This is around the time that Shouta resolves to pay more attention to this class of demon children. So Namuri told me that you talked with her today, Hizashi says over dinner. I talk with Namuri multiple times a day. But I don't want to hear her suggestions for our CC life. Hizashi snorts at that. She was talking about the little listener. You've had a bit of time to really observe him since I brought it up, Shouta says, looking at his husband. What do you think? I think Midoriya has trauma related to authority figures in his life, he responds succinctly. He tries to make himself small, unnoticeable versus acting out, which is the route that I went. No one looks at pro-hero present Mike, gregarious and charming, and thinks that he was bullied as a kid. They would be wrong though. Just because voice is a powerful quirk. It doesn't mean that Hizashi had an easy time in school for it. His control over his ability was shaky at best, rendering a couple members of his family hard of hearing. Shouta has had a crash course in various brands of hearing aids worn by those Yamadas. Teachers are fickle with those sorts of powerful quirks as well. Hizashi was encouraged not to talk in class. Not to mention about a case, about 20 years old, of a teacher forcing a muzzle on a student with a voice-based quirk. It's something of a landmark case, making such treatment highly illegal. No one, except Shouta and 3 others, know that the nameless muzzled student in the case was Hizashi. So if anyone could understand trauma related to authority figures, teachers especially, it would be his husband and Shouta himself. Rather than making him small, it just made him louder and more of a showman. If they wanted him to shut him up, then Hizashi would do the opposite. Those showman tendencies were eventually redirected into present Mike. Between that and therapy, Hizashi was a lot better than he was when he was a kid. Shouta himself went down the small, unnoticeable route. Right up until he made himself noticed, usually by fighting a bully. Speaking of bullies, I think Bakugou was Midoriya's bully when they were growing up. Hizashi lets out a tiny hiss at that, not in his file. I haven't seen Bakugou's unrestricted file. But based on my own observations amongst others, I think we misread the situation between the pair. Though I'm guessing that since Bakugou has the perfect quirk for heroics, we'll see a clean record. In the kids that Shouda's expelled over the years, many of the ones with those perfect quirks tend to have clean records and a bad attitude. For a select few, the expulsion, the death of their dream, is enough to sort of wake them up and put in the work to change for the better. For others, they don't change and either stay in Gen Ed or transfer out to other schools. Not that other heroic schools would want anyone who has been expelled from UA though, no matter the quirk or the supposedly clean record. Other hero schools know the tricks just as well as UA does. But without a psychological assessment or a clear black mark on applicants' records, then there isn't much to do about the problem. Unfortunately. Still, it's a symptom of a system that sets Shouda's teeth on edge. How quirks determine a person's worth in the end. Or, at least, that's how it goes in society's eyes. There are other considerations over power in many pro-heroes' opinions. Not that school boards or the Heroics Commission would actually listen to them, of course. God forbid, they actually listen to someone who works in training young heroes, rather than being enamored by power. It's part of the reason why this class is, mostly, a breath of fresh air to Shouta. Their love and support toward one another, toward others, it's nothing short of astounding really. It's definitely something Shouta plans on continuing to cultivate. Empathy, intellect, cunning, kindness, these go hand in hand with being a true hero. With this class, these kids, who knows? Maybe they will see the system and force a change of their own. They're certainly stubborn enough for it. Now, he just has to make sure that they survive UA in order to do so. Do you think that you'll expel him? Hizashi asks, bringing him back to reality. And isn't that the question of the hour? Or, well, becoming one of the major questions of the hour anyway. Shouta sighs, running his hand through his hair. I don't know. Mineta, definitely if he doesn't shape up on his perverted ways by the end of training camp, then he's getting the boot. I don't care who he's related to on the UA board of directors and Nedzu'll back me up. Bakugou, on the other hand, he's a bit more social than he was at the beginning of the year. He'll work with Kirishima at least. He still has potential. Hizashi hums thoughtfully. But there's his temper, attitude, and Midoriya. Yeah. I'm sending him to Hound Dog for a session. Hopefully, he'll recommend anger management for the kid. Usually, a kid could opt out of such a recommendation, except for hero course students. Not if they wanted to participate in hero classes. Maybe getting Bakugou the tools to deal with his anger is what he needs along with disciplinary. Because the kid does have potential, but he's also in need of a wake-up call as well. Anyway, how did that interview with Edge Shot go? He asks, changing the topic to work that doesn't involve his hellions. Hizashi, proving to be the best husband, runs with the change of topic quite happily. I'm starting to think that you're seeking me out, Eraserhead, Midoriya says 15 minutes after Shouta lands on his rooftop. There's barely a stutter in the rather bold statement from his student, which is new. You keep giving me hot chocolate, Shouta responds with a shrug as he takes the mug. His student huffs out a laugh, eyes bright in the moonlight. I can give you the brand name. I bet Yamada-sensei would like it, Midoriya answers with a sly grin. Shouta doesn't choke on his hot chocolate, but it's a near thing. His and Hizashi's marriage isn't well known amongst the students. What do you mean? Problem Child raises an eyebrow, but he hears the challenge in Shouda's voice all the same. I pay attention. You and Yamada-sensei are good, careful. But I see the way you two look at each other. I saw the way he was after USJ. It wasn't that hard to figure out. People in love, he flushes and shrugs. They look at each other different is all. He sounds a bit wistful, Shouta thinks. Given the looks he's seen Todoroki give Midoriya, he's unsurprised. Shouta huffs out something that could be a laugh instead. Well, congratulations then. You got extra credit in both mine and mixed classes for the next term. It's been a long-standing promise between the pair. When a student figures it out and approaches one of them about it, then that kid will get extra credit in their classes for the term. Since this term is ending, they'll have to roll it over to the next. Hizashi will be thrilled though. The kid jerks back, turning to him with a confused expression on his face. None of our students ever caught on to it or, at least, never outright asked. I think you're the first. So we said that if it ever happens, Then that person would get extra credit for the term. Since this one's almost over, we'll roll it to the new one. Midoriya stares at him with wide eyes. And no one caught on. Shouta grins. Congratulations though. Michael be thrilled. You're already one of his favorite students. The problem child looks down at his mug of cocoa. His cheeks turn a bright red at the statement. It's true though. Hizashi is fond of Midoriya. Shouta leans back to sip his. He eyes the kid before deciding to slowly broach the Bakugou topic. Good work today with your spars. You think so? I wasn't being cowardly with Kaken. Shouta sighs. Bakugou has a very narrow idea of what a fight will entail. It's more than just two people punching each other. And in heroics, things are rarely going to be fair in his sense of the word. You use your capture weapon to make sure no one can touch you, Midoriya says, looking out at the landscape of buildings and power lines. And when they get close, you rely on quirkless combat through the use of your quirk. But mostly it's stealth and sneak attacks, surprising them and knocking them out before they even know you're there, right? It reminds me a bit of a snake in the grass. Not that's a bad thing, of course. No one notices the snake until they strike. That's a pretty good breakdown of his style. The metaphor isn't that bad either. Shouta feels his mouth stretch into a grin. Now that's impressive, kid. The blush on his student's cheeks turns a deeper red. There's something pleased about it though. I like heroes and analyzing them. There are a couple forums on underground heroes as well. From what few clips there, plus what I've seen, it makes the most sense. It's really impressive, Eraserhead. And that was impressive what you did against Bakugou. Midoriya, do you know why I almost expelled you on the first day? Midoriya bites his lip. Because you saw a S student with a P powerful quirk and the A ability to not control it. Right? And do you know why I decided otherwise? I had potential. Shouta nods. And you showed that by thinking and adapting to your situation. That's what I look for with heroic potential. You showed that today as well. Sometimes, you can't run into a situation head-on. You need to think it through instead. Your mind, more than your quirk, Midoriya, is your greatest asset. Green eyes snap up at that. A slight quiver in his voice. Why think so? Shouta nods. The kid searches his voice for a long moment. Would you think that if I was Q quirkless? He asks, voice small and shaky. Midoriya doesn't know that Shouta has seen his file. He doesn't know what Shouta knows. Even so, Shouta has an answer, and it would be the same even if he didn't know what he knows. One day, even with the dropping rates of the quirkless population, he knows that there will be someone that will never know the feeling of power that lives in their skin trying to get into UA, trying to become a hero. Even if he didn't have all this information, Shouta still knows exactly what he would have said anyway. A quirk is tool, he says simply, almost gently. He feels like this may be what gets problem child to trust him, so he needs to be honest here. Like every tool, there are pros and cons to them. I won't lie and say that a quirkless person wouldn't have some disadvantage, but so does everyone else. Not that people ever want to say it, too enamored with the power that's within them. But, to answer your question, you have your compassion and your kindness and your empathy. You're smart, Midoriya, and come up with sound strategies. Even if you never had a quirk, I think that you would still be my student. I think that you would have been a hero, even quirkless. Midoriya stares up at him. He's perfectly still, so still that Shouta is actually a little bit concerned. He reminds Shouta of a computer that is being restarted. Then, the kid suddenly moves, setting the mug down, before throwing himself around Shouta's waist. Shouta barely has time to brace himself because for a relatively short kid, Midoriya is heavy with muscle. He buries his face into Shouta's chest and sobs. They're half hysterical and are unlike Midoriya's other tears. No, these sobs remind Shouta of someone who really thought they were going to die but didn't. All of their shock and joy and fear is being released all at once. Shouta's never been good with crying people. He's gotten better with them over time, but he doesn't really do comforting. At least not as well as Hizashi does. Still, he gently puts a hand on Midoriya's back and rubs circles into it like he remembers his mom doing when he was little. Eventually, the kid quiets down and pulls away from Shouta, wiping his eyes on his sleeve and pulling out a pack of tissues from his all-might hoodie. He seems so exhausted by the crying jag that he's forgotten to be embarrassed, like he would sometimes get. "I'm sorry," Midoriya whispers. I didn't get my Q quirk until the E-entrance exam. So I was going to try A and be the first Q quirkless pro. And I guess I need to hear that. Thanks." Shouta knows all of this, of course. But he knows this is a big deal. This is Midoriya actually trusting him, even a little bit. This something Shouta wants to encourage. "Thank you for telling me, problem child," he says, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry that I didn't know about this sooner. I would have tried a different method of teaching you. But for only getting your quirk so recently, you've made amazing progress." There's a blush on the kid's face, but something else. Something like pride or a glow. Like he wants to enjoy getting praise from an adult that he feels isn't obligated to praise him. "Tomorrow though we'll talk about adding some training to your schedule. Don't look so crestfallen. You'll be with Kaminari and Aoyama too." "I honestly should have done this sooner," Shouta says. "I apologize again that I didn't." "You don't have to apologize to me, Eraserhead," he responds. "I do," he reaffirms. "Because you needed help and I should have found a way to get you it sooner, Midoriya. And because when someone makes a mistake, they apologize and move on. They try to be better for it, learn from it. Just because I'm the teacher here, it doesn't mean that I'm infallible." The kid swallows again, looking like he wants to cry again, but he's too exhausted and out of tears to do so. Shouta's awarded with a tremulous smile instead. "You're a pretty great teacher," Midoriya says with red-rimmed eyes. "I don't think I ever had one like you before. And, oh, doesn't that land a sickening sort of feeling in Shouta's stomach?" "You should have, Prof. Midoriya," he says. The kid grabs the mugs and stands walking over to the door. Like he's just done for the night and wants to walk away and sleep. Shouta feels that he got some of what he wanted. Not all of it. He still didn't get confirmation on Bakugou's bullying, but Midoriya trusted him. "I like it when you call me problem child," he finally says, looking down at the door handle. "It's like when Uraraka-chan calls me Deku. Or when All Might calls me my boy. It's nice." Shouta thought the same thing when he was called problem child as a kid himself. It was the person that made it feel right over everything else. Shouta feels something warm curl in his chest at that. The sick feeling from Midoriya's previous admission washes away. These kids are going to be the death of him, but really, there's probably no other way he would prefer to go except in bed surrounded by his loved ones. "Good night, problem child." "Good night, Eraserhead. Stay safe." Shouta launches into the air after Midoriya closes the door behind himself. He thinks that the kid may finally trust him, at least a little bit. Shouta doesn't get 6 hours of sleep, but he does get 2, which is about the average in his book. Hizashi must have fed BSRD before his shower as the cat is not trying to attack Shouta's kidneys. Instead, Shouta buries his face into his pillow and grabs his phone. His phone vibrates near his head and he sighs. Smushing half of his face into his pillow, he grabs his phone and cracks open his eye. With a few careless swipes of his thumb, he opens his email. There's an email from Bakugou's parents, either unhappy about their kid's detention or Hound Dog sending them an email regarding the counseling request, asking about setting up a conference with him. He groans into his pillow because parent-teacher conferences are definitely one of the circles of hell. And Shouta only sort of believes in the afterlife in a cover all of your bases just in case sort of way. Either way, he hates them so much. But he does have to take this one, of course. At the very least, if Bakugou's parents can get on board with Shouta, then maybe they can help Bakugou more. Maybe. He responds, setting up a time tomorrow before school that fits with their schedules. Bakugou's parents, that should be interesting. Well, that and loud. Either way, Shouta gives up sleep as a lost cause until he can nap before class at school. He rolls out of bed and pads to the kitchen, scratching his stomach. Coffee pot working away, Shouta takes out his phone when something catches his eye, a set of red Converse sneakers. Hizashi must have ordered them because, as memory serves, the pair that he wears when just running down to the konbini finally fell apart after 10 years. And the shoes sparks something Shouta noted and forgot to look into. Those goddamn shoes. He's mad at himself. Shouta utterly forgot all about them. To be fair, though, it's been a long couple of days. Something as inconsequential as his students' shoes would slip his mind with the things he was juggling as he looked into Midoriya's past. But still, what is it about those shoes? Problem child and the junior high kid, the one who said Midoriya's shoes meant he could be trusted on some level. It seems so long ago, but it's only been a couple of days. Shouta resolves to get a picture of Midoriya's shoes. His costume is equipped with a microscopic camera. It wouldn't be that difficult to get an image to send to Madame LaRue, part-time fake psychic and full-time underground hero costume and support technician. Like so many people in Shouda's life, she's odd and makes him wonder just how he attracts these types of people to him. With a plan set, Shouta turns to get the toast ready for his and Hizashi's breakfast. Homeroom is different this morning. Yes, his group of demon children are the same as ever. After they handle all classroom business, Shouta curls into his sleeping bag for some needed rest, while his students either talk or catch up on homework. It's a perfectly typical morning, except not. And like most of things this week, the difference is with problem. Safely cocooned in his sleeping bag, Shouta realizes that the kid has been meeting his eyes, rather than looking right over his shoulder in attempt to appear so without doing it. He also, for lack of a better term, looks less nervous as well. It's a small yet stark difference to Shouta. Like the confidence that Midoriya carries when facing down a villain and diving headfirst into a heroic exercise has spilt over just a little bit in his day-to-day life. The events of last night, apparently, meant that the kid trusted Shouta enough to relax around him. It's a bit humbling and a relief at the same time. He felt a similar surge of victory when Shinso smiled at him or the first time Todoroki used his fire in a class exercise. Or when any of his hellions show something resembling common sense. Maybe he has become a dad to a bunch of teenagers at the age of 30. Shouta positions himself to get a solid 20-minute catnap in before he has to teach his hellions. Today's lesson: how to save someone you philosophically disagree with, because that's what heroes do. And maybe throw shade at them if they're a real a-hole. Needless to say, he needs to rest up for that because he has a feeling shade will be thrown. Inwardly, he congratulates himself because he has a photo of Midoriya's shoes now. Shouta timed his arrival to when Problem Child arrives and was able to get a snapshot of them on his button camera. Now he has to send the images Madame LaRue and mentally, emotionally, and spiritually prepare himself to go see her. He had to anyway because he needs new smoke bombs and she makes his support gear. Shouta settles into a doze with the knowledge that his class is all right and unharmed. No one is blowing anything up or plotting to topple a government or whatever teenagers do. Right now, all he can hear is quiet chatter and Kaminari's gently sobbing over his algebra assignment while Siro tries to help him without letting him copy his homework. He hears Midoriya laugh at something, bright and happy, followed by Todoroki's huff and Uraraka's own bright bubbling giggle. It's a noise that he hasn't made in a classroom setting before. While he's sure this class is going to give him gray hairs, he also feels contentment. They're safe and happy and everything is all right. Shinso hunts him down around lunchtime. He looks pale, but it's the sort of pale of someone who was sick for a few days and just recovered. Shouta raises an eyebrow, gets a ginger ale from the fridge, and pushes it toward him. Shinso collapses into the chair next to him and takes a sip from the soda. The two of them stare at each other. Sometimes, looking at Shinso, he feels like he's looking at a reflection 15 years ago. And other times he feels like he's looking at a ghost. Boro and Shinso have the same smile. Glad to see that you're alive, he tells his protege, turning back to his work. You don't know that, Shinso says. I could be a ghost, possessing my body through sheer spite at this point. Some people feel things like joy or happiness or being well rested, Shouta answers without missing a beat. Or so I'm told anyway. Huh, he responds, mouth twitching. Don't know her. Why are you here, brat, he asks, looking up from his work. You emailed Haru like 1 billion times to make sure I was okay. So, I promised them that I would come by since apparently you missed me so much. It was 3 times. Shouta buries his face into his capture weapon to hide his blush, but there's a grin on his student's face. They thought it was sweet that you were so worried, Shinso continues on, the traitor. So, I think you're getting thank you cookies. Shinso's older cousin, Shinso Haru, that he lives with is a baker and Shouta is not going to turn down free food. His brief couple months homeless in his early days of heroics has always made him very grateful for any and all free food. Nothing too sweet, he directs instead. Haru makes dark chocolate espresso cookies that are as black as your soul, promises his student. And I think I'm missing a page on the analysis work that you sent me. I just wanted to make sure I had it all. He rolls his eyes but holds out his hands as Shinso passes the folder over. He's missing a page, which is a good catch. On the papers, there are already notes and half-formed plans. They're on their way to being decent plans even with the missing information. He ignores that feeling like pride in his chest as he prints out the missing page. Thanks, Shinso says, rubbing his eyes. You need to go see recovery girl. Nah. 6 sleepes, the kid says with a roll of his shoulders. I slept probably more than I did in a month, but my body is still tired. And it is CKS. I'm fine though. Shouta winces, knowing how he feels. Don't push yourself. I've heard this talk. Don't worry. I'm not like Midoriya on that level. Shinso has heard stories from around the school and from Shouta himself about the chaos that makes up Class 1A. At the center of it is the bone-breaking problem child that has occupied a lot of Shouta's thoughts the past few days. What do you think about Midoriya? There's a blink from his protege at that, a flash of confusion, before it settles into thoughtfulness. He's a weird kid, is what Shinso eventually settles on. At Shouta's encouraging nod, he continues. I still don't know how he was able to break his finger to break himself out of my control. But he looked like he saw a ghost or something when he snapped out of it. He's not like anyone with a powerful quirk that I've ever met. You know how most teachers treat them, right? Like they were some kind of gift from the gods or whatever, rather than just lucking out in the genetic lottery. I would think that his nervousness was an act, but he shrugs. Silence stretches between them for a minute before he continues on. He stares at me sometimes, like there's something he wants to say but is too scared to. Probably because of my quirk. It isn't, Shouta assures, thinking about what he's learned about Midoriya. What he remembers saying in class during the strategy exercise. Problem child loves quirks. He probably has a million questions and suggestions, but probably doesn't know how to approach you about it. He's poorly socialized. A shocked blink basically serves as his protege's answer. Seriously, do you want to see his last analysis assignment? 4 pages over the limit and yet technically perfect. I can't fail him even if I wanted to. Another silence settles over them. When Shinso speaks again, he doesn't meet Shouta's eyes. Instead, he busies his hands by playing with the soda tab. People were scared of me growing up because of my quirk, you know. They bullied me. But not like physically. They just out and out ignored me. It was like I was a ghost. Now I'm not saying that hasn't left its scars on my psyche or whatever. But there was a girl 2 years ahead of me in elementary school. She was quirkless. Shouta freezes at that, a knot twists in his stomach. And they were vicious. Everyone hated her. I mean, I didn't. But I didn't do anything either. I didn't want to make it worse for myself, which isn't very heroic, Shinso sighs, slumping back. Midoriya reminds me of her, jumpy, eager to please, the way he eyes people. What happened to the girl, he asks, having some sort of idea. These stories rarely have a happy ending. A couple kids pushed her down the stairs. I found her, believe it or not. I got the janitor, his protege. Eventually shares. Her family moved out of the country shortly after. I think it was to, like, Iceland or something. I looked it up. Some countries in Europe, especially the Nordic ones, have a higher quirkless population on average in comparison to the rest of the world. I always felt like shit though. Nothing bad happened to the kids that did it either. The school just swept it under the rug. No one ever talked about her again. I always hated myself a little for not helping. Don't, Shouta says. You were a kid, and you were trying to protect yourself? Yeah, but how could I call myself a hero if I didn't try to help before then? He leans back and looks at the bowed lavender head of his protege. Shouta lays a hand on his shoulder and waits for Shinso to look into his eyes. You helped in the end. And now, well, now you know better for next time. Some heroes have a story about how their feet moved without thinking about it. Others, though, they have a story about the time they didn't move or didn't act sooner, and how they felt so guilty and full of shame afterward. It'll drive you, Shinso, because you know that you never want to leave someone behind again. You're already on the path. And one day, who knows, maybe you'll get a chance to apologize to her for not acting sooner. He leans in at this, like he's sharing a secret. But I think that she'll remember the time you helped her over all the times that you didn't. He ruffles the pale purple hair of his protégé, who left still looking on the mend but also lighter somehow. Like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Aldra Elementary School looks like any other elementary school that should has ever been too. It's a feeder into a local junior high, though some students do go to private schools as well. In turn, Aldra Junior High tends to feed into a series of mediocre to good but not great high schools. Bakugou and Midoriya are the rare exception to, in Shouda's opinion, a less than stellar example of the school system overall. Or maybe he's just projecting his own issues here. He doesn't exactly have fond memories of the time before he hit UA in regard to his schooling. Shouta still made sure to wear a small audio recording device for his interviews. Either way, Shouta trudges in, past the art on the walls and the background noise of classes. Teachers lead their students through lessons, though whether or not they actually learn something from them, it's hard to say. The principal, a middle-aged woman named Okada who looks matronly but her sickly sweet smile immediately sets Shouta on edge, greets him with a formal bow. He bobs his head back, hating the formalness of such endeavors. "I hope that I can help whatever issue you're having, Aizawa-san," she says as sits behind her desk. Shouda's eyes trace around the room, allowing a silence to stretch between them before he decides to break it. It's one, of course. The computer in front of her is about a decade out of date. There's photos of her family on her desk and the file cabinets have messy crayon-drawn pictures from students. He wonders, briefly, if all elementary school principals have the same taste of decoration. It reminds him viscerally of his own elementary's principal's office as well. He certainly spent enough time in it to become familiar with it. When he notices Okada reach for some paperwork, he breaks the silence. She jumps a little in her seat as he does so. "I'm the homeroom teacher for two of your former students, Bakugou Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. I know it's been some years since they had graduated, but I was hoping that you could shed some light into their younger years." The woman lights up at Bakugou's name. Bakugou-kun and Midoriya-kun, correct. I must admit that I was not surprised when I heard Bakugou-kun got into UA's hero course. Always such a force of personality and his quirk, a real leader during his time here. Such a joy to have in class as well. I was not surprised in the least to see him on the winner's podium of the sports festival. Shouta internally winces at that mention of the winner's podium. But more concerning is the mention of Bakugou being a joy to have in class. Maybe he was different when he was, like, 6. But he can barely keep a handle on Bakugou most days. While Bakugou could be a great leader, he needs to get over himself before that is even close to happening. And Midoriya, he asks before Okada could sing more of Bakugou's praises. It's equally concerning that she hasn't mentioned his other student once in her little speech. She jumps again, whether it's at the mention of Midoriya or Shouta interrupting her he couldn't say. Instead, that sickly syrupy simpering smile on her face becomes even more fixed and pronounced. Like if she grins wide even, he wouldn't look too deep into things. He knows that smile though. He's seen it before on some criminals. Like if they grin wide enough, then they can do some serious damage control. It never works. Shouda's never been charmed by such fake things. Oh. Well, yes, we are very proud of Midoriya-kun as well. A bit of a loner though when he was a child. He always did talk about heroes all the time. It could be very disruptive to the other students. I must admit I was surprised to see him with a quirk of all things. He never manifested it while here. Would it matter? He wants to ask, but Shouta swallows the question. He knows the answers. To so many people it does matter. Never mind that it's a fifth of the world's population, that they're alienating for such beliefs. Never mind that 200 years ago a kid like Midoriya would be the norm. Never mind a lot of things, Shouta supposes. People just don't care because of some arbitrary expectation on quirks. It's extremely rare, Shouta responds, keeping his face perfectly straight. His doctor believes that the power would have killed him otherwise. Or, at the very least, result in the loss of one of his limbs. Another jump of the face at that from Okada, the casual mention of Midoriya's power. He thinks of Bakugou and wonders how differently she would have treated Midoriya otherwise. There's a fine line between having a powerful, heroic quirk and having a powerful quirk that could be seen as villainous. He thinks of Hizashi, muzzled. He thinks of Midoriya with hunched shoulders and blank eyes. He's already tired of these games. This is why they never send him out to play politics or deal with the press with any regularity. I'll cut to the chase, he says instead. I've noticed things about Midoriya and Bakugou that have me concerned. What sort of things? There's a waver in her voice. Guilt perhaps. She suspects she's been caught. There was an old poem or song that Hizashi learned when getting his English degree. How did it begin? Ah yes, will you walk into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. Should's the spider in this situation. I'll focus on Midoriya since, frankly, he has me the most concerned. Without taking into account whatever he went through at junior high, some of his behaviors are ingrained into him from before then. Long enough that I assume some of these things were learned here when he was in elementary school, when he was a child. He startles at praise or kind words from his teachers or classmates. He doesn't trust any adult to help him at all. He won't look people in the eye. Okada jumps in that. He still does that. I tried to handle that previously by making him. He freezes at that. Did she just admit to Sounds like she was trying to make it sound like a good thing. Did she touch his student? And how, Shouta says, feeling far calmer than he is, did you do that? She relaxes, seeming to take his state of tranquil serenity as a sign that he's on her side instead of Midoriya's. I would take his chin and make him meet my eyes. Eye contact is important in polite society. Otherwise people would think he was a liar. He stares at the woman and tries not to activate his quirk. Hell, he needs to put problem child in therapy or something. Not that he would trust any adult to handle that outside of a select few. Shouta is probably going to have to give the kid therapy or something until he feels comfortable talking with a licensed professional. He takes a deep breath and stands suddenly. Okada startled, scrambling to stand herself. Aizawa uses their height difference to loom over the woman, meeting her eyes. Wouldn't want her to think he was a effing liar about this. So, you thought it was okay to put your hands on a child and do that? This meeting is over. I'd say it was a pleasure, but it really isn't. Except to hear from Principal Nedzu before the week is out. He stands suddenly and leaves with Okada staring after him, face pale. The entire Aldra school system, Shouta thinks, as he walks through the halls of Aldra Junior High, is going to have to burn. Full on salt the earth sort of burn. He hasn't met the principal of Aldra Junior High yet, but he can already feel in his bones that this will be more of the same. He saw a wall dedicated to distinguished alumni. It was a short list with Bakugou's name recently added, but Midoriya's is nowhere in sight. So, that already gave Aldra Junior High one strike against it. He also walked past a classroom where students were just openly using their quirks. This, he feels, explains a lot about Bakugou. Maybe it does. Either way, the teacher in that room is just mentally counting down the day until they can retire. Or they really just don't care about the law. Either way, it's all going to burn. Much like a cat presenting a corpse of a bird to its own, Shouta plans on dropping off these schools to Nedzu to raze to the ground. He and the principal don't do such paltry things like apologize to each other when they have heated words. No, they both prefer actions over words. Usually, they just bring each other various opponents to take down as a sort of apology gift. Much better than the standard flowers and chocolates, or whatever it is normal friends/coworkers do. Not that Shouta has the best frame of reference for such things. This also carries over to his marriage. He and Hizashi definitely wouldn't know about average apologies. Their apology gifts were usually cat pictures, coffee, and a day off to spend with each other. Can I help you? A voice asks behind him. Shouta turns and sees a man in a janitor's uniform with a ram quirk, judging by how the large horns curl out of his head and the shape of his eyes. I was looking for the principal's office. I can show you where it is. I'm Wada, by the way, Wada Naoki. Aizawa Shouta from UA High School, he introduces before adding. I'm Bakugou Katsuki's and Midoriya Izuku's homeroom teacher. There's a reaction there upon mentioning those names. Wada makes a slightly startled bleeding sound before disguising it with a cough. He then turns to him with a grin. Oh yeah. How's Midoriya doing there? Well, that's surprising. Shouta was definitely expecting to hear Bakugou's name and see problem child ignored by the other man. There seems to be only honest interest from the man, so Shouta answers honestly in turn. It always pays, in Shouda's experience, to have the service workers on your side. Being polite to janitor or a convenience store employee has made a couple of his cases over the years. Not that Shouta is polite, but he does treat them like FING human beings. So, that also helps. He's a good kid and the makings of a great hero, but I noticed some behaviors that I've found troubling, especially with him and Bakugou. Wada's face grows a bit dark at Bakugou's name, and something wavers as he looks around the school. Eventually, once he's certain they're alone, Wada's face firms in resolve as he leans forward. When you're done with the principal, meet me a block down from the school's front gate. I'll tell you what you need to know. Shouta nods. Thank you. The principal of Aldra Junior High, Fujiwara, makes Shouta think of an oiled-up weasel like in ultra-retro Western animations. Either way, the dislike is pretty much immediate. He wonders if being unpleasant was a requirement in Aldra's hiring. Either way, the system is burning after meeting the elementary school. Shouta just has to figure out which target to direct Nedzu's wrath on first. The meeting with Fujiwara begins much the same way it did with Okada. The man sings the praises of Bakugou while acting like Midoriya has never existed in the first place. When Shouta brings up Midoriya, the man's face twists painfully. Like the kid wasn't worth the attempt to pretend to be nice. And, seriously, if these people loved quirks so goddamn much, then Shouta is shocked that they're bending over backwards retroactively for the kid. The whole world saw Midoriya break his bones on live TV with the power of that thing. Are these people stupid? Kaminari has more common sense, and Shouta once witnessed him shove 3 light bulbs in his mouth to light them all at once. It worked, of course, but at what cost to his sanity? I'll be honest with you, Aizawa-san. Fujiwara leans forward, like they're friends. They're not friends. Shouta fights the urge to lean back. I don't know how the boy was able to get into UA. Oh hell no. First off, if anyone was able to cheat the test, Nedzu would probably let them into the school if they were creative enough. Because only Nedzu knows what goes on in his head. Secondly, Midoriya earned his place. He placed high enough on the written exam, had All Might's recommendation, and was able to rack up an impressive amount of rescue points. So who was this guy to say that someone who earned their place didn't FING earn it? Shouta is also unpleasantly reminded of a hated teacher when he was in school. The man never believed that he earned anything because of his weak quirk. Unless it was detention. Shouta earned plenty of those because of that BSTRD. Are you suggesting that there is something wrong with the UA's admissions process? He asks carefully, making his voice even flatter as he stares holes into the man. Fujiwara jars, seemingly realizing his error just too late. No. Of course, I'm not suggesting that. The man sweats. I'm just saying that Midoriya, well, he wasn't supposed to get in. All the bad reports in his unrestricted file, especially the ones in Midoriya's 3rd year, were to make sure that he didn't get into UA. This was direct sabotage of a student by people who were supposed to help him. If it weren't for All Might's recommendation, then it probably would have worked. Now, it's Shouda's turn to lean forward while the other man leans away. He asks, deadly quiet yet achingly loud in the office, the question that must be asked. Is it because that until recently Midoriya presented as quirkless? The man pales. Shouta tilts his head to the side. You've already insinuated that you and your staff were actively trying to undermine Midoriya's education, sir. I saw your board of distinguished alumni as well. Bakugou is on. There, Midoriya. Well, I've read all those notes, by the way. The ones that you thought would kill a child's dream before he even had the chance to realize it. And Midoriya is nothing like that in mine or other teachers' classes. Fujiwara turns an ugly shade of puce and stands, spit flying from his mouth that Shouta dodges. The boy is a liar. Shouta has a lot of patience. You have to have it in order to be an underground hero. Even he, however, has his limits. His quirk activates out of sheer anger as Shouta slams his hands down on the table. The principal flinches back, but he is going to say his piece. He is traumatized. And I'm willing to bet that you have had a large hand in that. He grounds out in a quietly measured tone. Midoriya has potential to be one of the greatest heroes that we have ever seen. But he needs to realize that he's not an acceptable sacrifice to get there. I'm assuming that you all made sure he knew that he was better off dead. But we have him now. UA will make sure he will shine as the best of us. In the end, you will have nothing to do with it, just a bad dream that he has long woken up from. Shouta blinks, the effects of his quirk dissipating as he stands. I would ask for any footage that you may have of Midoriya's time here. Given how you seem quite invested in Bakugou's success, I'm guessing that the footage has been long deleted. The other man flinches. He trembles from anger or fear, Shouda's not certain which. He also finds that he doesn't give a shit either. He, at least, has the recorded conversations with the principals. He'll have whatever Wada feels like sharing. It should be enough crumbs for Nedzu to dig into. No matter. Nedzu always liked a challenge. Shouta leans toward the man with a smile that he knows makes him look insane. Enjoy your job while you have it. As promised, Shouta meets Wada a block from Aldra Junior High's front gates. The man stands with a woman, near retirement age, dressed in the uniform for a cafeteria worker if Shouta has to guess. Wada waves and introduces him to her. Meet Reika, she says with a firm handshake. Wada said that you wanted to talk about Midoriya-kun? Shouta nods. I do. If that's all right. She smiles, full of grandmotherly fondness. He was such a sweet boy while he was here. I always set aside a bit of extra food for him. The other children, well, they would smack his tray out of his hands. And then he wouldn't have been able to eat otherwise. She pauses, twisting her hands for a moment. The other cafeteria workers and I felt so terrible. He was always so polite. And the way he went on about quirks. Well, it made you feel like you were something really special. I always wanted to do more for him, but the principal would never listen. Eventually, he threatened my job. And I need the work to take care of my granddaughter. Wada sighs, scratching the back of his head. There's a defeated sort of slump to his shoulders. We did what we could for the kid. The service workers, we don't get paid much attention to, but Midoriya was so nice. A lot of those kids, they treat you like furniture. But he was never like that. He was a genuinely good kid and never deserved what was inflicted on him. But the teachers just didn't care and the rest of us weren't listened to. He trails off for a moment, looking up at a tree. Flower buds already shedding away for green new leaves before looking Shouta in the eyes. I would come early, especially when you heard about a recent suicide. Some of them thought it was funny to leave red spider lilies on his desk. Aizawa Shouta knows intimately what it feels like to have the air knocked out of you. Those few seconds where you feel like you will never breathe again and that you are just drowning without ever being in the water for it to happen. Hearing about the flowers left on Midoriya's desk leaves Shouta feeling like that. He keeps his face blank and forces his quirk, which wants to activate out of sheer rage again, to stay quiet in his head. If he thought that he was angry about Okada's admittance about forcing him to look into her eyes or what Fujiwara inadvertently admitted, then he discovers a whole new untapped rage, the likes he felt when Shigaraki was reaching out to Azui in the US. This is wrong. He was ACHILD Aldra will burn. Really? Shouta says, shoving his hands into his pockets so they don't see his hands shake in anger. The other man nods. I usually got them before Midoriya arrived at school. But not always if I was sick or something. If it wasn't that, then they would write on his desk. Midoriya would get in trouble for it if he didn't clean it up. The other janitor and I did our best, but there was only so much we could do. The poor boy, Mito clucks tiredly. He never deserved any of it. And Bakugou. Mito and Wada's faces darken. I'm unsurprised that he got into UA, of course. With a quirk like that. His teachers knew he could be a hero, but Well, a lot of them believe that might makes right sort of philosophy. Let the kids go wild with their quirks in class and the like. And Bakugou was at the top, so anyone beneath him felt his wrath, Wada says, touching his horns. Since everyone thought that Midoriya was quirkless and the two knew each for so long, he was Bakugou's primary target. The boy is a bully, Mito says sharply. And a brute. I hate to say it, I never want to label a child that way, but I wouldn't be surprised if he went down the route of a villain. He has no regard to those around him and no respect at all. No one did him any favors either. They never told him no. I think his parents tried to rein him in, but he spent most of the day at school. There's only so much you can do. Would you be willing to sign something to that fact? Shouta asks because this is the proof he'll need to make sure the duo isn't paired together for the exam. I'd like to make sure the two aren't partnered for any teamwork at UA. Of course, replies Mito while Wada nods his assent. After getting their contact information, Shouta decides to pass on a warning as well. They don't deserve to get caught in the crossfire of the storm that's brewing for these schools. Keep it to the fellow staff that aren't the teachers, but I'm going to set Principal Nedzu on the Aldra schools. I suggest looking for other work, or, if you like, come apply to UA. He'll help you find new jobs along with anyone willing to testify against them. Better ones. The two only nod with wide eyes and grim sets to their mouths. Are you sure? Mito asks. I'll make certain of it, Shouta promises. They did their best in a sheet situation with limited resources. Thank you for looking out for Midoriya when you could. It's probably because of people like them that Midoriya's faith in adults isn't entirely shattered, why Shouta was able to convince the kid to trust him in only a couple of days. He'll make sure that they're taken care of for that. Shouda's a hero after all. Sometimes you can't save everyone, but you'll well try to help good people if you can. Shouta emails the encrypted files of his recordings of the conversations with the principals and the workers to Nedzu before heading home with a terse suggestion of burning Aldra to the ground. He feels like he's aged about 10 years in the span of an afternoon as he walks back home. Shouda's head spins. Midoriya was suicide-baited and bullied horrifically. Midoriya, who is kind and empathetic, probably had the best reason out of any student. He knew to turn villain. And he would be a terrifying villain if he went down that path. Midoriya wants to be a hero though. Midoriya spent most of his life assumed quirkless. Midoriya calls Bakugou Kaken, and everyone thinks that they are childhood friends. They are not childhood friends, hadn't been for years from Shouda's piece together. But Midoriya still lets people think they are. Midoriya looks so shocked when a teacher offers kindness and praise. Midoriya knew all might before UA. Midoriya has a quirk that came out of nowhere with a convenient explanation for it. A picture has formed for Shouta of Midoriya's life before UA, in terms of school at least. And it is frankly horrifying to really think about it. It also was, in many ways, worse than Shouda's own shitty school experience before he came to UA. Really, the fact that Midoriya could be something resembling adjusted was frankly a miracle. Shouta sighs as he trudges through the door. I'm home. Hey. Hizashi greets cheerfully from the kitchen. There's my favorite listener. Shouta stands in the doorway, feels all the anger and tension sort of leave his shoulders with the tenderness in Hizashi's voice. He toes off his boots, shoves his feet in his house slippers, and makes a beeline for Hizashi. Shouta usually shows his love and affection in actions over words. Sometimes, however, you have a shitty day and just need to hug your husband. He hugs Hizashi from behind and buries his face into the crook of his neck. Logically, it's not the safest place in the world. Emotionally, however, Shouta never feels more secure than when he can do this, knowing Hizashi will protect him if he wants to hide away for a while. His husband turns around to face Shouta and wraps his arms around his waist. I take it going to the little listener's schools didn't go so hot, Hizashi murmurs after several minutes of standing there. He presses his lips to Shouda's hair and the tension drains more from him. People SCK and should be psychologically screened before becoming a teacher. He complains about Yagi's competency in teaching, but at least the man genuinely cares about his students and their success. Aldra actively sabotaged a student and made him feel like he was less than nothing. This puts Midoriya's willingness to break himself in pursuit of his goals in a more horrifying perspective. If only you can dictate how things are done in the education system. It's a daily disappointment that I can't do that. Shouta pulls back, scrubbing a hand over his face. Hizashi, it's a miracle Midoriya trusts any adult at all. I threw those schools to Nedzu, and would maybe like to personally punch each of Midoriya's teachers in the stomach if I could get away with it. Think that's assault, babe, he says, eyes gentle. But I know the feeling. Anyway, it's been a while since Nedzu got to rake subpar institutions over the coals. You may get a bonus. Shouta snorts. There's nothing really funny about the situation. But he's long learned that if you don't find something to hold on to, then the darkness of the world will swallow you whole. Sometimes, you need to light the way with humor. Not that he would tell Ms. Joke that. Shouta will go to the grave saying otherwise within her earshot. He has a reputation to maintain amongst his fellow heroes as well. It's not even that much of a joke either. Snipe brought Nedzu the last terrible school for him to raze to the ground, and he got extra vacation time so he could see his family in America. Hizashi ushers Shouta to the table where dinner is laid out. He takes a moment to breath it in. Besides, you're making headway with the little listener, right? He seems to trust me at least. Or, realizes I'm not like his other teachers. But I've been working on him for the past couple days. Don't forget what you did for those kids at USJ either, Hizashi says as he pushes a bowl of rice to Shouta. They all know what you would do for them. His elbow twinges at the reminder, but his husband does have a point. I have enough to make sure he and Bakugou can't be paired together for the exam. He taps his chopsticks to the rim of his rice bowl in frustration. There's something that I'm missing though. And it's bothering me. You never did like a puzzle unsolved. I remember when you and Oboro would get into fights over if the ending of a mystery would make sense or not. A sort of bittersweet nostalgic fondness twists in his chest at the mention of Oboro, but, like many mentions of their friend, the ache doesn't hurt as much as it once did. Instead, Shouta allows a half-smile to flicker on his face as he remembers the old argument. He liked the conclusion of a mystery to make logical sense, while Oboro would argue about character and drama and how it was the journey that mattered rather than the end result. That probably said something about both of their personalities now that Shouta reflects on it. You have your night show tonight, right? Shouta asks his husband, wanting to put focus onto something else for a while. Who's your guest? He grins at that, easily rolling with the subject change. Miruko. Oh man, it's going to be a wild one. Hizashi falls into chatter about interview prep and his thoughts on the up-and-coming young hero as Shouta relaxes, thankful for his husband's ability to fill the silence so he doesn't drown in his own thoughts. LaRue Morgana, better known in the world of underground heroics as Madame LaRue, is a figure as unchanging and unending as time itself. Or so it feels like anyway. While underground heroes could go to the bigger support companies for the products that they need, the priority tends to go to the limelight heroes. So, rather, there are smaller-scale operations to fulfill the needs of the pro heroes that stick to the shadows. Madame LaRue is, arguably, the best of these smaller-scale operations. She's picky with her clientele, saying that she looks for the correct aura or something like that. Not that Shouta believes a lick of it, as her quirk has to do with longevity. If you can believe Madame LaRue, then she's been around since when quirks were just emerging, hiding in plain sight, and enjoying watching the years pass her by. Shouta, for some reason, is one of those lucky clients that she chooses to take on. But he doesn't know. But he's always had a habit of drawing in the odd ones. He did need to get some more smoke bombs, and Madame LaRue said she can talk to him about Midoriya's shoes. So, he leaves the apartment immediately after dinner to see her before he starts his patrol. The tiny shop front advertises Madame LaRue's psychic services in bright neon letters. She offers palmistry, crystal ball readings, aura readings, and her specialty, tarot. Shouta stares at the flickering neon eye in the window, wonders why he always finds the weird ones before heading inside. The shop is half-lit and smells strongly of incense and herbs. Jars line the faux dusty shelves advertising things like Eye of Newt and Tears of a Freshly Broken Heart. A hazy glow emanates from lamps covered in scarves. This is the front for where the best in underground heroics in Japan, and possibly the world over, get their support work done. Welcome visitor, Madame LaRue's husky voice purrs out in the shop. I hope you are ready to peer across the veil. Eraserhead. Just like that, the overhead lights flick on, bathing the entire shop in a bright fluorescent glow. Madame LaRue steps up from the back with a wide smile on her plump face. She barely comes up to Shouta's mid-chest with thick glasses magnifying her eyes. Her dark hair is streaked with gray, frizzing a bit. Though her face puts her anywhere between 30 and 50, and in some lights, she looks as young as 20. The maiden, mother, and crone, all rolled into one, sugar, she said with a grin and a wink when they first met. She hasn't changed since. Madam, Shouta greets, but allows the hug that she gives her. He bends down, letting her long brightly painted nails squish his cheeks as she looks him over. The hand pulls back and she grins at him. Always a man of few words, aren't cha baby cakes? Well, no worries. I got those smoke bombs that you requested. And we can talk about that photo you sent me. Shouta follows LaRue into the back where she pops open a bison skull on the wall and types in the code. A staircase rises from the wooden floor. So how is that fine husband of yours, Eraserhead? She asks as she sashays down the steps. Mick's fine. He says hello. Tell him he's still a honey-voiced charmer. She laughs deep and full. I listen to his show when I get the chance. Shouta will not be telling Hizashi that. He loves his husband and respects Madame LaRue, but he tries to make sure that the two of them are only in the same room at least twice a year, with enough time for Shouta to prepare the onslaught of extroversion and personality that comes out with them together. It's just a lot when it happens. Even more if Nemuri is somehow involved as well. Madame LaRue's support workshop, in contrast to her psychic shop, is all shiny and clean, well-maintained and organized. There's a meticulousness about the whole affair that shows for all her dramatics and personality. Madame LaRue is the best in the business. Now then, she begins once she gives him the smoke bombs that he asked for. I was mighty surprised when you sent me that photo of your student, Eraserhead. Because that boy, from what I could see of the sports festival, has a pretty powerful quirk. Shouta immediately knows that he's not going to like where this conversation is heading based on the sharp look in Madame LaRue's eyes. He does, Shouta agrees. She hums thoughtfully as she peers over her glasses at him. Right, tell me, what do you know how quirklessness? Probably not as much as I should have, he states, easily letting her take the lead on this conversation as he tries to ignore the churning in his gut. I know that there are some physical differences between a quirked person and a quirkless one. I know that they experience a lot of discrimination. Also the hate crimes and suicides in the quirkless demographic, especially amongst the younger generations, is pretty high. Some of those physical differences are usually internal, outside of the lack of a quirk, Madame LaRue states, warming up to the lesson. Wisdom teeth, which are an extra set of molars that are usually removed in the teenage years, an appendix, a vestigial organ that can become infected and rupture which releases a poisonous substance to the body, and an extra joint in the pinky toe. Usually confirmation of the extra joint in the pinky toe is the way to go for a quirkless diagnosis. The slight twist to her mouth is enough to tell him what she thinks of the term, like being quirkless is some sort of disease. The recovery is quick though as she takes out the picture of Midoriya's shoes. This leads to special footwear for the quirkless population as their foot is both a bit wider and different shaped than people with quirks, even those with wide feet. Madame LaRue's long bright blue nails tap on the photograph. Shoes like this, for example. Quirkless people are the only ones who buy them. They're the only ones who they're made for. Shouta stares at her, desperately trying to feel like his world hadn't been turned upside down yet again for the week. He hears water rushing in his ears, but there is no water. It's his heart roaring and the BLD from his body rush. What are the chances of a quirk emerging anyway with the joint? He asks, keeping his voice steady. He's not sure if he's doing a good job. 1 in a several billion shot. And even if it does happen, it's usually pretty weak, Madame LaRue answers. I've only seen it once years and years ago. Nothing as strong as what your student shows. Motherfucking goddamn. Problem child wasn't assumed to be quirkless. He was quirkless. But now he has a quirk. How the F does he have a quirk? There's a story passed around between underground heroes, those in the shadows. It's told in whispers, in backroom bars and on long stakeouts. It's about a villain that has been around since quirks emerged, who can take your quirk for his own with just a touch. But some of the heroes say he can give quirks as well. With the League of Villains gaining more traction, Shouta finds himself thinking of the story more and more. He thinks of Midoriya with a quirk that breaks his body, a quirk that he shouldn't have, and wonders for a split second. He wonders if he could be a villain in heroic clothing. But almost immediately he thinks of Midoriya's character. He is kind, compassionate, and full of empathy. Who stares down Shouta on that first day with a broken finger and fire in his eyes. The kid who faces down the Nomu, who sees Shouta in trouble and jumps in the fray in that stupid, reckless, self-sacrificingly heroic way of his. He doesn't know how Midoriya got that quirk, but it wasn't from a boogeyman passed around in the world of the underground. He knows his student that well to know that much. Eraserhead. Shouta snaps back to himself as Madame LaRue looks at him, eyebrow raised. You alright, sugar? Please keep this quiet. You don't need to tell me twice. She promises. I just hope that you figure out a way to explain it away if someone puts 2 and 2 together and comes after that kid. He has a good excuse in his file and All Might backing him up, Shouta says tiredly. He rubs his hand across his face again, wishing he could just face plant in his bed and sleep the rest of this day away. Plus, he has me. He didn't spend years perfecting his poker face for nothing. Only Hizashi and Nomuri can tell what he's thinking most of the time. He's perfected the dead-eyed stared and flat effect for a damn good reason. Midoriya was quirkless. He has a quirk. He wants to be a hero, so Shouta will help him be a hero. He says goodbye to Madame LaRue and takes his leave, thoughts swirling around in his head like a storm cloud. Here's what Aizawa Shouta considers when he leaves Madame LaRue's quirk theory. Well, not the whole of quirk theory, but a particular theory called the oppositional generational theory. Basically, it says in a generation of quirks there will be some that are similar yet fundamentally different. For example, there's a hero in the UK around Shouta's age called Level Up who can increase the power of a person's quirk by looking at them. It's pretty much the opposite of erasure. In UA alone, there's Kirishima and Tetsu who have a fundamental quirk of hardening their skin, except one is stone and the other is metal. Maybe not entirely opposite, but different enough for the theory to hold. He considers the legend of the boogeyman in the shadows, who can take quirks and give them back. No way Midoriya would go to him. Kid would rather be quirkless than be in a debt to a shadowy, terrifying figure. But what if there was a quirk that could be passed on, slipped through generation after generation? There's another story in the underground community as well about a succession of underground heroes. Sword, Lariat, Requiem, and others dating back to the vigilante days before Rhode Island New State Statute happened. These heroes' quirks oddly mutated, giving them increased strength, speed, and stamina. Oddly enough, the underground hero who developed it next was the protege of the one who had the mutation. Now that Shouta's really thinking about the legend. Oppositional generational theory. If one quirk can give or take other quirks, then why can't one quirk from the same generation or close to it be passed on? Though how can it grow stronger with each generation? Shouta thinks of Midoriya and his sneakers and those wild, desperate eyes as he reaches out to save Uraraka, protect Shouta, to talk to Todoroki, to be a hero. And he wonders just what he's fallen into. Shouta will admit that he probably shouldn't have gone on patrol after talking with Madame LaRue. He probably should have just called it a night and went home. He was independent for a reason, and that reason was he could set his own hours. Well, amongst other things, but setting his own hours was, admittedly, a big draw. Leaving Madame LaRue's though, Shouta also felt too keen to go home and sit with BSRD, pacing through the apartment like a caged jungle cat, and updating already set lesson plans. He's a maelstrom of emotions from everything today. Patrolling sounds. So Shouta goes on patrol, even though he shouldn't, and gets a pretty nice gash on his side and his temple. He waves off concern from the officers on scene after they arrest the guy. Without thinking, he heads to the rooftop of Midoriya's apartment building. Maybe out of some need to see the problem child with this new information, maybe he wants to see if this is all really an act and the kid made some sort of desperate deal with a shadowy figure for a quirk. Maybe he just wants to see the kid and make certain that he's alright with his own two eyes, with this new information. Because there's being assumed quirkless and being quirkless and this pretty much changes everything and nothing at the same time, doesn't it? Aizawa-sensei. The kid yelps in concern, forgoing using his hero name as they did on these nighttime chats. He's holding the mugs of hot chocolate tight. You're bleeding. Seriously, there's no way he got a quirk from the terror of the underground. Shouta would eat his capture weapon. It's largely stopped now, Shouta reassures. Maybe he should have gotten checked out. Midoriya raises an eyebrow and rolls his eyes. It's such a teenage gesture from him. It's also probably the most disrespectful thing he's ever done in Shouta's presence as well. It feels like a win. Come on. We have a first aid kit in the apartment. And wouldn't your mother worry about you bringing a strange man into your apartment? Mom's staying with a coworker for a couple of nights. Her law firm has a pretty big case coming on and it's all hands on deck, even the paralegals. Problem child answers with a shrug. So, it's just me. Now come on, sensei, let's get you cleaned up. He says it with a light in his eyes, one that says that he plans on bringing up the next time Shouta hounds the kid about taking care of himself better. Which, is probably fair. Shouta's always been more of a do as I say, not as I do sort of teacher in quite a few regards. Either way, curiosity pushes his feet into the doorway of the apartment's rooftop. The door to the Midoriya's apartment is rather innocuous, but so is the rest of the building, so Shouta isn't that surprised. The kid gives him the mug of hot chocolate so he can open the door with his keys. Shouta clocks the all might and present my keychains on it. Welcome to my home, sensei. Do you need help with your boots? Shouta pulls down his goggles when they get inside, wincing at the dried BLD on them. Nah. He hands the mug back to Midoriya, who exchanges his shoes for his slippers with practiced familiarity. He sets the guest slippers out for him before heading inside, calling that he'll go get their first aid kit. Shouta gingerly takes off his boots and puts the slippers on. The Midoriya's apartment is quite nice. Clean, well-kept, and pretty big. Shouta walks past the problem child's bedroom and keeps his expression carefully blank at the large amount of hero merch on the walls, particularly All Might. But he also clocks a decent amount of other heroes as well, both domestic and foreign. Is that a replica of his goggles? He also notes a stack of weights in a corner and a locked shelf on the desk. Interesting. Shouta continues on, not wanting the kid to come looking for him and see him staring at his bedroom. He walks past the living where he sees the news playing softly. There are pictures of Midoriya and a woman with long green hair that has to be his mother. In the baby pictures, there's a man with freckles and dark curls, who has to be the father in hero merchandising. There's a slightly more recent one, Midoriya and the man with some gray in those curls striking a pose in front of an American monument of some sort. Problem child meets him in the dining area, carrying one of the largest first aid kits that Shouta has ever seen a civilian own before. Adding with what Shouta's already learned, the alarm bells of Midoriya's past just seem to ring and ring and ring in his ears. Both cups of hot chocolate are resting on the table as he sets down the kit with a heavy thunk. Right, Aizawa-sensei, I don't know how I can say this politely, Midoriya says with bright red tinge to his cheeks. But I'm going to need you to lift up your shirt. I can do it myself, kid, he offers instead. That's a really awkward place on your side though. Midoriya insists firmly with bright, determined eyes. I've been hurt there before. And it took me like an hour to dash. He stops as if suddenly remembering his audience. Midoriya bites his lip. Shouta remembers that second night when they talked about bullies. I get it, kid. Remember. A bit of tension releases from those shoulders as he fiddles with the kit, digging around for what he needs. I didn't want my mom to find out that it was getting bad, he confesses, not meeting Shouta's eyes. My dad makes good money and so does mom. But it doesn't mean that the money's endless, And the private schools are really expensive. They couldn't afford to send me to another school. And it's hard to get into a private school anyway when people think you're quirkless. It hangs there, a casual admission of how quirks or the lack of one can determine your worth. Never mind your character or your compassion or your brain or the 1,000 other little things that make a person. My parents made good money too, Shouta confesses. And I went to a private junior high. It wasn't that much better. It was probably worse because a lot of the kids had the knowledge that, in addition to their quirks, they could probably buy their way out of trouble. Money, after all, was the only thing that Shouta ever seen surpass the worth of a quirk. He lifts up his shirt so his student can see the gash. Shouda's heart breaks a little bit, seeing how the kid easily assesses the injury and gets to work. It's not too deep, sensei. I think you're gonna live. Midoriya gives him a wan smile before continuing on. It's better at you. I mean, I heard about their policies toward anti-bullying for years. And they were the first school to make it clear a quirkless person could apply to any of their courses. But they're saying that a place is inclusive and it actually being inclusive. Is refreshing. It should be the norm. Yeah, it should, he agrees as disinfects the gash and hums thoughtfully. I don't think you need stitches. But I'd show it to Recovery Girl in the morning. He carefully closes the cut with some butterfly bandages before taking gauze and taping it down. How often did you have to do this, kid? Midoriya sits back on his heels. It's clear that he's internally debating just how much he can downplay the situation for him. Shouta raises an eyebrow because the kid is already in deep with the sharing. He seems to realize this as well because Midoriya sighs. Regularly since I was like 7. I've been keeping up with it recently. Recovery Girl says she won't heal my injuries anymore since the sports festival. Oh hell no. She what? Shouta growls out. The youthful heroine never ends up on his ever-evolving and shifting sheet list, but she just rocketed up to the top 5. Of all the irresponsible things to do with a student. It's not her fault. Midoriya defends, looking surprised by his vehemence. I kept breaking my arms. She didn't want me to become dependent on healing quirks to get out of it. Distantly, Shouta knows that's a fair point. But he's a kid with a quirk that's new to his body and he's still figuring it out. What the F-, Recovery Girl? Kid, you're 15, he says, resting his hands on those shoulders. They hold so much but feel so small under his hands. You're still learning how to control your quirk. You're allowed to mess up and make mistakes and get hurt. It happens with powerful quirks, even when students had them for 10 years. You had it less than that and you're doing better all the time with it. As your teachers, we have to help you. I'm going to talk with Recovery Girl tomorrow, okay? Midoriya looks up at him, before nodding. Okay. Shouta nods, dropping his hands. All right then. The kid looks down. There are some tears gathering in his eyes, but he seems to ignore them. Shouta does him the courtesy of ignoring them as well. I need to do your face, sensei. Do you mind if I pin your hair back? He nods, sensing that part of the conversation is over. Midoriya clips back his hair with a barrette. A washcloth is produced from somewhere along with warm water. Midoriya cleans away with the BLD gently. Facial cuts are the worst, Midoriya mutters as he works. They'd avoid my face because of how much it would bleed. One of the kids, he has this quirk that made his fingers and nails super long at will. And he would scratch me during class. I had a kid who could control paper, Shouta shares, eyes shut because the warmth of the water feels nice. He liked to give me paper cuts. Nothing I could prove. Same, he was Kaken's friend. And that got him cash with the teachers. Shouta opens his eyes at that. He doesn't think he's going to get a more opportune moment than this to ask about Bakugou. Problem child, he says, hoping that darkness of the night and the relative intimacy of the situation of his student bandaging his wounds will coax secrets out better than the light of day. I have a question. And I hope that you can trust me enough to be honest. Midoriya looks at the ground, and he feels the kid's hand tremble slightly against his temple. I trust you, sensei, the kid answers after a long moment. There's something in his tone like shock, like he can't believe that he actually trusts Shouta. No, not Shouta, he can't believe that he trusts a teacher. Did Bakugou bully you? Midoriya bites his lip for a second, an internal conflict plays across his face. Shouta can only guess at an admittedly complicated history, and it's going to be a minefield to navigate within the coming months, he can feel it. But Midoriya glances at the news where Endeavor is on the screen and something in him steals. Why did seeing Endeavor give Midoriya that resolve? Yes, Midoriya says as he uses the butterfly bandages on Shouta's cut. He did. He was always so brash, you know? A leader, someone everyone wanted to follow. And then his quirk came in. It was powerful, so cool, well, it was a lot of things. And people just kept telling him he would be a hero. And then there was me. We were friends once. He down next to Shouta and grabs the All Might mug. The hot chocolate is probably more like tepid chocolate milk by this point, but Midoriya doesn't care. I don't know why I PSS him off so much. I don't know what it is about me that makes Kaken go all crazy or whatever. But I know I was failed by the system, but Kaken was too. No one told him no. Or that he was wrong. Or that what he was doing wasn't okay. And that's how you get bad heroes in the world, who think that just because they're powerful that they're owed something. I want Kaken to leave me alone and let me be a hero. But I want him to be the best hero he can be as well. That's pretty altruistic, kid, Shouta says into the quiet of the apartment. Midoriya looks up from under his fringe. Not really. Because I've seen how villainous Kaken can be. And I'd rather him be on the side of the heroes than not. The thought of him just turning like that if he loses his shot at his dream. It terrifies me, sensei. It's a big part of the reason why I kept my mouth shut, because desperate people can do really stupid things. He pauses. And I want to be a hero who saves everyone. Maybe I can't save Kaken, but he deserves the chance to be saved by someone from his own worst impulses. He deserves the chance to be better. Everyone deserves a chance to be better. Because how can I call myself a hero if I don't offer him that chance, sensei? Well, there's nothing else that Shouta can really say about that, is there? Some mornings, Shouta wishes he could sleep through his alarm and not have to go teach, especially with previous classes. It's not a feeling that happened often with this class, only now appearing after he had a particularly draining patrol. Still, he wakes up early because he needs to go see Recovery Girl. Both for healing and to ask what the hell she was thinking threatening to withhold medical treatment from a traumatized child. And there was also the meeting with Bakugou and his parents, which Shouta is not thinking about right now because only one crisis at a time. This morning was, unfortunately, just overloaded with crises. Shouta thought that Recovery Girl was one of his few sane coworkers, but these past couple of days have been all about turning his worldview upside down and inside out. Hizashi wakes up with him, fretting a little over his injuries, but not enough to crowd him. His lucky husband doesn't need to get up and dressed for another hour or so. Despite a full day ahead of him, he's going to track down Problem Child's mother today in order to talk with her. Rather than setting up a parent-teachers conference because he's not FING doing two in one day, Shouta refuses. He's going to engineer a meeting at a bakery where Hizashi met her once. It was the bakery with those cat pastries, right? Where you met Midoriya's mother. Shouta asks Hizashi as he feeds BSRD. His husband blinks at him a couple of times, long blonde hair dripping over his shoulder as he gets Shouta's coffee ready in a travel mug. There's concern on his face, Shouta can tell. Between how angry he was when he came home yesterday and the injuries last night, Hizashi has every right to be concerned. Yeah, he confirms before gnawing on his lower lip for a second. Shouta waits him out. You gonna be okay, Shou? You have enough evidence to make sure Bakugou and Midoriya aren't partnered together. You can stop. And it is a tempting offer, Shouta thinks as he stares down at his first cup of coffee in his favorite cat mug that Namuri gave him several years ago. Only Hizashi really knows about how deep he's been getting in regard to Midoriya's case, while the other know it's something to do with making sure Bakugou and the kid don't get put together for teamwork. He could just stop, close the metaphorical Pandora's box, and get on with his life with a deeper understanding of where Midoriya is coming from. But Shouta thinks of himself at that age and his own distrust of adults outside of his parents. Even with that trust he had, he didn't tell them what he was going through. He thinks of drowning in his solitude and hiding away from anyone who meant him kindness for a couple of years. Until Yue. Sometimes, when the night is dark and his bed empty, he feels the loneliness of his younger years creep on him like an old friend. He thinks of Midoriya's wan smile and bright eyes, red shoes for people who'll never known the power that lives in your skin, boogeymen and opposing forces to them. He thinks of two bullied kids because even if you grow up, you'll always be a bullied kid, reaching out toward each other in understanding, for all their experiences are different. I need to see this through, he declares. Hizashi's eyes soften at that and smiles at him. One of those soft secret smiles that Shouta gets when they're in the apartment, cat twisting around their ankles, the scent of coffee in air, and something like pride radiating from the person who helped Shouta carve out a little bit of peace. Hizashi kisses his forehead. Then let's have faith. It'll work out in the end. Recovery girl heals Shouta's injuries with a couple of kisses. The drop in stamina unnoticeable given how perpetually tired Shouta always is. He doesn't really know how to beat around the bush. So, instead, he dives right in, not ripping her a new one as he intended. Because, well, he thinks she had good intentions, but did a poor job of executing them. Besides, the real anger Shouta wants in reserve is the inevitable confrontation with Bakugou and his parents for their meeting this morning. He has to prioritize here with his emotions. I talked with Midoriya, he states, looking her in the eyes. He said that you refuse to heal any injuries for him anymore. Shizenji-san, what the hell? The old woman sighs and settles back into her chair. There's a frown on her face. I'll heal injuries for him, of course. But after his fit with Todoroki, you saw how he broke himself, Aizawa. The boy needed a firm kick in the rear to figure out over how not to destroy himself with his quirk. Shouta suspected this, of course. Recovery girl was always willing to heal people, but if she felt like they were overly relying on her quirk or healing quirks in general, then she would have to switch to tough love. It worked, of course, in some cases. But Midoriya, given his track record with adults, it wasn't the best course of action. Be that as it may, Shouta says carefully. He has improved with his full cowl technique. And, frankly, I don't want him to think he has to hide injuries because he's scared he'll get into trouble with you. While I won't break his confidence here, he has not been treated well by those around him, especially adults in his life at school. I understand what you wanted to do, but this was the wrong kid to do it with. He needs to know he can trust you, and right now, he feels like you don't like him. I don't want to go to Nedzu over this. He doesn't. He just wants her to treat Midoriya and maybe give the kid an apology for threatening him with this in the first place. But I will because the kid has been bullied and self-treating his own injuries for years. I want him to feel safe enough to be able to go to an adult if there's a problem, especially with his health. Because, frankly, a lot of them have told him otherwise. Don't be that for him. They lock eyes for several moments. Recovery girl frowns. I was unaware of his past, Aizawa. I would have handled things differently with him if I'd know this. If you'll send Midoriya in during homeroom, then I'll be sure to apologize and clear things up with him. And really, that's all Shouta wanted. Hopefully Midoriya would believe it. If not, then they can work on that. He's just glad someone around here is willing to own up to things and fix their mistakes. Shouta rushes to the front gate in as nonchalant a way as possible after speaking with Recovery Girl to meet with Bakugou and his parents for their early morning conference. He sees his student with his tie done for once, arms crossed, scowl on his face as he stands between a woman that has to be his mother and a Zencom man that is probably his father. Aizawa-sen greets the man with a bow. Bakugou-masaru, this is my wife, Mitsuki. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us about Katsuki. Shouta nods to his student's parents. Bakugou-san, I would have scheduled this either way. You can call me by maiden name if you want, the blonde woman says with a sharp grin. I go by Hano Mitsuki professionally. Gets real FNG confusing saying Bakugou to refer to three people. Bakugou continues to scowl. Shouta decides to take this impending clusterfuck of a parent-teacher behind closed doors ASAP before the explosions actually start. Alright, Bakugou-san, Hano-san, Bakugou, let's take this to a conference room. We're just concerned, Bakugou-san says as they take their seats. Katsuki never had so many detentions before. The kid has a FING temper. Don't get us wrong, Hano-san replies as she rubs the back of her neck. He gets it from me. And I'm trying my goddamn best to learn how to control it. I've been in anger management for the year. Even so, I came from a loud family full of aggressive people who showed their love by yelling at each other 1 second and defending each other to the goddamn death the next. Not healthy, but, well, it takes FING time to unlearn that shit, you know. I'm right if I hear you, hag? Bakugou grounds out. His mother lightly cuffs him on the head, glaring at him. And you probably got so much goddamn detention for a reason. And if this shit keeps up, then where will your dream be, huh? Shouta leans back into the couch and looks at his family. I'm assuming you're not here to fight me on sending Bakugou to our school's guidance counselor. Bakugou-san shakes his head. Whatever you think is best on that front. We just want to know what needs to be done. Shouta looks at the two adults in front of him and at his student. He thinks of Midoriya's warnings from last night about how Bakugou would make a terrifying villain if pushed off the path to be a hero. If I may speak plainly, please, Hano-san says. Why we came here? Your son is a bully, Shouta lays out, simply and factually. He can see Bakugou gear up to yell, but Hano-san covers his mouth and raises an eyebrow. He sits, fuming. Shouta plows on. I'm concerned on several levels, especially with the hostility that he shows to Midoriya. The kid admitted to me yesterday that Bakugou has been harassing him for several years. A couple people from their middle school confirmed it as. Well, the picture it paints is more of an action of a villain than a hero in training. Frankly, if I had the full picture early on, I would have expelled your son without a second thought to it. He takes a deep breath, taking a moment to observe the family in front of him. Hano-san and Bakugou-san both look pale as his words sink in. Bakugou grinds his teeth together. Shouta continues on. Even without the knowledge that I now possess, I should have addressed his behavioral issues early on in the semester. Due to the USJ incident and my injuries from it, I was unable to do so in a timely fashion. I'm not using it as an excuse. Something should have been done after the first battle practical when he disobeyed a teacher's direct order and discharged his weapon with the intent to harm another student severely. With what I've uncovered now, a large part of me wants to declare your son hopeless as a heroic student and either put him in Gen Ed or outright expel him from UA. That's when Bakugou can't hold his tongue any longer. What? Bakugou explodes. Literally, Shouta can see the popping around his hands. You can't do that. Katsuki, Bakugou-san hisses with a sharp tone. Sit the F down. No. It's clear that the man doesn't use that tone with his son much because Bakugou instantly goes quiet, like someone pressed mute on the remote. He looks at his father with a scowl before sitting. As I said, I've talked with Midoriya and he's asked for a second chance for your son because he knows that, unlike his previous teachers, I'll take him to task for his behavior. I'm not a man who gives second chances, but seeing as how Midoriya is actually trusting an adult to handle this, I'm reluctant to betray his trust. And how that burns a little bit. Problem child is trusting him to take his wishes into an account, and that kid is all about second chances. Sure, Shouta has given previous students second chances as well. Those that he expelled and allowed back into the hero course over the years when they learned the lesson. But, after bonding with Midoriya, he really doesn't want to do so here. But he will even if it leaves a bad taste in his mouth. What do you need us to do, Aizawa-san? Hano-san asks. She sags into herself, looking small. It's not something that Shouta feels happens often with her. This is your son's second and only chance, Shouta makes clear. He gives second chances, but only a second chance. He will go to the session with Hound Dog. He will be honest in that session. Any course of treatment that Hound Dog recommends, and I know that anger management will be on that list, Bakugou will do. He will not be paired with or against Midoriya in any exercise until Hound Dog and I agree that it will be safe to do so. Any unauthorized quirk usage in class will mean that he's immediately expelled. Any further abusive language or intent to harm toward Midoriya will see him sent to Gen Ed or expulsion. When he is not in his heroics classes or quirk training exercises, he will be required to wear a quirk suppressing bracelet so he can learn when and when it isn't appropriate to use his quirk. Shouta digs out the bracelets, thin and bright blue. Bakugou will only be able to get them off with Shouda's fingerprint. It's something used in extreme cases, but feels appropriate here. Bakugou has been getting progressively more stoic as Shouta lays out his punishment, but he can see the fear in those eyes. He meets them evenly. He will also be suspended for 1 week with a black mark on his record for bullying and his teachers informed. If there is anything else I feel appropriate to add, then I'll let you know. I have a good working relationship with teachers at other hero schools. They won't be offering Bakugou a chance either. And I want an apology to Midoriya, one that he sincerely means at some point in the future. Shouta would say no more calling Midoriya Deku, but the kid picked it as his hero name. So, he's not going to be able to stop that. Both of Bakugou's parents nod, looking for thankful that he didn't outright expel their son over anything. Bakugou himself, however, looks like he's in a state of shock, like he jumped out of plane without a parachute and the horror of the situation hasn't fully hit him. We'll start looking for a therapist for Katsuki tonight, Bakugou-san promises, face tight and voice solemn. No matter what the counselor says. He's also F.in grounded for the foreseeable future as well, Hano-san says, look distraught as she turns to her son. I can't FNG believe you did that Aizu-chan, Katsuki. Is this why Inko doesn't FNG call me anymore? That jolts Bakugou back to himself, who crosses his arms over his chest and scowls. Bakugou's suspension will start today, he informs them. He'll be allowed on campus for his appointment with Hound Dog and to clean up the explosions in the design lab. We'll also put on his bracelets when you leave. They can only be removed by me. Bakugou-san nods solemnly. He'll be back in class next Monday, Aizawa. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We apologize that it got so bad. I can't believe you're taking his FNG side, growls out Bakugou. And I can't believe my son was delinquent instead of a hero in training, Mistuki snarls back. Life's full of FING disappointments, Katsuki. You're doing what your goddamn teacher says or I'll take you out of this school myself and send you to a reform school. Bakugou scowls and holds out his hands. Shouta takes the time to snap the bracelets on, activating them. His parents watch with sad eyes. We're so sorry, Aizawa-san, she tells him quietly. Her husband wraps an arm around her shoulder. Shouta pauses at that before sighing. It's a bad situation all around with Midoriya and Bakugou. The Bakugis, in contrast to many of the parents of students he expelled, actually seem to want their son to be a good person before being a hero. Besides, Bakugou spent most of his day at school or around other kids who praised him. That sort of sheet does things to a person. There's really only so much that they could have done to curb this disaster, short of sending him to another school. And he doesn't know their financial situation well enough to judge how that would have worked. It's not entirely your fault here. Bakugou's teachers and peers growing up did him no favors. It's something societal. Harm was done to your son in return, but he has potential to be a hero. I, however, don't want him to just be a hero. I want him to be a good person as well. That's what I want for all my students. The potential that Bakugou has is dwindling in Shouta's eyes by the day though. Part of him would rather just expel the kid or throw him in Gen Ed and be done with it. The part that won out, however, is Midoriya pointing out just what a great villain Bakugou would make if someone takes away his dream, the part where Midoriya trusted him to tell him that thought. It's less satisfying for Shouta, but one more chance for Bakugou to be better. That's all he's giving him. Hopefully, therapy and DSPLN are what's truly needed here. Shouta's doesn't do optimism well. Sometimes, though, a part of him longs for a bit of optimism. That maybe things will work out all right in the end, will get better, will be better. But the part of him that believed in wishing for happy endings died with Oboro. Shouta knows that if you want that sort of happiness, you fight for it with bloodied knuckles and steel in your spine. The world won't give it to you. You have to get it for yourself. You have to cry and curse and grit your teeth for your goddamn happy ending. It's never just handed to you. Shouta knows this, so does Midoriya. Now, it's Bakugou's turn to learn that lesson for himself. He hopes though that Bakugou can in the end. Shouta's not an optimist, but hope he can do. He sends off the Bakugis together. Shouta takes a moment to note the suspension and bracelets along with the black mark in Bakugou's digital records. He takes a moment to breathe, but only a brief fleeting instant that slips through his fingers. Part of him wants to take a nap before he has to go see his kids, but he can't do it yet. He has a chimera to see. I take it that your meeting with the Bakugou family went well. Nedzu asks from behind his desk. They're putting him therapy and will follow any recommendations that Hound Dog makes, Shouta says. He knows that he's on thin ice though. I have the proof that he was Midoriya's bully. He's been suspended for the week, outside of seeing Hound Dog and cleaning the design lab, along with quirk suppression bracelets on unless in the necessary classes. Then the pair of them will not do the exam together, Nedzu assures. I'm surprised that you didn't expel him. Midoriya asked for a second chance on his behalf and gave a compelling reason to back it up. Otherwise I would have, but this is his second and only chance. The principal nods and brings up the pairings for the final exams, moving the topic along. Perhaps swapping Midoriya with Todoroki, he suggests. Shouta takes a moment to consider the swap. Yaoyorozu needs a bit of confidence. She and Midoriya would do well at working together, despite not having worked together before. The kid is good at building people up. Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, would appreciate someone of Midoriya's analytical skill. They would work terrifyingly well together. Frankly, after this week, he wants Midoriya where he can see him as well. He's grown attached, even if it means the two powerhouse strategists of Class 1A would beat him in 15 minutes. Todoroki and Bakugou sounds like a recipe for disaster. Given the looks he's seen Todoroki send Bakugou's way, he thinks that the kid would bomb the exam just to spite Bakugou. At the same time though, the other pairings are solid. Shouta hopes that Todoroki's need to succeed would outweigh any pettiness that he would want to inflict on Bakugou. Still, he has to admit that the pairing would not be the best. It's a SWJ that I approve of. Though if any of the other teachers have a suggestion, then I think we should hear them out, Shouta answers. Bakugou and Todoroki are only marginally better than Midoriya and Bakugou. We'll see what can be done, agrees Nedzu. An unholy glint enters his eyes as he continues. As for Aldera, I'll have something ready within the week. What you've sent me was disturbing to hear, to say the least. If you could send Midoriya-kun my way at some point, I would appreciate it. He'll do that next week probably. The kid was already having his world rocked pretty hard in Shouda's eyes. Maybe after a couple of days he'll start feeling pretty stable again and Shouta can bring him into Nedzu. Though the thought of the two of them together is slightly terrifying. I would like to be there. If that's all right. He's gotten comfortable around me. Not all might. I think Problem Child is scared of disappointing his mentor. It's hard admitting this sort of thing around people you respect. Only Hizashi and Oboro knew the burning shame Shouta felt when admitted his own past with bullies one late night while at the summer training camp after he joined the hero course. Midoriya idolizes All Might and the man is fond of the kid as well. He's not going to make Midoriya spill his past in front of him. That'll be on his timetable when Problem Child realizes that it doesn't make him weak. They didn't win. Not with him and not with Shouta. They survived and they won. Of course, he'll make DMN sure that Midoriya will come to this realization. Because, oh, it's the most satisfying one a bullied kid could ever have. Midoriya looks happy when Shouta enters for homeroom. He looks well rested and laughs at something Todoroki says to him. His tie, for once, is actually tied correctly. Judging by the slight blush on both of their cheeks, Shouta thinks that Todoroki was the one who fixed it. Everyone quiets down within 3 seconds. He feels a bit of pride at that, they're learning. But before you ask, Bakugou has been suspended due to his behavior over this past week. A lie obviously, but not one he'll get into. A silence falls over his homeroom before they explode in questions. Shouta has to activate his quirk to calm them down. I will not be getting into this. Bakugou will be back after a week and you will not harass him about it. Midoriya stares at him with wide eyes in the silence, but there's something there. Relief. Respect. Fear. Shouta can't tell. Todoroki, meanwhile, ducks his face to hide a smile from the prying eyes of the others. Ida and Yaoyorozu are in charge for homeroom. Someone wake me up when it's time for ethics. God knows someone has to teach them how to be ethical heroes. Where else would they learn it from? The Hero Commission. Those unethical BSards wouldn't know heroic ethics if it slapped them across the face and sang Kimigeo. Still, he's the normal amount of tired on top of the tired from Recovery Girl's quirk being used on him. Shouta really needs a nap right about now, but speaking of Recovery Girl. Midoriya, Recovery Girl wants to see you also. Make sure she gives you a note if it runs long. The kid blinks, surprised. He's still probably working through the shock of Bakugou's suspension. Shouta merely raises an eyebrow in response. Midoriya must have seen something that he trusted in Shouda's face, relaxing a little bit. Heh, sensei, he agrees before heading out the door. Shouta, glad that his too busy morning has been handled, wraps himself in his sleeping bag and passes out into blissful oblivion as the kids explode into whispers and theories over Bakugou's suspension. Shouta remains unconscious until Yaoyorozu wakes him up with what looks like a freshly brewed cup of coffee. She wins for being his favorite for the day. Yaoyorozu gives him no headaches and cups of coffee. Shouta needed to talk to his homeroom before lunch about their afternoon class with all might this afternoon. He was packing things up as they were heading to lunch when he saw Shinso lurking outside of the doorway. Shouta watches as some of the other students raise eyebrows and walk past Shinso. He, meanwhile, racks his brain to remember if he had plans with his still recovering protege for the lunch PRD. Midoriya, Shinso says, shifting awkwardly. Shouta was hoping that Shinso would reach out to the kid after their talk yesterday, but he wasn't expecting him to do so as quickly as he has. Problem child, walking with Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida, beams at the purple-haired teen. Shinso-kun, how are you doing? I meant to talk with you after the sports festival, Midoriya says excitedly. Shouta has to hide his smirk because Shinso is doing his whole social interaction is a FING nightmare face. I heard that you're good at analysis, he offers awkwardly. I'm still working to get into the hero course. And I thought maybe you could help. With mine. And Midoriya lights up like the sun. Too bright, Uraraka whispers under her breath. She's only half joking. That would be so great, Shinso-kun. I think you have such an amazing quirk. It really is perfect for heroics. Honestly, the applications of it are endless. Do you mind if I write some stuff down? I keep quirk analysis journals, and it's in a code. I keep them locked up too. But if it makes you feel more comfortable, then we can just talk. Why don't you join us for lunch? That'll be okay, right guys? The group that teachers have jokingly nicknamed the Deku Squad voice their assent. Shinso looks a bit bowled over by the friendliness of the group, especially how Midoriya so easily compliments on his quirk. Sure, Shinso responds. Sounds great. All right, he grins wider and brighter. I have a lot of questions. With that, Shinso is swept into the tide of Midoriya's friend group. He looks a bit uncertain and a little overwhelmed, but there's an upturn in his cheek that means he's enjoying it a little bit. Good, he wants his protege to make friends with his kids. It'll make it easier when Shinso gets into the hero course. It did show Yuta world of good as well, having friends that saw him for him. It's a hell of a thing. Engineering a run-in with Midoriya Inko is child's play. Shouta scouts the bakery until he sees a plump woman with very familiar green hair. She looks like a mother, Shouta thinks. Mothers, of course, come in all shapes and sizes, but, well, the softness and the gentle fretting she does to the employee behind the counter. But yes, Shouta doesn't really know how to describe it more. Like how once he heard Kaminari describe Uraraka as someone naturally friend-shaped. Clearly, Shouda's been hanging around this batch of kids too much, paying attention too much, caring too much. He knows this will be the first class he has that he'll follow all through their 3 years at UA. Maybe he is getting soft, but he finds that he doesn't have it in him too much to worry about the implications of that. Most of those little agents of chaos have wormed their way into his heart. He sighs as he slumps in, looking at the cat-shaped cream puffs in the case. The dark chocolate cream isn't too sweet and the pastries are pretty cute. He's debating on how many to get when Midoriya-san bumps into him. I'm so sorry, sir, she exclaims, not caring that Shouta didn't even stumble. She's dressed in sensible office wear, though the flower clip in her hair adds a sparkle of personality. It's fine, Shouta says to her before eyeing her for a second. The woman fidgets, twisting her hands much like her son. Midoriya-san. Her green eyes go wide, but she also gets a bit guarded as well. The way all women do when a man they don't know says their name. Shouta wishes he was better at this social interaction thing. I'm sorry. Have we met? I don't recall. No. Not officially. But your son looks like you. I'm his homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouta. He sees the moment when his name clicks in her head. Her eyes lose that guardedness and shoulders relax. She smiles at him, making it clear that's where her son got his signature grin and bows. Aizawa-san. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku talks about you a fair bit. Please, let me buy you a coffee or something. Would you like to join me? There's still an edge of anxiety to her, much like Midoriya. Part of Shouta wonders if that's just her personality or if there is something else underneath it all. That sounds fine, he agrees. Though you don't need to buy for me, Midoriya-san. I can handle it. The woman looks ready to argue, but Shouta in his own way steamrolls over her, buying both of their coffees and pastries. She relaxes a bit more when she sees him get the cat-shaped cream puff, like he passed some sort of food-based test. There's a little seating area outside of the bakery and surrounding businesses. The day is sunny, summertime bright that makes Shouta take out the sunglasses that he carries on his belt. The brightness likes to F with his dry eye at times. And worse, if the light hits him in the eyes right, then a headache will arise to F with his day. Your son said that you work at a law firm around here? Shouta asks, not wanting to immediately dive into why he tracked Midoriya-san down. He mentioned that to you. She says brightly. Yes. I work as a paralegal for a small firm. Right now, it's all hands on deck at the moment, so I'm sleeping at a coworker's apartment so I don't have to take the train home after midnight. Izuku worries otherwise and, frankly, I don't feel all that comfortable either making the trip that late either. Although I hate to leave him alone at home, but he's never made me doubt that I couldn't trust him with the responsibility. And it's important for parents to encourage a child's independence. Even though I worry. Oh gosh, you were probably just trying to be polite, Aizawa-san. I apologize. Her cheeks are pink while the ever-present smile on her face turns more hesitant. Well, that definitely makes it clear that Midoriya takes after his mother in a multitude of ways. You answered the question that I asked. It's illogical to apologize for that. She blinks in surprise before chuckling. I suppose it is. It's a habit that I could never really quite break though. I'm afraid that it's something I passed on to Izuku as well. The two of them sit in silence for several minutes, sipping their coffee and enjoying the afternoon sunshine. It's Midoriya-san who breaks the silence. Midoriya-san looks at him with green eyes a shade darker than her son's. I was wondering how Izuku is doing in your class. He told me that you gave Katsuki detention the other day. I did. He considers his coffee and the woman in front of him. He could be delicate here with problem child's mother. Or he could go for honesty here. Either way, the other option could lead to him getting what he doesn't need from her. But Midoriya appreciates honesty. He imagines that the kid's mother must be the same as well. Frankly, he can't imagine the amount of bullshit that Midoriya Izuku has had to deal with since her son was declared quirkless. How many roadblocks were thrown in her way because she seems like the type of mom who would try to do right by her kid. But the world is cruel. Those kids had decent quirks. Midoriya, until recently, was quirkless and to those with small minds and large egos, worthless. It makes his BLD boil. No child is ever worthless. Shouta decides on honesty in this situation. He has a feeling that it wasn't something that teachers have ever given her. He puts down his coffee cup. Allow me to be blunt, Midoriya-san. Present Mike told me that I would run into you here and I came with that intent. Your son is not in trouble, but I was hoping that there are some things that you could clear up for me. And I wanted to do so in a setting that wasn't a parent-teacher conference. Your son has just started trusting me, and I was concerned doing so would regress him on some level. Midoriya-san considers him for a long while. Long enough that Shouta thinks he may have blown it with her. She nods though, looking thoughtful. Thank you for being honest with me. What would you like to know? It's come to light that your son has been bullied by Bakugou. I've already talked with him and his parents along with making sure that the two of them won't partnered in any exercises or sitting together in class. There's a whole litany of things, actually, that we agreed on for his continued entry in the hero course, suspension amongst it. You everything later. In my investigation, I discovered that your son's past schools have not been the best for him. No, Midoriya-san agrees, looking sad. They have not. One of the partners of my firm tried to bring a case against his junior high after I came home early to find Izuku with a burn and scratches on him. But he refused to talk and the school claimed that their footage recycles every 24 hours. Nedzu, UA's principal, is already compiling a case against both Aldra Elementary and Junior High. If you tell the lawyer at your firm that helped you with the original complaint, then he would be happy to help further. Midoriya-san stares at him. Her lip trembles. Oh no, she's going to cry, isn't she? Didn't Hizashi say that's where Problem Child got his endless well of tears from? Shouta is not good with tears. She reaches out and grasps his hands in hers. Her grip is firm and tears run down her cheeks. Thank you, she says, fervently and reverently, like she's saying a prayer, like he's given her a wish granted. Shouda's heart breaks a little for this woman, who had a child the world said was nothing, but who she loved and cherished despite all that hatred. She must have felt so alone. I'm sorry no one did this for you sooner, Midoriya-san, he says quietly. Your son is going to be the best of us one day. It's not a lie or a logical ruse. It feels like a statement of fact, a prophecy, something like that falling off of his tongue. If he can get Midoriya to curb his self-destructive tendencies and trust others more, then he truly could be the best of them. His class at times remind him a garden yet to flower. Put in the effort now, they will bloom beautifully. Maybe even change the world, especially with Problem Child at the head of them. Now, isn't that a hell of a thought? He digs out some tissues that he brought with him and she dabs at her eyes. I worry about my son, Midoriya-san confesses once she calms down. Her eyes are a little puffy and face red. He's had a rough go of things. With his quirk coming in so suddenly and late, we thought he was quirkless. He should be by all rights. I don't really know how or why it emerged. But he always wanted to be a hero. I've probably haven't been as supportive as I could have. Neither have his teachers. But UA has been good for him. She has no clue how her son manifested a quirk either. Or if she suspects something, then she's not sharing with him. There are two legends in the world of underground heroics. How true are they? She meets his eyes, voice holding a touch of wonder that breaks Shouda's heart further. He has friends and supportive classmates. He comes home so happy, telling me about his day. He has teachers who care. And I was so worried after the USJ incident. But you protected them. It makes me feel better, knowing that he has someone like you in his corner, Aizawa-san. Please continue to look after him. Shouda's not one to offer comfort through words. Hizashi, the sap, says that Shouta shows his care through actions, through touch, through 1,000 other little things that make up how he feels for those he cares about. He bows his head forward to the woman. I promise that I'll do my best. Because that's the only promise he can make to the woman that he knows how to keep. Shouta is really ready for it to be Sunday now, please and thanks. Sure, he has some grading to handle. For the most part, he just wants a quiet day at home. Not that he thinks he will get it. The talk with Midoriya-san was needed and slightly more illuminating than Shouta went in expecting, to be honest. She doesn't know about the doctor's note in Midoriya's file. The one with the perfectly acceptable explanation for why it took so long for his quirk to emerge. Midoriya Inko did not take her son to that doctor to get the physical done. Given that Midoriya Hizashi is in America, no way he would take his son to the doctor. There's no other immediate family who could. And then it clicks. The way that Yagi watches Midoriya clearly favors the kid, wrote the FING recommendation letter for him. Did he take Midoriya to the doctor? Or did he get his own doctor to provide a cover story that would hold up to scrutiny? Why would he do that? What is the connection between Midoriya and All Might? Shouda's going to have to talk with Yagi about all of this. Because he clearly knows something about what's going on here. It was probably time to have a conversation with the number one hero anyway, even though he's been dreading it. He's been putting it off in his own way. The domino effects of this week have been tripping into each other neatly. But, yes, he needs to go and actually talk with Yagi about Midoriya, his quirk, and just how they know each other. Shouta digs out his phone and types out a message before collapsing bonelessly onto his couch. BSRD hops up, demanding pets and cuddles. The text is quick and blunt, asking if they could meet tomorrow at some point. Yagi responds within a couple of minutes, asking if Shouta wouldn't mind coming over to his apartment. Shouta notes the neighborhood, near Midoriya's own but slightly upper scale. Not the ritzy sort of place that Shouta would imagine the #1 hero to be. Shouta tips his head back on the couch, petting Bigi to calm himself down. His thoughts race around in his head. Midoriya was quirkless. Midoriya is no longer quirkless. His own mother doesn't know how this happened, despite a doctor's note in his file with a perfectly logical explanation. All Might probably knows exactly what's going on. Maybe even Nedzu. Midoriya doesn't trust adults because very few adults have showed him care for him to even build trust. He needs to get the kid into counseling. Midoriya's only had his quirk for a couple months, but has made tremendous progress. Midoriya and All Might knew each other prior to Yua. Midoriya has decided over the course of a couple of nights to trust Shouta. Possibly because they have a similar bully background. And there was something shrouded in myth and legend, told between pros of the underground, like swapping ghost stories around a campfire. The thing about living in the age of heroes and villains and quirks and shades of gray that people refuse to acknowledge is that those ghost stories have their own sort of reality as well. Long day, Hizashi says when he comes home. Shouta keeps his eyes closed, though BSRD abandons him in favor of winding around Hizashi's legs in greeting. Talked to the Bakugus, punished Bakugou, talked to Nedzu to make sure Bakugou and Midoriya aren't paired for the final, talked to Problem Child's mother, have a meeting with All Might tomorrow about the kid, he sighs as he cracks his eyes open. I feel like I have the answer, but I just don't want to say it out loud. That evening is deadpans Hizashi in the way that startles a laugh out of Shouta. He leans up for a kiss before telling him the good news. I did pick up some of that cake that you like. Hizashi grins, bright and joyful. He always likes it when Shouta does those little things like that for him. Their relationship is not one of grand gestures, but of small NTMT ones like a cup of tea when working or draping a blanket when they pass out on the couch. Best of husbands, you are the best of husbands and I love you. Hizashi runs a hand through his hair and presses a kiss to his temple. Shouta arches into the familiar touch, long fingers giving his scalp a quick scratch. I love you, Zashi, he murmurs. But his husband smiles at him before pulling away. Leftovers. I'm going to go get out of my costume. Sounds good. I'll feed BSRD. Shouta never expected to live a life of domesticity, of talking dinners and having a cat. He never expected an apartment that fills with sunlight and half-dead plants. Hizashi loves plants, but has 0 green thumbs. Instead, they end up half-dead until they pick up some fresh victims with him swearing that this time they will live. They never do. He thinks of sleepy mornings and the rare instances of peace, dinners and grating and kisses between patrols. He never expected domesticity. But oh, now that he has it, it's pretty damn nice. Shouta doesn't go on patrol that night. But he still wanted to see the problem child. He wants to see this week through in a sense. He wants to build on what he has learned and seen during the day. So, he grabs his capture scarf but does not dress in his hero costume. He kisses Hizashi, promises that he won't be patrolling, and heads off to the apartment building, landing on the roof. Midoriya is sitting there when he arrives. His back against the wall near the door, green eyes looking up at the night sky. He doesn't move when Shouta lands, but continues to stare upward thoughtfully. I always wondered about the stars, Midoriya says in lieu of a greeting. Shouta sits down next to him. Oh, I read somewhere that without quirks, then we probably would have been colonizing space by now or something. I got obsessed with that for a while as a kid, watched those old Star Trek series. Kaminari does as well. We've agreed that you're Spock. I have no idea what that means, Shouta admits. He likes cooking shows and nature documentaries, things not heavy after a long day of teaching and patrolling. He sees the kid's mouth twitch into a smile, but he keeps looking at the few stars that you can just make out through the light pollution of the city. It's SCKS that you can't really see them in the city. Mom and I aren't campers, so I haven't really gotten a chance to properly see them. The planetarium is nice though. It makes you feel less alone. Or maybe more alone. I can't really tell. But it just makes you and your problems feel so small. It's perspective. Because Shouta leans back and doesn't answer. Instead, they look upward together for several minutes in perfect silence. You can hear the rhythm of life below them, doors open and closing, people out and about in the evening. But there was something peaceful about looking up at something so much bigger than yourself, Shouta supposes. He never really gave much thought to the stars before, always too concerned of what was going on with his own little slice of the world. It doesn't really surprise him that Midoriya would think otherwise. The kid seems to carry the world on his shoulders, why not the sky as well? Mom said you ran into her today, Midoriya says quietly, looking over at Shouta with those dark green eyes. But I think there's something that she wasn't saying. I'm good at reading between what people aren't saying. It's a skill that you develop when the adults in your life are less than ideal. You read between the lines, look at the things unsaid, hear the subtext in their words. Shouta learned it himself, through teacher double talk and nice smiles with cruel eyes that made his stomach turn. Still, it's a skill that has helped him in his career. He knows Midoriya wants to be a limelight hero, but, dammit, the kid would do well in the underground as well. It's a good habit to develop in hero world. There's a lot of double talk. But I needed to talk with her about something. And I didn't want you to worry unnecessarily about it. I have a feeling that parent-teacher conference would send the same chills that I would get. They sit side by side and look up at stars that they can only barely see. They lapse back into silence, comfortable and still. Midoriya leans closer to Shouta, fiddling with the cuff of his All Might hoodie, green hair flopping into eyes. Did your parents believe them? He whispers into the dark of the night. They didn't. People look at Shouta and assume that his childhood was lacking in some way. But he had parents that loved him, his mother, his father, and his uncle Haruto, who was also in a relationship with his parents, but this was before Japan legalized polyamorous unions. The three of them finally married when Shouta was 19. They travel the world in the twilight honeymoon years, seeing all that can be seen, doing all that they can do. Twice a month, there's a video call and the rest of the time there are check-ins via text message and email. Shouta, believe it or not, has a great relationship with all three of his parents. So yeah, it wasn't them that failed Shouta. They were always in his corner. No, it was the whole social interaction and school thing that failed him. Shouta just hated worrying them. But, inevitably, when his mother, father, or Uncle Haruto were called in, they always took Shouda's side. You stood up for someone who needed it, his mother said, taking him for ice cream after promising the principal that Shouta would be punished with a sunshine-bright smile. You did what we taught you, his father assured, ruffling his hair, after coldly tearing down a teacher. You saw someone in trouble and you moved. You're a problem child. Uncle Haruto wasn't someone who beat around the bush, but his voice was kind. But the world needs the sort of problem child that you are, kiddo. Never, he tells his student. But I always worried about what would break the camel's back, so to speak. Midoriya huffs at that. I worry about that too. It was hard for her having a quirkless kid. It was hard for them as well having a kid with a power like erasure. Shouta can only imagine the whispers that problem child would be dogged with growing up quirkless. Would you like to come in, sensei? Shouta blinks, not expecting that request, but he sees a quiet determination in Midoriya's eyes. If he wants to go in from the roof and the light pollution, then that's his prerogative really. These conversations are all about the kid's comfort. Sounds good. The Midoriya apartment still looks just as warm and inviting as it did the previous night. Though Shouta also doesn't have dried BLD matted in his hair or a worried student, he takes a moment to look around a bit more. The locked shelf on the top of Problem Child's desk, Shouta thinks, must be where he keeps his analysis work. He'll have to ask the kid about it. Normally, they don't get into analysis until the start of second year, but if Midoriya has a talent for it, then it should be encouraged. But there are other things to worry about over that right now. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya's voice calls from deeper in the apartment. I have something for you as well. That startles Shouta, who pads forward curiously into the living area. The television is on again, a documentary about the Mexican hero La Bruja Roja playing softly in the background. It strikes him again how passionate Midoriya is about heroes. Not just Japanese heroes, but heroes from all over the world. It's rare to see still. Do you know La Bruja Roja? She's so interesting, isn't she? The way she uses a defensive quirk in so many fascinating ways is absolutely astounding. He hears his problem child chatter from the kitchen. I never met her before, but 13 has through their rescue work. He turns as the kid pads out of the kitchen. Midoriya grins awkwardly at him, moving a tin of hot cocoa toward him. For you and Yamada-sensei, I picked some up today after class with Todoroki-kun. Speaking of Todoroki, Shouta has to make sure things are all right with the new seating chart. Shouta takes the tin. Hizashi will definitely love the hot cocoa, something sweet for the pair of them to enjoy. How is the new seating arrangement working for you? A blush paints itself across the boy's cheeks. His fingers flutter, unconsciously, to his lips for a moment before he snaps it down, remembering he's there. Ah, so Todoroki or Midoriya made a move. Shouta remembers feeling that way once as well, particularly when Hizashi paid him any attention. He tied my tie for me today. Mom doesn't know how. And Dad's just as bad as I am, he admits, which definitely clears up something Shouda's wondered from time to time. I would wear a clip-on, but that just seemed kind of lame. Well, not lame. Just it made me feels more real, trying to tie my tie in the morning. Like a proper UA student. But it's nice. Anyway, Todoroki-kun and I get along well. We, understand each other in some ways. And didn't that simple sentence have a lot of things for Shouta to unpack? He's noticed concerning things about Todoroki. His refusal to use his fire until Midoriya broke himself to reach out to him during the sports festival. How he tracks all of the adults in the room. The exhaustion that seems to have him sleeping through homeroom most days as well. The way he protects Midoriya if he feels needed, like he understands being afraid of another person. Shouta doesn't like Endeavor, but based on Todoroki's behavior, the dislike is now outright hate. He hopes any goodwill that he has with Midoriya can be used in order to get Todoroki to actually talk with him. He doesn't know if he can take Endeavor down, of course. But DMN if Shouta wouldn't try. Because sooner or later All Might won't be there anymore. And a world with Endeavor as the number one and the symbol of peace is a world that is begging to be toppled by villains. But Shouda's not thinking about that now. He pushes that aside because there's only one major issue that Shouta can handle at the time. Instead, he sits down at the table looking his problem child. Did your mom tell you what we talked about? He asks instead, holding the tin of cocoa in his hands. Midoriya slumps into his chair, playing with his fingers thoughtfully. She forwarded the email that you sent her, he confesses. I knew something big was going on when you suspended Kaken. I can't believe that. I mean, it was surprising to hear that he got suspended, sensei. Bakugou was never told that his behavior was unacceptable, Shouta says. And I'm not a person who is delicate about such things. More importantly, he doesn't need a delicate touch either. Bakugou needed a serious kick in the butt, problem child. He needed something on the line in a big way. Hopefully, it'll make him swim rather than sink. But the ball is in his court now, not yours. Her looks at the fluffy head of green curls. Midoriya sighs, sounding wearier than his 15 years. Eventually, he meets Shouda's eyes. We used to be friends. That part's not a lie. Our moms were friends in high school and, well, we were put together as babies. Kaken was so much more than me, always the leader, always braver, I guess. People were just drawn to him. Even before quirks started coming in, I think I put other kids off. I guess I just had that way about me. Anyway, Kaken got his quirk and I didn't, and it bothered him. Because I still wanted to be a hero. Shouta watches as Midoriya pulls his sweater shirt's cuffs over his hands, but he doesn't dare interrupt. He knows that the kid needs to get this all out of his system, so to speak. And I kept on trailing after him because, well, Kaken had the makings of being a great hero. Bakugou, on the other hand, Midoriya grimaces a little. I know it sounds weird, that they're the same person, but he really was great when we were little. And I know that's still in there, in him, and I hope he gets it out. But I was never going to be the one to shatter his dreams. For a multitude of reasons. And now I feel guilty, I guess. Why? Because maybe I could have found someone who believed me sooner or would have taken me seriously and, I'm going to stop you there, problem child, Shouta says, resting his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. This. What happened with Bakugou? It's not on you, kid. It never was. It sounds like every adult in your life, except your parents and All Might, were terrible to you. It's not on you to fix someone because you were a kid and you deserved protection. Someone else's bad behavior is not on you or your fault, Midoriya. It's not up to you to fix someone, they have to want to fix themselves. Midoriya stares at him with wide eyes, tears gathering at the corners. He laughs, suddenly, a choking noise that sounds more like choking noise. You keep doing this, sensei, he whispers helplessly. Shouta blinks, pulling back his hand from his student's shoulder. What? You keep being someone that I never really got before. Adults don't do this because the kid pauses, biting his lip. It's nice. Yes. Adults always had a hard time understanding me. Or, well, most of them thought I wasn't worth understanding. No one wants to understand someone quirkless after all. No one wants to understand someone different. The more things change, Shouta supposes, the more things like hate and bigotry stay the same. It makes him want to punch a wall, but he doesn't. Midoriya needs him right now. UA's bullying policy is one of the strictest in the country. Of course, there is some leeway as with most policies, Shouta says carefully. I'm sure you know the theories about how certain quirks can influence personality. I feel like that's a convenient excuse rather than actual science for people's bad behavior. He pauses for a moment, feeling Midoriya's eyes on him. But Nedzu, he picks teachers who know what it's like to be an outcast at some point in their life. We all know what it's like to be judged based on our quirk rather than our other merits. We've all been told that we were weak or villainous or unsuited or 1,000 other bullshit things about how we were unfit to be heroes. None of us ever want to see another kid in that situation, but we can't do anything unless we see it or told. Shouta meets Midoriya's green eyes for a moment, and the kid meets his gaze head-on, entranced. It's hard to ask you to trust every teacher when you've never been a reason to before. I'm just thrilled you want to trust me. But trust me when I say that if you go to the others for help, then they will give it to you, freely and without question. Not because that's what a hero would do, but because that's what a decent human being should do. But you also, I can't keep doing this, blind kid. Midoriya hums thoughtfully. The two of sit in silence for a long while with the documentary softly playing in the background. Shouta can feel his problem child's sharp and analytical gaze on him. Do you have a question, Midoriya? Midoriya turns those dark green eyes on him. For a moment, he sees a spark of green lightning crackle through them. Shouta thinks of galaxies and nebulas and secrets untold. He thinks of Midoriya-san eyes filled with tears. How she shouldn't have to be grateful that someone gives a DMN for this kid. A kid who will give Shouta more gray hairs than he can probably count before he hits 35. You've been looking into me, I think. He may have given away just a hair too much, Shouta thinks, but Midoriya's clever and quick. He sees 2 and 2 and comes up with 4. I have, he agrees, if only because he doesn't want to lie about this. With the intention to make sure you and Bakugou aren't paired together during your finals. It doesn't give anything away. UA finals always emphasize teamwork and group work early on, even if it was originally against robots. But I will admit that I have questions that I think you can only answer. Some things that I have learned aren't adding up for me, especially about your past and your quirk. Midoriya doesn't dissolve into the nervous wreck that Should is expecting. But the problem child's funny like that. In a normal social situation, he's a wreck. But for the big things, the important things, facing down villains by the dozens and whatever he did to reach out to Todoroki, he's like a mountain. I do, Midoriya agrees quietly. For a moment, Shouta thinks he'll finally get some answers about the kid, finally get those puzzle pieces clicked together. Then, however, Midoriya shoots down those hopes quite elegantly. And, you need to talk with All Might, sensei. There are things here that aren't entirely mine to share. And those are the things that I want to share. It just wouldn't feel right to do so without All Might saying so. Because, listen, everything this week. It doesn't undo it all in my head. But you're trying. And you get it. And I want to try to. Midoriya pauses and makes a frustrated noise. He sags forward to Shouta, a pleading note in his wavering voice. I want to be a hero, sensei. But I can't do it alone. Not like how Ida tried to in Hosu. Not like Endeavor does it. Not even like All Might. I can't do it alone. But there are secrets I'm keeping and not all of them are mine and Shoyuta gently puts his hand on Midoriya's arm. He goes quiet, looking up at him with wide watery green eyes. It's fine, he assures gently, pushing aside his frustration. The kid is clearly beating himself up over something that he can't say. Shoyuta, honestly, has to commend him for it, this loyalty. I'm going to talk with All Might tomorrow. Problem Child nods miserably with green curls shaking with the bob of his head. And I'm proud of you, kid, Shoyuta tells him gently. Why you are? I want you to be a hero too, Midoriya. And you're right. No hero can do it alone, not really. More importantly, I'm proud because you're trusting me. And I know how hard trust can be given. And that you want to give it to me. It's huge. It's a step and a big one, even if it's terrifying. Yeah, it's really, terrifying. And I almost died a couple of times. So, Shoyuta wonders if the kid is counting USJ and Hosu as a couple or if there were near-death experiences from before he went to school. Either way, he puts off that particular heart attack-inducing thought until later. Living is infinitely more terrifying than death, he answers instead, thinking of Oboro and the life he had to make after. But it's worth it? Faith and trust and pixie dust. It's from a pre-quirk movie that Mom showed me a lot when I was a little kid. I thought, well, the reason they said it was because it was all impossible things to have, Midoriya says quietly, looking at Shoyuta with those bright eyes. But there's something that steadies in his eyes at that. Maybe they are impossible things, childish ones, but I don't think I was much of a child, sensei, for all that I was small. Faith and trust and pixie dust, huh? Well, Shoyuta says as he ruffles his student's hair. Maybe you can give them a shot now. There's nothing really more that can be said about that. Shoyuta knows all about learning to accept impossible things in his life. Hopefully, he can be someone that helps Problem Child accept those impossibilities in his life as well. Sunday mornings are Shuta's favorite morning of the week. He sleeps in with Hizashi clinging like a koala against him until they want to wake up. They go to a place down the street with a Western-style breakfast offering to get pancakes the size of their heads and stacked twice as high. Sometimes, Nemuri will join them because, well, bottomless mimosas. Others Tensei will come, rolling in with a wide grin on his face and talking about his latest charity work. This morning, it's just Shoyuta and Hizashi having breakfast together, a snatch date of a sort in the chaos of their lives. The pancakes are delicious as ever. Shuta's never been much of a drinker, mainly because he hates the taste of alcohol in general, but the mimosas are pretty good, the juice drowning out the taste of champagne. It feels like you're going to get all your answers today, Hizashi says once he's slowed down on his pancakes, mixed with blueberries and chocolate chips. Looks like it, he replies, idly twirling his fork between his fingers. He went for plain pancakes and leans back thoughtfully in his chair. I still have other work to do after this. Mineta or Todoroki. Both are minefields for very different reasons. Mineta steps a toe out of line during the training camp, then he's gone. I don't care if his uncle is on the board of directors for UA. I hate that I kept him this long in class. He's tried with Mineta, lectures on SXL harassment and talks about respecting bodily autonomy. It just hasn't seemed to sunk into his little head yet. It rankles at Shoyuta because the kid clearly thinks that since his uncle is on the board of directors, there are no consequences for his actions. And you want Shinso in? That too, Shoyuta agrees, shameless in his longing to see his protege succeed. But also the girls deserve to feel safe in their classroom and it's driving me crazy that I can't do it. Maybe have Nemuri do a talk on consent and SEC edition. You know how passionate she is on the topic. One does not pick a BDSM theme as a hero without knowing the ins and outs of the importance of consent, safe SXL practices, and other things related to the topic. Shoyuta and Hizashi have been using Nemuri to give their classes the safe SEC talk for years. It's usually not until the second term. But I'll see if I can clear out a morning, he agrees. So long as I don't have to do it, I don't really care. No one can pay me enough to put a condom on a banana in front my students. Not without me being allowed to wear my goggles, so none of us make accidental eye contact. Not with any group of students, especially not with this group of students. Hizashi's bright green eyes peers over his glasses, amusement making them glitter like them gems. You've thought about this a lot? The possibility of it haunts my nightmares sometimes, Shouta says simply. He knows Nedzu is just waiting for a moment to WHP this out as punishment for Shouta's sins. And it would be with this class. So best cut that avenue off at the past and let Nemuri handle it because Shouta has to corral 20 superpowered teenagers and, by God, he will not be answering any questions on GNTL warts. Hizashi, bless him, gets it because no way does he want to do the same thing with the Gen Ed homeroom he has. Shouta knows this. They're bonded forever by the mental scars from when Manimal, their homeroom teacher, gave their class SEC Ed years ago. Do you think other couples have more normal conversations? Hizashi asks with a smile on his lips. How dull, he replies with a twitch of his lip. I don't know what we would do without our daily. You wouldn't believe what some kid's quirk did in class today in conversation. Or the dumb criminals make bad decisions chat. The present Mike roasts terrible guests hour. The two of them snicker into their pancakes, knees knocking under the table. For a moment, Shouta feels 19 in the first blush of new love with Hizashi. It sneaks up on him like this sometimes. Judging by the softness in his husband's eyes, he knows that Hizashi feels the same as well. Yes, Sunday mornings remain Shouta's favorite part of his week. Shouta's not meeting Yagi until later in the day. So, he and Hizashi go home to do some grading. He has a stack of analyses and ethics assignments to deal with. Hizashi's classes had an English test that he has to grade along with some stuff for the radio show. They sit on the couch. Shouta has a lap desk that he likes to use so he can tuck his feet behind Hizashi's back, who lifts the top of their table toward him. BSTRD, fed and content that his humans are within eyeline, sleeps in his latest favorite cardboard box that has been lined with a blanket and pillow. Hizashi has a wide variety of colored pens for grading. He thinks that it harshens the blow a little bit when his students are given something other than red for corrections and the like. Shouta, in contrast, exclusively uses red. It probably says a lot about their difference in teaching styles, how they tackle their grading. But it works for them, and neither would dare call out the other on how they handle their classes. Kaminari and Ishido? Shouta asks as he twirls his pen around. He's making his way through Ida's latest essay on the difference between heroes and vigilantes. While the kid may have learned his lesson in Hosu, Shouta owes it to Tensei to make sure that it sticks. Better this time. But still barely passing, Hizashi answers thoughtfully. Maybe suggest tutoring to them. Or get the top students to tutor the bottom ones. It could help with Yaoyorozu's confidence. But they'll probably end up in remedial lessons either way. That's definitely a thought. It would certainly help her with that confidence issue. Ishido and Kaminari both are fountains of positivity, sheer forces of personality. They would make popular limelight heroes through the sheer genuineness of their actions. Yaoyorozu, quiet and self-contained, definitely could benefit from that influence. Shouta certainly did at her age. He sighs and gives his husband a stern look. Don't let them know that people who fail are still coming on the trip. Hizashi places a hand to his chest and makes a faux-stricken face. Hey, my lips are sealed. I know you have your fun screwing with their heads. Who am I to take one of the joys from your life? He rolls his eyes and flips his husband off while Hizashi chuckles, not offended in the slightest. The two of them return to their grading, enjoying the rare instance of peace in their usually hectic lives. Yagi Tashinori lives in a nice but not opulent apartment building. It's the sort of place where people wouldn't think that All Might would live. It's also, Shouta supposes, sort of the point as well. There is a doorman, a retired sidekick with a danger meter quirk, but Shouta is allowed up easily enough. He's not one for propriety, but Hizashi shoved a bag of oranges at him. He had the look on his face that Shouta knows means that there was no arguing with him. The top floor is Yagi's apartment, which says enough about the differences in their lives as heroes. Still, Shouta knocks on the door, painted red, and thinks idly of that American pre-quirk horror movie that Oboro made them watch as teenagers. Hizashi screamed so loud that he broke the television. This is why they don't watch horror movies as a couple. Yagi opens the door in his true form, looking tired and serious. He's in dark sweatpants and a baggy shirt, meant to fit an expanding body over his emaciated true self. Aizawa. Yagi, Shouta greets. He holds out the oranges. For you. He gets a vicious sort of satisfaction at Yagi looking thoroughly knocked off from Shouta bringing him a gift. Yagi takes the oranges though. Hizashi insisted because occasionally he likes people to think I have something resembling social graces, Shouta does not. He got rid of that along with most of his dignity by the time he was 20. Please come in, the number one hero says, trying to school his face back into serious. We have a lot to talk about, Aizawa. Yeah. We definitely do, Shouta agrees, steeling himself as he follows Yagi inside. Yagi's apartment is nice, but mostly impersonal. A lot of items are built for comfort over everything else, which makes sense to Shouta. Yagi must be in constant pain due to his injuries, but it is sparse on personal effects. For some reason, it makes him sadder than anything else to see that. For All Might became a symbol, for all that he helped, for all his impact, it hits Shouta how fundamentally lonely his life must truly be. There are some pictures though. Shouta recognizes famed inventor David's shield and a picture of Sir Night Eye and All Might. The oldest picture is one of Yagi from middle school with, that's the uplifting hero, Sor. Shouta only knows her because some of his older contacts in underground heroics. She has a nice smile, he thinks. Both she and a middle school age Yagi grin at the camera with their hands up in a peace sign. It's a more natural smile than the frozen patented All Might grin. Sor was pretty beloved in the underground before her tragic and mysterious death. She also had a mysterious mutation from her flying quirk that gave her a boost of strength, speed, and stamina. She died decades ago though. Well, disappeared from the scene, that's nothing new. Underground heroes can just not show up one day. It's what makes his line of work so much different than that of a limelight hero. There's a good chance that one day he won't come home and Hizashi would never know what happened to him. He wonders if it was like that with Yagi and Sor. Interesting that she and Yagi were apparently close though. Interesting that she's one of those heroes that suddenly mutated a strength aspect to her quirk, which was some kind of flight ability. Or, well, so the legends of the underground go anyway. Young Midoriya called me this morning, Yagi says as he takes a seat on a chair, pulling Shouda's attention away from the photo wall. He gestures for Shouta to take a seat, which he does. There's no need to make it into a fight. Well, no need to make it into a fight yet anyway. I figured that he would. Midoriya is the type to give people a heads up. Shouta didn't outright forbid him from calling Yagi. Not that he particularly enjoys ambush interviewing his colleagues, even if Yagi barely qualifies with his abysmal teaching skills. It's probably better that he knows. Maybe he'll get answers easier than just showing up with questions that he may not want to answer. Maybe not. Why have you been investigating him? So, Yagi is just diving right into things. There's a protective flare to his shadowed blue eyes. He's always been soft on Midoriya, but there's a history there that Shouta has to navigating with only half-truths and urban legends. It's not out any ill intent, he says with a shrug. I can't get into the details of the exams, but teamwork is key. Nedzu wanted to pair Bakugou and Midoriya together, and I didn't think that would have been an ideal pairing. He gave me permission to come up with an argument why. And the reason? Yagi asks with his brow furrowed. I assumed that the pair were rivals. Bakugou was Midoriya's bully for most of his life, he says, maybe a bit sharply. Yagi's closest with Midoriya and dotes on him like the son he was never able to have. He should have seen this sooner than Shouta did, but they were both probably too late in noticing things. And people allowed it because Midoriya was quirkless. Because who gives a DMN about a quirkless kid apparently? Yagi flinches a bit at that. He sighs and slumps down. I had no idea it was that bad. I knew young Midoriya had a hard time in junior high, but he never gave any indication. No, problem child wouldn't. Not the boy who asks for help in saving his bully, not the kid who breaks himself in order to reach out to someone. It's what'll make him a good hero. Well, it will make him a good hero if Shouta can temper it somewhat. Considering Bakugou tried to kill Midoriya during their first battle exercise, maybe we should have done something sooner, he says, voice gentler at that. It's a bad situation all around. And the blame is on all of them for not putting their noses into their students' business and getting them help. But it's being done now. In the course of looking into things, I learned some inconsistencies in Midoriya's quirk along with the fact that you two knew each other before UA. I saw his unrestricted file. Yagi blushes a little bit at that, hand rubbing his neck as if remembering the letter he wrote and the strings he pulled to make sure Midoriya's record would be disregarded. Shouta powers on regardless, steepling his hands together and staring at the number one hero. I can't teach Midoriya if I don't know what's going on in his head. And whatever weight has been placed on his shoulders, he can't carry it alone. Can you really say that you were happier for whatever this secret is? I did a lot of good with it, defends Yagi as he flexes his long, spindly fingers. And the knowledge paints targets on the backs of all who knows it. The profession does it as well. And these kids are already being targeted by villains at an age that their biggest concern should be failing an exam, Shouta counters. Plenty of villains want Eraserhead already, especially the League. So might as well tell me now. I can live with that target. Yagi hesitates. Clearly whatever this secret is, well, it's huge. Huge in a way that promises some brand new headaches for Shouta in the future. Shouda's not leaving here without an answer though. All Might may be an unstoppable force, but he can be an immovable object when the mood hits. The mood. It's hitting big right now. How about a deal? What sort of deal, Aizawa? Let me tell you my theory and then we'll decide where to go from there. Because if I figured out, then I figured out, right? You wouldn't have broken any promises that you have made. Either way, Shouta thinks, Midoriya may tell him the truth tonight. But it would be easier if Yagi gave his blessing or whatever it is that the problem child is looking for here. But there's a glint in those shadowed eyes at that. Yagi nods. Shouta has to wonder if he's thinking of Midoriya as well. Alright, Yagi agrees. I think that sounds fair. There's a small flare of victory and a smaller bubble of hope in his chest. There are rumors in the underground, Shouta starts, gathering his thoughts quickly. He doesn't want to give Yagi time to change his mind. Because a lot of underground heroes are worse than old grannies when it comes to trading gossip and tall tales. But it's worth it, I suppose. Sometimes those stories can lead down interesting avenues of investigation, especially for legacy villains or gangs. But one of the stories is about a man who can give and take quirks, who operates in the shadows since quirks first came about. His eyes flick down. Yagi has his hands clasped together with his knuckles nearly white. Gotcha. Now, based on Midoriya's footwear, he has the toe joint that is typical amongst the quirkless population. Based on the way his schools treated him along with the date of his quirk activation and the testimony of his own mother, Midoriya was quirkless throughout his childhood. With all of this information, one can infer that either his body was attempting to protect itself from his quirk by presenting as quirkless as he file states, or he was given a quirk somehow. Aizawa, before Yagi can jump in, Shouta raises his hand. He feels well and truly on a roll now. He meets Yagi's shining blue eyes, feeling steady and calm. You're on the edge, his instincts scream at him. Take a leap of faith. Shouta jumps. We both know Midoriya's character. Problem Child would rather do anything else instead of getting a quirk by a shadowy figure of myth and murder. No matter how desperate he was for one. Which comes back to the myths that underground pros like to tell themselves and going a bit into the theory of oppositional generational quirks. Now if one man can give or take quirks, then what about a quirk that can be just passed on? Because there is a story of heroes like Lariat and Soar, who gain sudden strength mutations to their quirks out of nowhere. The thing is, they were also around another person who gained a sudden strength mutation to their quirk as well. He leans back. After all, if there's a man who'd take quirks, what's to say that there isn't a quirk that can't be given? And that's the quirk I think that Midoriya has. One that was given to him freely and without strings attached except for him to be a hero. He didn't want to say it out loud, knowing how crazy it sounds. Saying it here in front of Yagi. Maybe it's not that crazy, especially judging Yagi's reaction. Yagi laughs, Not a big booming laugh like he does as All Might. But it's a tired chuckle. He slouches even further into his chair, looking a bit poleaxed by it all. His eyes flicker, for a moment, to the pictures on his wall, landing on one for a long moment. Shouta guesses that it's probably the one of him and Sora. He smiles at Shouta. It's a wry grin, but genuine and a little sad. You are truly a MSTR detective, Aizawa. I really must applaud your skill here. Sir Knight I would be horrified if we were still talking to each other. He's tried for years to get the rumors of my mentor and her predecessors squashed. Sir Knight I is a brilliant investigator, but can definitely be a bit hard-headed and blind. Legends don't die like that. No matter how hard you try to suppress or discredit them. People are storytellers, after all. And that was a story too good not to share. Never underestimate an underground hero with a tale to tell and captive audience, Shouta smirks. Or, well, any audience that likes to deal in urban legends. The pair sit in silence for a moment. I really have to apologize to young Midoriya, Yagi says, rubbing a hand over his face. I knew he was given a hard time in school, like I was at his age, but I thought it didn't go further than teasing and a few shoves in the schoolyard. I didn't know it had gotten so bad. Shouta, however, freezes, mind going over the phrase, like I was at his age. No one knows All Might's quirk. Popular consensus believes it to be an enhancer of some sort, or that All Might was just grown in a lab somewhere and was just like that. His brain scrambles a bit. The public also doesn't know All Might's name. He had a hero name picked out in his first year at UA before the sports festival. If a future hero wanted to protect their identity and had a name picked out, then they could get the announcer to use that instead. Maybe it was also to protect him. To make sure that only few people knew that Yagi Tashinori and All Might were the same person because like I was at his age. Like I was at his age. Like I was at his age. You see his potential as well? Yagi said to him after the quirk apprehension test. You were quirkless. The words fall out of his mouth without Shouta even thinking, even plotting ahead. Because Yagi's quirklessness is irrelevant here. This is the final piece of the puzzle. You gave him the quirk. I did, Yagi agrees after another long, endless moment of quiet yawning like a chasm between them. Young Midoriya wishes to tell you some of these things tonight, and I won't take it from him. But I will tell you what I know about the history of his quirk. Though you know a good deal of it from rumors. Rumors are rumors, Shouta says, waving the older man off. What I love are facts. I can't say that everything told me is 100% factual, Yagi said, thoughtfully. But this is the story that was told to me by my aunt, Shimura Nana, otherwise known as Sora. Then that's all I can ask for, he agrees, eager for the story. At the dawn of quirks, there were two brothers. The number one hero begins. One for all. Even though it was given to him, Shouta cannot help but think the name fits both the quirk and the person wielding it. One person who gives himself to all. That does sound like problem child, doesn't it? Why Midoriya? Shouta asks, sitting back into the chair and digesting the information. The story took a while. Mid-afternoon has turned late. It's close enough to summer that the colors of dusk are only just appearing in the sky. What a mess that his problem child has found himself in. An unintentional one though. Yagi truly believed that this villain was dead. Either way, it paints a target on Midoriya's back, and all Shouta wants to do is hide all of his students away from the world for the next couple of years. Or, at the very least, throw his support behind Nedzu's idea of a dormitory system. Nana liked old pre-quirk superhero movies, Yagi replies instead. His eyes are distant. At some point during their talk, he got the picture of his emissary down from the wall. He traces her smiling face with his finger. Absolutely adored them. She said that when picking her successor, she kept thinking of an old quote from the Captain America movie. A strong man who has known power all his life may lose respect for that power, but a weak man knows the value of strength and knows compassion. Shouta thinks he would have like Shimura Nana. Sounds like a smart woman. She was. Yagi smiles. His shadowed eyes glitter like stars as he falls down into clearly well-loved memories. The sort where the grief no longer leaves them tinged with sadness, where you can draw comfort and warmth from them instead. Oh, she was. I think it traces back to the first holder. The legends say he was a superhero fan as well. But the past users were odd choices. I was an odd choice. Young Midoriya is an odd choice. And that's, perhaps, why we were chosen. We all were the people who didn't know power for all of our lives. The power people can take for granted, the power that I took for granted. He flexes his fingers again. The fond smile dissipates, leaving Yagi looking sad and older than his years. Perhaps it was a lesson I had forgotten along the way. I was a bit cruel to young Midoriya when we first met. It's something I will always regret, despite him having long since forgiven me. Not that I deserve it. But he has a heroic heart. Who knows? He could have been the first quirkless hero. He would have found a way, I think. But, yes, it was his determination and drive, the way he inspires people, makes the world seems kinder than it is. Maybe he can create that kinder world. Yagi puts down the photograph and looks at Shouta for a long moment. The two stare at each other. The moment stretches as Yagi's eyes pin him still. Before he falls on the ground on his knees and bows before Shouta. Ah, he says, uncertain of what to do with this. Did Yagi fall? Or, please, Yagi says, face toward the ground. I can't do this alone. I'm a terrible teacher to him, and I don't think I can be what he needs alone. Please, Aizawa, help me help him. It's an incredulous sight, Shouta thinks, as he looks at Yagi supplicating himself before him. That also cannot be good on his knees at all. Okay, get up, he says, hauling Yagi up. Shouta can feel the heat in his cheeks and desperately wishes for his capture weapon to hide his face. He's not one to be bowed to like this. This is part of the reason why Shouta prefers the underground. I'm going to help the pair of you. Honestly. Shouta's attached now, damn it. He always gets attached too easily, too drawn to those people with that inner light that he feels like he lacks. A light like Oboro or Hizashi or a great many of his students. Or even Yagi Toshinori. Whatever happens next with the problem child, Shouta says with a sigh. We'll figure it out together. He'll work on getting Hizashi involved, who understands having a quirk too powerful for your body. But now is not the time to bring it up. Shouta knows about one for all. You're a good man, Aizawa, Yagi says with a smile. And damn it if Shuta's traitorous heart didn't light up a little bit at that praise. Like many children, Aizawa Shouta was an All Might fan once upon a time back when he believed that the world could be fair and a smile could save a life. You're a good man too, Yagi, he says with a slight smirk. Between the two of us maybe we can get Midoriya and the rest of these hellions into halfway decent heroes and good people? Now wouldn't that be a wonderful world, agrees the number one. Where the next generation of heroes carry kindness in their hearts. Shouta thinks it sounds like a nice dream, but he hopes it can be made into a reality. Like Midoriya said, faith, trust, and pixie dust. Impossible things that you would hope to see in the world. After talking with Yagi, Shuta's feet take him away to a familiar path to a familiar cemetery while his mind swirls with all the information he learns. When he returns to himself, he sees the cemetery where Oboro rests up ahead. As with most of the big instances in his life, an invisible string seems to just lead him here to a friend that he'll always sorely miss. And, well, the dead hardly can't spill any of Shuta's secrets. Before he goes to see Midoriya, to discuss what he has learned, Shouta needs to sort himself out as well. He texts Hizashi, encouraging him to go out for dinner with Nemuri or Tensei tonight, saying he wouldn't be back until late, that he needs some time to think. He gets a string of hearts from his husband and a keep safe. Shouta smiles at it for a moment before shoving the phone back into his breathes. He stops at the nearby konbini to pick up some sushi as an offering for Oboro. The Shirakumo family moved away following the death of Oboro, though they come in to tend to the headstone. But Hizashi and Shouta have been avoiding the family for years, so uncertain in how to act around them. Your son died a hero, but is that really that much of a consolation? It never is. Even so, he and Hizashi continue to visit and tend to the gravesite out of respect and affection for their most favorite and painful ghost. The security around the cemetery is not much, especially for an underground hero that wants to get in. Shouta lays out the offering for Oboro, taking a moment to tidy up. The last time he visited was after his students had their internships, after the clusterfuck that was Hosu. He's not quite sure how he feels about the thoughts of the afterlife or reincarnation or any number of beliefs. Shouda's attitude towards such thoughts and beliefs have always been ambivalent at best. He's not one prone to creeping existential dread, not one to worry about such things. Whatever happens when his lungs stop and his heart no longer beats will be whatever happens. Though, he thinks, for Oboro's sake, he hopes there is something like peace in whatever waits for them in the after. Despite all these feelings toward death, Shouta shows up with sushi as an offering and cleans the grave. He and Hizashi try to come every couple of months, sometimes convincing Nomuri to join them. But they don't like going too long for it, wanting to make sure things are well shred for here. Oboro's memory serves as a potent reminder of just why they became teachers exactly. It also reminds Shouta of the price a hero can pay if they are not ready for the field. He wasn't ready for the field. Shouta lacked potential. You're a natural at this, Shouta. Oboro's voice rings through his head as he thinks about his students. It was during their internship with His Purple Highness, children climbing on Oboro's cloud. The ringing of his laughter and bright childish chatter in Shouda's ears as he tries to keep the children from falling off. Clouds, as science will tell you, just make you wet. They're condensation and nothing more, for all that they look gossamer soft. Oboro's clouds were different. They felt like how you think clouds would really feel, were it not for the science behind them. Shouta can barely remember the feeling of them between his fingers. He hasn't felt anything like them since Oboro's death. You would have liked this group of students, Shouta says out loud, ignoring the faint feeling of ridiculousness as he does so. They remind me of you. But DMN, did I miss some red flags? And I probably shouldn't have. Be kinder to yourself, Sho. The imaginary ghost of someone long dead in his head says. You figured it out eventually. You changed things. You are changing things. Just keep on keeping on. Shouta sighs and leans back. Oboro, I don't know what in the good goddamn I'm doing. He doesn't. This is some sort of new uncharted territory. Shouta likes to keep a tight handle on his feelings. And the best way to do that is acknowledge and deal with them. Otherwise, they can bubble out of him in the most inconvenient of ways. Right now, he can admit that the feeling he has in his gut is panic. Because this isn't something that he feels remotely equipped to handle. All Might doesn't even know the ins and outs of this quirk, the intricacies of it. Because he had a handle on it was perfect from the word go. Midoriya does not have that same grasp his best that power. Don't get Shouta wrong, he says Midoriya make progress. He sees the kid fight and grab and earn every single scrap of it that he can use safely without hurting himself. But is it enough? We'll all for one wait for Midoriya to grow into his power. He wouldn't, of course, because he's a villain. He wants that power back. The power to level mountains, to change the weather with a single punch, the power that has been in the hands of hero after hero, passed throughout generations and kept safe. An intoxicating power, best left in the hands of someone who can respect it. He's terrified, Shouta realizes. He's terrified for Midoriya. Because the kid is not going to really know a moment's peace. If he ever truly did to begin with. Not with All for One still out there, not with the quirk that runs through his body. And it's grossly unfair. Yes, sure, life isn't fair. But can't the kids just be goddamn kids? Shouta had to grow up too dim fast, too dim soon. He wouldn't wish that experience on anyone. For all that Shouta is 30, he doesn't really know what the he's doing most of the time. Though he tends to hide it beneath a very well-crafted shield of apathy, exhaustion, and cynicism. For all he and Hizashi have jobs and bills and responsibilities, they still feel like those same dumbass kids who wanted to change the world as well. Frankly, he doesn't know what people say that with age comes understanding or some shit. Because he still has no clue half the time. Maybe it's just faking it that gets better in the end. Maybe that's what being an adult is really all about, faking like you know the answers while inside you still feel like the person you were at 18, at 22, at 25, and praying desperately that no one realizes that you're barely keeping your own sheet together. It's about the lies and the fronts and the masks that you put on for the world, while only showing your true self to those few that you truly trust. Shouta pauses at that, stopping the panic train of thought before he can get really on a roll. Trust your instincts, the imagined ghost whispers. He can see Oboro almost eternally 17 and gone far too soon. Focus on what you can control in right now, Sho. The rest will come. He inhales. He can't control everything. But he can control himself and how he reacts to this situation. He can control how he helps Midoriya. He can control how to handle this news going forward. He doesn't have to have all the answers. He just needs to be a steady presence. He exhales. Midoriya and All Might are not going to do this alone though. Shouta knows now. He'll finagle with All Might and Midoriya on getting Hizashi read in as well. He was going to put Midoriya in the special twice-monthly sessions he runs with Kaminari and Aoyama, who also have quirks with painful drawbacks. With this new information, he'll be putting Midoriya in a solo session instead, so he can discuss his quirk freely without worrying about what and what not to say. Shouta is going to do his DMN best to make sure that whatever shitstorm is hanging over his kids that they'll survive it. Especially Problem Child. His eyes flick to the tombstone. The grave of a teenager that did not survive. A favored ghost. Oboro, Shouta says tiredly. Keep watchka. The dead owe him no favors. The dead rarely care for the affairs of the living. But Shouta prays that, if there is something after all this, that maybe this ghost can nudge things in a kinder direction. Hopefully it will be enough. Shouta doesn't have his capture scarf, but parkour makes up a huge part of his mobility as a hero. He lands on Midoriya's rooftop easily enough. The problem child isn't waiting for him this time, too early for their chat, but Shouta carries around his lockpicks. Skill sets needed for underground heroes varies from limelight heroes. Every underground hero worth their salt carries around a set of lockpicks, knows how to fake drunk, and can hotwire a car if need be. Normally, it's not something he teaches his classes, but maybe he'll throw it in for Class 1 as curriculum. He'll have to tell Midoriya to tell his mother to have a word with his landlord for better locks on the rooftop access door. Filing the thought away, Shouta walks the path that he's taken the last couple of nights to Problem Child's door and knocks. Midoriya answers, green eyes peering up at him from beneath fluffy hair. He's wearing a t-shirt that says Hero. Costume in kanji, showing the scars on his arms. Aizawa-sensei, he says, sounding a little bit shocked. Granted, this is the first time that the kid has probably seen him in his civilian clothes. Problem Child, he greets in turn. I think it's time for us to have a chat. Midoriya suddenly turns anxious. Please. All Might said that you two talked about things. The kid fidgets a bit, but he stands aside to let Shouta in. He fully intends on living up to the promises made the previous night, which says a lot about the kid's character. Though, Shouta has seen enough of the impressiveness of Midoriya Izuku's strength of self and heart to know that the kid had the emotional core of being a hero. Shouta changes into the guest's slippers before he talks. We spoke about your quirk? Yes, he agrees. Midoriya relaxes a little bit at how Shouta says your quirk like he was expecting him to say something else. And he told me what he knew about it. It's a little early for hot cocoa, the kid says, fidgeting with his fingers. Have you eaten yet, sensei? I have some leftovers. I was going to heat it up. I wasn't expecting you this early. I figured that the sooner we talked about this the better, Shouta replies, not bringing up his side trip before coming to see the kid. I needed some time to get my thoughts together. I haven't eaten yet. Problem Child relaxes at that, seeming grateful to latch onto the task. Sometimes, people prefer to have conversations over meals. Midoriya seems the type with how he fidgets, giving him a chance to do so with his chopsticks sounds like the right move. I hope you like curry udon, sensei, the kid says brightly as he sets about heating it up. It's a little warm for it, given the promise of summertime in the air. But Shouda's never one to turn down free food, for all that he's attempted to subsist on his jelly packets. Though he has never known betrayal as when they discontinued that Yubari King flavor. Top 10 anime betrayals, Hizashi joked as Shouta sulked for a week after learning about it. All Might gave you your quirk, he states as he watches the kid prepare the leftovers. Midoriya pauses in his stirring. Yes, he agrees. Did he tell you how we met? Just that you did before UA and he trained you to inherit his quirk. and that he was cruel to you at first. Shouta, frankly, has no idea what that meant and didn't think to push it in the moment either. Maybe he should have. All Might met me on probably the worst day of my life, Midoriya says, keeping his back turned to Shouta, like he cannot look at him right now. Whatever gets him talking though. And that's counting the day I was diagnosed as quirkless amongst numerous other terrible days. Problem Child snorts at that, a cynical sound that sounds odd coming from him. What a joke, you know. Diagnosed. Like I had some sort of disease. Like there's something wrong with me. I was still me. Baseline human, like how humanity was for thousands of years until quirks came along. Quirks are a blip in the timeline of our species. It strikes Shouta how easily Midoriya could have been pushed to villainy. He has the story for it, but it's the indomitable will that he has that kept him from crossing that line. Shouta has a feeling that Problem Child listens to adults, not because he trusts them, but because he doesn't see anything illogical in what they're saying. I never agreed with how there was a hierarchy with quirks, Shouta says instead. The kid laughs, looking over his shoulder with a small smile before turning back around. No. You really don't, You value cleverness, sensei, and creativity. Heroes who can think over brute force. Maybe things would have been different if I met you that day. Not that I regret it, of course. All Might is amazing, like another father, though I wouldn't say it out loud to him. But, yes, he botched our first meeting. He's apologized since then, a couple of times. I get where he was coming from, of course. He barely survived all for one with a quirk. Shuta's going to hate this, isn't he? Do you want to tell me about it? Midoriya tenses for a second. I don't want you to get angrier at people. Because I can admit that it wasn't great what they did. But I don't want to bring up old wounds either. People change and grow, sometimes for the better. Sometimes they learn, and I just rather the past to be another land, you know. Not that it can ever entirely be. I'll try to respect your wishes, Shouta promises. Midoriya nods at that. It was middle school, 10 months before the entrance exam. The teacher called me out for wanting to apply to UA along with Kaken. Probably knew it would get Kaken angry. Teachers like to rile up him sometimes. Because I had to be put in my place. Yeah, Shouta already hates this story. Maybe when Nedzu shuts down the school, he'll let Shouta have a word with Midoriya's former teachers. Midoriya continues on as he gets out the bowls, scooping the reheated curry udon into them and handing Shouta one. Drink. I have water, juice, tea. Water, Shouta says before the kid can list off everything. The story. Problem Child shakes his head as he idly stirs the food with his chopsticks. Sure. So Kaken destroyed my hero analysis notebook, tossed it out the window, and told me to, well, go jump off the roof if I wanted a quirk so badly. I hope that therapy helps him realize how fed up that is. He pinches his nose to ignore Midoriya's pointed stare. Shouta idly wonders if he can fold in some community service into Bakugou's continued enrollment in the hero course. He did tell the Bakugus that he could add more stipulations. Maybe with suicide prevention charities. He also thinks of the red spider lilies that the janitor, Wada, said he had to clean up at Midoriya's desk. He wonders if Bakugou left one there. If that kid did, then Shouta will just out and out expel him. What he said was that the only time he did it, his voice sounds calmer than he feels. Midoriya takes a bite of his udon and nods. It's not the first time that people told me to kill myself, he answers. Wasn't even the worst. But it was Kaken who did it, and well, we're complicated. Yes. But that statement stays between us. If Todoroki or Uraraka found out, Bakugou would probably be frozen to death or in the unforgiving vacuum of space. Shouta is training heroes, not covering up accidental student deaths. It will, Shouta promises, but he's adding that community service requirement as well. He hates being a responsible adult. Midoriya nods. Anyway, everyone knows that Kaken got attacked by the slime villain. But, the same villain attacked me earlier in the day. All Might saved me. But, well, I had a question for him. So, I jumped on him and that's how I found out about his true form. Anyway, I asked him if a quirkless person could be a hero, but he said I had to be more realistic. Oh Yagi, you hypocritical but Problem Child said that the older man apologized to him, so Shouta is not going to rake him over the coals. But he is going to have a nice, long chat about giving kids encouragement. Shouta frowns at that thought. Maybe he'll get Hizashi to do it instead. Hopefully, the loudness will make it stick. I disagree with him, Shouta says without giving away anything. I know. I mean you said it a couple nights ago. Midoriya fiddles with his chopsticks. It's what made me want to trust you, sensei. No one's ever told me that before. Not even my mom. You meant a lot. Even though I have my quirk now. Did you still mean it? I think you found that I don't say anything that I don't mean, Problem Child, he says after taking a bite of his food. Your quirk doesn't give you potential. You give yourself it. And that's what I saw on that first day of classes. Would it have been difficult? Perhaps. But heroics is difficult for a variety of reasons for a variety of people. You have the character, you have the intelligence, you have the drive. Everything else could have been trained. I wanted to, Midoriya confesses. Train more than my mind. But a lot of dojos around here wouldn't take a quirkless kid on as a student. And the ones that would were too far for a kid to travel by themselves. Plus, it made my mom worried. She's protective. Shouta thinks of Midoriya-san and her admittance that she could have done more for her son. The story. The kid startles from his train of thought. His eyes snap forward to Shouta. Alright. It was me that saved Kaken from the slime villain. No one was doing anything. All those heroes were just watching it happen, you know? And then I got chewed out afterward by them. Which was not fun. And I definitely would have liked to have seen their faces when I debut my quirk. If they even remembered me. Too much time has passed to file an official complaint. But Shouta will get those names from the kid another day and have a personal one-on-one chat with said heroes about dealing with victims of a villain attack. Clearly, they need the refresher in dealing with traumatized children. Seriously, what the F-? Was everyone just drinking Let Me Be a Huge A-hole juice that day? And then I met All Might again. He apologized and offered me his quirk because I had the spirit of a hero. Midoriya smiles fondly at the memory. It was a lot of work, but I got my body ready enough so One for All wouldn't blow my limbs off when I used it. Shouta keeps his face carefully blank because that's a new and horrific turn for Midoriya's quirk to have. Not that he expected it to be sunshine and roses, but F-. And here we are. Yes. It's better now that I'm not copying All Might anymore. But, well, it's still hard sometimes. And there's a lot we don't know about it. Midoriya trails off hesitantly as he looks at him. Well, you're not alone in this, Shouta replies because this is familiar ground, calming down a student. I won't embarrass us both by asking why you wanted the quirk. I think we can both figure out the answer there. You can ask, Midoriya says with a shrug. I mean, you having a quirk made it easier to get into you, I guess. But there were other reasons. Oh, All Might wants me to be the next symbol of peace, he confesses. His eyes were fierce, jaw set. I'm not sure if I want that. Peace is an admirable goal, but I've been thinking a lot since USJ, since Hosu, and I think the other reason I took the quirk is because if I have the power, something that eclipses everyone else, something that gets me to the #1 spot. Well, then, people have to listen to me right. If I play my cards right, if I learn the system better, then maybe I can make it so another quirkless kid doesn't jump off a building. I can guide things where quirks are just a tool, not weak or villainous or cheating or perfect, you know. Just something part of a person rather than the only thing they're defined by. Midoriya leans forward and his eyes seem to almost glow with the promise of his words. I want to change the world, sensei. I want people to have hope and faith in themselves, that everyone can be a hero. Not by punching villains, but in the small little ways that matter. Comforting a crying child, stopping a bully, saying this is wrong, and finding the courage to stand against it because they have hope. Shouta stares. What Midoriya is talking about, it's societal change on an unprecedented scale. It's completely overturning the system. It's daring. It's insane. Brilliant. Sheet, he breathes. For a moment, Shouta can see it. He can see Midoriya older and wiser, beloved by all, throwing his weight behind causes, rallying the younger generations, refusing to back down. Someone who knows the value of power, who understands strength, who will maybe actually fix a flawed system. Or at least, get it started. Problem child barrels on at it. Like I told you, I want to be a hero that saves everybody, sensei. I want to save the people that society turns their back on. I want to save the people that they save aren't worth saving. I want to save the kids who sees red spider lilies on their desks and the kids broken by a system who calls them perfect because of a trick of genetics. More importantly, I want to inspire people to go and save themselves as well. That's a heavy order, kid, Shouta says, mind reeling. He can see it so clearly, it's like a vision from the future. How are you gonna do it? Faith, trust, and pixie dust, Midoriya half sing-songs under his breath. There's a smile to his lips that reminds Shouta of that first day of class. That fierce determination and a broken finger, and I can still move, hanging in the air. Will you help me, Aizawa-sensei? Because I trust you. Shouda's a hero. He likes the idea of a world where people could find it in them to save themselves and each other in those 1,000 little ways that matter. He has hope. Shouta nods. I trust you too, problem child. Midoriya grins, bright and wild and free. Later in his life, Shouta will pinpoint this smile as the one that will change the world. A smile that will encourage people to be a better version of themselves, and one that will inspire others to go for kindness instead of cruelty. Here's how we start, he says instead. Because this is the present. Midoriya is a 15 almost 16-year-old boy. Shouta has a role to fill if Midoriya is to live long enough to see this appealing dream come to fruition. He is a teacher. This is his student. This a journey that they will have together. This is how change begins. Shouta wakes to Hizashi singing in the shower and busy, on his kidneys, demanding food. He arrived home from Midoriya's late last night after he and Problem Child spent hours discussing how to handle one for all going forward. Along with his plans, he showed Shouta some of his more detailed analyses within his hero journals along with the cipher that he used for them. It's clever. The analysis is fantastic for a kid Izuku's age. Shouta plans on showing them to Nedzu. Is it his most brilliant idea in the world? Possibly not. It'll definitely sharpen something already impressive in Midoriya though. Hopefully, growing his analytical abilities will also allow him to see his worth outside of one for all as well. He wants Izuku to feel confident in himself rather than just his quirk. Nedzu will jump at the chance for the analytical potential that Shouta has in the couple notebooks that Midoriya allowed him to take. He closes his eyes for a moment, burying his face into his pillow. He breathes in and out, ignoring Bisard's demands for food for a precious couple of seconds. Shouta is tired. The sort of exhaustion that nips at his heels following a completion of a case. That's what this feels like, a bone-deep weariness of a job well done. He's solved many of the questions surrounding one of his most promising and frustrating students. The satisfaction thrums within him as he shuffles out of bed. Either way, the day stretches out to deal with heroes-to-be and naps in his sleeping bag and an early morning meeting to discuss Class 1 as pairing for the revamped first-term finals. But that's in the future, simultaneously close and far. The morning, lazy as it can in his life, keeps Shouta anchored in the present. Right now, Aizawa Shouta feeds his cat, starts the coffee, and listens to his husband sing in the shower. The sky is hazy, but the sort of morning haze that promises a blue sky later, once the sun has broken through. A puzzle is solved. And Shouta breathes. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu will go against me, Shouta tells his colleagues as he and Nedzu present the exam pairings. Yaoyorozu's confidence took a hit during the sports festival. Midoriya is good at building people up and listening to ideas. Meanwhile, she'll get him to cool his more reckless tendencies. We want to encourage that he gives a couple seconds of thought before diving in headfirst to a situation. I would have thought that Midoriya and Bakugou would have been paired together, Kin states thoughtfully. No judgment in his voice, but curiosity. Given how tense their rivalry is. And here it is. Shouta feels several sets of eyes land at him at that. He meets Hizashi's, who gives him a slight smile, an encouraging one. He holds that in his heart as he presents the findings of his past week in brief terms. No one needs to know everything. I've looked into Midoriya and Bakugou's relationship amongst other things. We assumed that they were rivals. We were wrong, he says, voice calm and detached. Their relationship is that of a bully and his victim. Bakugou bullied Midoriya for years with the teachers and students covering for him. His stay in the hero course is contingent upon therapy, anger management sessions, and volunteer hours. He will be wearing quirk-suppressing bracelets outside of the necessary classes. He's also been suspended for 1 week, barring a session with Hound Dog today and cleaning up the design studio after school. Shouta meets the gazes of each of his colleagues, but, let me make this clear, I do not want them paired together in any capacity for at least a year, maybe longer. And I will be making a note on his file about his bullying tendencies so we can all watch for or curb them. His fellow teachers share grimaces. Many of them have unusual quirks, which led to plenty of bullying growing up. They understand better than most, and are probably kicking themselves for not figuring it out sooner. Todoroki and Bakugou will be paired together against All Might, Shouta explains once the moment passes, moving along without blinking. Though if anyone has a suggestion on this front, I'm all ears. This matchup is only mildly better than Bakugou and Midoriya. If only because I'm almost convinced that Todoroki would through the match to see Bakugou fail. Thankfully, blessedly, Nemuri jumps in at that. It would be good for them to get used to working with others they wouldn't mesh well with in the field. Eventually, they decide on Todoroki and Kirishima against All Might with Bakugou and Satu against Cementos. It would definitely be an interesting set of pairings to say the least. And this is Midoriya-kun's work, you say? Nedzu asks as he flip through the notebooks after the other teachers departed the early morning staff meeting. His black eyes alight with unrestrained glee, or as close as that Shouta can see. The cipher is clever for someone his age. This is such a bad idea, but he cannot bring himself to regret it. Kid's been doing it since he was a toddler, apparently, he confirms instead, taking a sip of coffee. Nedzu closes the book with a snap and a smile. Yamada said he was fluent in English, correct. Perhaps I will tweak his schedule for the coming term, replace the English lessons for private tutelage with me, the principal says serenely. It's quite amazing that Midoriya-kun has the determination that he does. Otherwise, he would have been a rather terrifying villain to go up against. And that's a thought that will probably appear in Shouta's nightmares in the near future. A Midoriya Izuku so broken by the world that he turns to villainy instead. He wonders how close they were to that happening. Shouta knows, partly, how close it was for him. Not that he would ever say it out loud. But a lot of heroes, the truly great ones, toe a line that could have easily tipped them into villainy. I'm going to bring up therapy to the kid in the near future, he says instead, pushing the fear of what could have been aside. I don't want to force too many changes too fast on him. He's resilient and strong, but no need to see how much newness we can pile on him. Until then he knows he can come to me to talk. All Might did mention that he told you about One for All, Nedzu says, putting the journals aside for further examination later. Shouta figured that the principal knew of One for All, but it was always good to have confirmation on that front. He takes another sip of coffee, considering his next words. When the new term starts, All Might, Mike, and I will be working with the kid on building up his power percentage output. As I'm sure you can remember, Mike had similar issues to Midoriya in terms of a quirk too powerful to handle at times. I'm hoping to convince All Might and Midoriya to read Mike in on One for All in the coming weeks. For a loud mouth, he knows how to keep a secret. A smart move, Nedzu approves with a nod, sipping his tea. He then meets Shouta's eyes. I'm sorry that I couldn't tell you myself, Aizawa. Well then. It's rare that Nedzu will actually apologize for something. Much like himself, the principal's more of an actions speak louder than words sort of person in terms of his own behavior. Shouta's not even that mad at him, not over One for All. It's a big secret with terrifying implications and consequences. He understands why. Heroes, especially underground ones, carry secrets tattooed into their souls that they will carry to their graves. Or, well, make an urban legend so the knowledge is there, right in plain sight, but dismissed by most. I was more upset over the fact that I wasn't informed of how late the kid's quirk came in, he replies, looking at his mostly empty coffee cup. It's a big secret, a legend in the underground. I understand keeping this close to the vest, so to speak. There was no way for you to outright tell. Something clicks in Shouda's head, a puzzle piece that he never considered. His eyes flick up and narrow at the principal. But you wanted me to find out, didn't you? You couldn't tell me anything, but if I figured out myself then that's different. Nedzu chuckles. I have to admit that it was perhaps a bit of a gamble with Midoriya and Bakugou. There were several paths you could have taken, including agreeing with the pairing and letting them go at it. This one, however, seems to be the best. It, at the very least, gives Midoriya-kun another adult to trust, which sounds like it was quite rare for him. The Aldra case is going along swimmingly, by the way. Most of the service staff from Aldra were either referred by me to other schools or given postings at UA. Midoriya-san is quite the sharp paralegal and the lawyer she works for is more than willing to get justice. Shouta takes a moment to consider. Nedzu will not apologize again for the slight manipulation to get him to dig in on Midoriya's background. But, however, he will probably be willing to loosen Shouda's leash, so to speak. I'd like a word with some of his teachers. Nedzu gives him a slightly feral smile before sipping his tea. I'm sure that can be arranged. Shouta sleeps through most of a homeroom. He wakes to the smell of coffee and a soft, "Sensei, it's time for ethics." He cracks his eyes open to see Midoriya staring down at him. Problem child looks lighter, like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. In his hands, he has a mug of coffee. I asked Ida and he said it was okay, the kid says with a smile. Yayarosa-san made the mug. You look like you could use it. She told me what you liked. Shouta sits up, unzips his sleeping bag, and takes the mug with his hands. Thanks, problem child. Midoriya's smile amplifies a few wattages at that. Mido-kun is Lunch Rush's favorite, sings a Shido somewhere in the background. He always gives him extra portions. Problem child rolls his eyes fondly and stands. It pays to be nice to everyone, but especially people in service jobs. Or do you want to deal with Aizawa-sensei being uncaffeinated? Shouta stands and levels the class with his flattest, most deadpan expression as Midoriya slips in his seat behind Todoroki. Let me make it clear. You do not. He takes the sip of the coffee before looking at the 19 kids in his classroom. Right then, Shouta says as he puts down the mug. Let's see if we can make you all into half-decent heroes. Bakugou appears in front of Shouta after they break for lunch. He's dressed in his street clothes for his meeting with Hound Dog, baggy jeans and a t-shirt with a skull on it. Shouta could not be more surprised if he tried. He's scowling with some bags under his eyes, like he hasn't slept well. Shouta takes a few minutes to clean up his papers before pinning Bakugou with his gaze. Yes. His student takes out a note and holds it out in front of him. The name of the shrink that my parents are making go see. In case you wanna, I don't FANG know, check in or something. Well then. Good on the Bakugus for moving quickly then. Shouta plucks the paper from the suspended student's hand. He wonders if Bakugou timed this so he didn't have to run into any students from one, if he didn't have to run into Midoriya. Is that it? Community service? Bakugou growls out, tired red eyes narrowed. So he did get his email about the added stipulation. At a suicide prevention center, he replies, meeting his gaze evenly. I know what you said to Midoriya back in middle school, Bakugou. Frankly, I was more than ready to forego what I worked out with your parents and outright expel you. But Midoriya is the victim, your victim, and I have to take his wishes into account here. I want you to understand just what could have happened if he took your advice to heart. He doesn't break eye contact with Bakugou, who looks so pale he's like a ghost. He swallows and tries to rally himself, clenching his fists. Like he wants to explode, but, of course, he can't. Not with those thing bracelets on his wrist. Instead, he grounds out. I don't FING get why you're fixated on this. Shouta supposes that he wouldn't, given how he and Midoriya were both treated growing up. He sits on the edge of the desk and considers. I should have addressed this months ago. I'll always kick myself for not doing so earlier. Let me be clear, no one in your life did you any favors, Bakugou. And if you want to be a half-decent person, never mind a hero, then you need to understand that. I think that you're already understanding that. I'm treating you as your teachers should have treated you growing up. Actions have consequences, and I want you to consider yours. Now, I believe you have a sessions with Hound Dog and then will report to Power Loader for cleanup detail. Bakugou scowls at the dismissal and heads to the door. I have one more question, Shouta says, which stops the blonde in his tracks. Your fellow classmates put red spider lilies on Midoriya's desk. Were you one of them? Midoriya says that he never wants to know the answer, but Shouta can admit to his own sense of morbid curiosity. Though if the answer is yes, it may be what ends Bakugou's prospective hero career permanently. The boy pauses at the door, face downturned. He looks exhausted and small, like the one question drained all the fight out of him. His voice is so uncharacteristically subdued that Shouta believes what comes out of his mouth. No, but I didn't FING stop them from doing it either. And that's pretty effed up, isn't it? The silence hangs there for a moment before Bakugou turns, straightens, and stomp off. It's with that quiet admittance that Shouta thinks they may be able to make a halfway decent person of that kid after all. Maybe, just maybe, he could even be a hero. The rest of the day goes smoothly enough for Shouta, who witnessed a heartwarming reunion between Midoriya and Wada in the hallway. Wada in his brand new uniform for the UA custodial staff, directing the various robots. Midoriya eagerly congratulating him while flanked by his friends, introducing them to Wada who, Midoriya insists, is one of the best janitors in the city. With school over, however, it's time to get back to physical training with Shinso, who should be sufficiently recovered from his illness to train without feeling like he's going to lose his lunch. He is surprised when his protege appears with Midoriya and Todoroki trailing after him. Though maybe he shouldn't have been, Shinso met Problem Child and his friends at the door of the 1A classroom to have lunch together. Shouda's eyebrow ticks up when he sees that the duo holding hands. A blush dusts Midoriya's face pink, making his freckles stand out all the more. Todoroki looks completely at ease like he's always held Midoriya's hand and other people are idiots for never noticing it. It's a good tactic. Shouta did the same when Hizashi started dating. He's not going to comment on it then. Given how Midoriya was acting a couple nights ago, it's pretty easy for Shouta to put 1 and 1 together to get 2. He wishes them all the happiness in the world, quietly. In his heart. He does not want or need to get involved with student relationship drama. Shouta barely had enough patience for that when he was 16. Instead, Shouta turns to look at Shinso, who stares back unrepentantly. I was hoping that we could experiment a bit with my quirk today, sensei. Midoriya had some questions and suggestions on it. If it's too last minute, Aizawa sensei, we could do it another time. The green-haired boy pipes up, looking between the two. No, Shouta waves off the statement. Quirk training would be good way to ease into things. He can always get Shinso tangled up in his old capture weapon tomorrow, nostalgic and hilarious now that he's a teacher. It's a good idea, Shinso Midoriya. Are you sitting in as well, Todoroki? Yes, the other student says, face set in his usual star. I'm the guinea pig. He volunteered, Problem Child says brightly. So I can observe better. Shinso-kun has a lot of potentially great applications for his quirk. It's very versatile. And Todoroki wants to be near his new boyfriend, Shinso teases before going into his stretches. Midoriya turns bright red. Todoroki's mouth ticks upward. I don't need to know about their romantic lives, Shinso, he says with a sigh. The other boy scoffs at that, like Mike-sensei and Midnight-sensei aren't the biggest gossips in the school. He's not wrong. Hizashi will pair students for projects if he thinks they have crushes on each other in order to be a matchmaker. Nemuri will as well. Except she forces love triangles together for her own amusement. Shouta does not get it, but whatever makes his husband and his friend happy, he supposes. So long as he deals with the fallout. Fair enough, he agrees. Midoriya lets out a laugh at that. Training is running through Midoriya's various theories about Shinso's quirk. Tomorrow he'll send the kid to Nedzu so that they can talk about the private lessons for the coming term. Currently, Problem Child and Hitoshi are sitting together, discussing the results, while Todoroki goes to get some water. Shouta watches the scene with something like pride in his chest. Thank you, Shouta hears behind him. He turns to see Todoroki looking at him, his heterochromatic eyes focused on him, a reusable water bottle in his hand and an iced coffee in the other. I don't know what you're thanking me for, Todoroki. The boy tilts his head to the side. You helped Midoriya. He's unused to that. From people, from other kids, from adults. It goes unsaid, but Shouta hears it loud and clear. He decides to test his luck a bit with one of his most reserved students. You've been protecting him from Bakugou? When I can, Todoroki agrees before offering the iced coffee from one of the nearby vending machines. He feels safer. About a lot of things. It's amazing what you did in a week, sensei. I'm impressed. Shouta looks over to where Midoriya waves his hands excitedly at Shinso, who watches with a slight upturn of his lips. Todoroki's gaze softens into something gentle, something that months ago he wouldn't expect to see on the kid. He and Todoroki stand side by side for a moment before the boy speaks again. He says, I can trust you as well. That you would help me if I asked. You can, Shouta says, not looking at him. Both of them face forward. I would do anything to help my students. The silence sits between them, heavy and expectant. Even take on one of the top 10. Todoroki questions, taking a long drink of water. There's no hesitation. Yes. There's a nod of red and white hair. I'll keep that in mind, Aizawa-sensei. I think I believe that you would do anything. Shouta eyes Todoroki, feeling like this a mirror to his conversation with Nedzu this morning. Just how many people were testing him? You were waiting for me to notice, weren't you? About Midoriya. I was. I don't blame you. We had an interesting first term. And he's very good at hiding things. We're alike in many ways. Midoriya and I, it's probably why we get each other so well. That answer twists something in Shouda's gut. Do you want to talk about it? After exams, his student replies. I don't want any distractions right now. But he trusts you, so I will too. But let's get through exams first. Todoroki ends the conversation with that statement, standing up and walking over to Midoriya and Shinso. Shouta feels an impending shitshow surrounding the number 2 hero on the horizon, but he finds that he can't really regret it. He always hated Endeavor and his flaming beard that was less of an intimidation tactic and more of a way to make him look like a giant douchebag. He'll definitely bring it to Nedzu though. Maybe taking down the number 2 hero will get both him and Hizashi time off so they could go on vacation somewhere. Only when everything is calm for his students though. Hizashi texts him when he gets out of training with Shinso, announcing his discovery of the hot chocolate while stopping at home briefly and how it was the best thing ever. He's at the station now, promising a surprise for Shouta later, and also will be picking up Omuris for dinner on his way home after his radio show. Husband. Midoriya and Todoroki left about an hour ago, allowing Shouta to go over more of the binding cloth style with his student. Despite being laid up for the past week, Shinso's body remembers the moves he's previously learned, meaning minimal tangles. It shows that the training is sinking in. Sometimes, you need to rely on muscle memory over your brain, which Shouta loathes, but that's the truth. All in all, though, he feels like it was a pretty fruitful training session. Aizawa, Yagi calls as Shouta walks to the gate to leave for the day. Despite the hour, the summer sky remains bright in the evening with hours to go before the sky paints itself soft colors and plunges into night. He's in his true form, skinny and scarecrow-like in the slightly bagging blue suit. Yagi, Shouta greets, slowing his steps for the man to catch up to him. Do you need anything? Young Midoriya talked with me about reading Yamada in at the end of lunch, the blonde said with a tired smile. He was very passionate about allowing him in on the training. And, well, it's time for him to choose who to tell about his quirk. So I'm trusting his judgment. Hizashi may act like an idiot, but he knows how to keep a secret, Shouta agrees. The man never breathed a word about their marriage after all. Plus, he's soft for problem child. Yagi turns a bit soft at that, a fond smile on his face. He does have that way about him, doesn't he? You sound like a doting parent. The number 1 hero's face flushes at that and he rubs the back of his neck. He's a good kid. I was very lucky to have met him, even if I botched it big time at first. Shouta thinks about what Midoriya told him the previous night, about All Might's words, and stops in his tracks. He would have been able to do it, you know, Shouta says with a sudden fierceness. He needs Yagi to understand here. Become the first hero without a quirk. Yagi smiles a bit wanly. Yes, I do. I know that now. Forgive me. I was thinking of another quirkless boy, looking up to someone and wanting to be a hero. And I was thinking of all the hurt it caused him. Himself, Shouta realizes it. Yagi was thinking of himself at that age, standing where Midoriya stood. Normally he wouldn't say anything else, just accept it and move. Damn it though, Shouda's attached now, even more than he already was in regard to this group of kids, especially Problem Child. I think it would mean a lot to him if you tell him that about your quirklessness and that you think he could have done it. Blue eyes blink. You think so? He nods, sharply, once. That's all you're getting from me in terms of parental advice. Yagi snorts and grins. I wouldn't expect anything else from you, Aizawa. I'll have young Midoriya join us for lunch tomorrow. And we can talk with Yamada then. The sooner they get Hizashi read into things, the better they can prepare Problem Child's training plan. Shouta nods. All right. Good night, Yagi. The man grins and waves, heading off to his car. Have a safe patrol tonight, Aizawa. Shouta walks home, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine on his hair, when someone knocks into him. He reaches out, without thinking about it, to steady the person. It's the kid. The other quirkless kid he saw with Midoriya a week ago, who is breathing hard with wild eyes and scrapes on his palms. His brown hair falls into his face, one eye staring at him wide. Sorry, the kid squeaks, shying away from him. There he is, he hears from the distance. Get behind me, Shouta orders, activating his quirk and stepping between the kid and the bullies, like he did at age 5 and age 9 and age 12 and age 16 and age 22 and, well, all of his life, really. He will always get between bullies and their victims, always get between villains and civilians. Always. Blues. The bullies freeze at the loss of their quirks, at the sight of Shouta, who scowls as he takes note of their faces and their junior high uniforms. Congratulations, he tells them. You just lost whatever shot any of you have at getting into UA. He tries not to enjoy too much the sheer vindictive pleasure at the sight of their bloodless faces. Why did you do that? The kid asks Shouta after the bullies are sufficiently dealt with. He scuffs his red sneakers on the ground as he gazes at Shouta steadily through a mess of curly hair. Because you're a person with value who doesn't deserve to be bullied, he replies as he writes an email to Nedzu on his phone. No one deserves to be bullied. No one is worth more than their quirk or lack of it. The kid stares at him with wonder in his eyes. No one has ever said that to me before. And Shouda's heart breaks, they should have kid. And I'm sorry that they were so limited in their understanding of the world to think otherwise. The boy blinks but laughs. It sounds slightly hysterical. Well, okay then. Are you thinking of applying to UA? The kid jumps, but nods seriously. I want to go into the support course, but I don't think my record will let me in. What's your name? Akatani Mikumo, the boy says hesitantly. Shouta pulls out one of the business cards he carries around and hands it to Akatani. Email me some of your designs and we'll see about ignoring your record. Seriously, the boy says, staring down at the card. Seriously? The world doesn't work like this, Akatani argues. Not for people like me. Shouta looks at the kid before him, messy brown curls tousled and eyes confused. He's right, of course. The world doesn't work like this. Shouta teaches that to his kids every single day. He also thinks of Midoriya, who spent most of his life in the exact same shoes as this kid, who needed someone to believe in him in order to soar. It should, he says wryly. Since it doesn't though. Sometimes we have to make it fair and kind for ourselves. Akatani blinks down at the card, but smiles at Shouta. You're weird, but nice, he decides as he pockets the card. Thank you, Eraserhead-sen. Don't go to school for the next couple of days if you can swing it. I'll be sicking Nedzu onto your school. Akatani grins a little viciously at that. Well, it'll be well-deserved at least. Shouta watches him go. Sometimes the world isn't kind. But that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be. Shouta returns home, ready to faceplant into his couch. His phone is full of the latest cat pictures that Hizashi sent him. Apparently, he had some sort of social media contest on his show and is sending Shouta the fruits of his LBR because his husband gets him. BSN greets him at the door yowling for more food and treats. Dinner will be incoming shortly. Probably within the next 2 hours, and Shouta can almost taste the omuris as he takes out a jelly packet for himself and cat treats for BST. He slumps on his couch, BST content with the offering, while Shouta slurps a jelly packet and considers the ceiling. There will be other issues to deal with from knowing about One for All. There will be other issues to deal with unrelated to One for All tomorrow and the weeks to come. There's talks to be had that loom in the immediate future about Midoriya and his legendary quirk, about Todoroki and his father, about Bakugou and his anger issues. Right now, however, Shouta has his problem child's trust, and that's all he can ask for at the moment. Rather than considering the future, however, Shouta takes a moment to just be in his life. He's in his apartment that he shares with a husband he loves, a demon cat that is currently curled at his feet sleeping, dinner is on the way, and cat pictures are being sent to his phone by the minute. His kids are okay, or as okay as they can be. It's a moment of simple joy, quiet contentment, a moment that makes all the hardship and heartache of heroism worth it in Shouda's opinion. He'll make sure his students will get this knowledge of these perfect worth it moments as well. Shouta breathes in and out. Eyes drift close. This is right, his gut tells him. And in the end, that's all that matters.